It's a crew, that's that summertime sadness. Got that leaving me here on my own. It's a crew, that's that summertime sadness. You're not the only one. It's a crew. Summertime sadness. Leaving me here on my own.
Such a pretty face with an ugly soul. You don't have no heart, you don't feel like home. Now I'm hard to reach, I turn off my phone. Do I still sound in love from my tone? Maybe we were beautiful, now skin and bones. What we had to feel, now it's still a clone. It was two at first, now we're both alone. Just for cool summer nights on my own.
Summertime sadness. Got that feeling me here on my own. It's the truth. That's that summertime sadness. You're not the only one. Leaving me here on my own. It's leaving me here. Leaving me here. Through summer. Leaving me here on my own. Leaving me here. Through summer. Now you're gone. You're not the
Then my last night would be with you. Then my last night would be with you. If the world was ending, then my last night would be with you. Then my last night would be with you. Then my last night would be with you. If the world was ending, then my last night would be with you. Then my last night would be with you. Then my last night
Oh yeah.
Only losers go to school.
4, 3,
I taught myself how to move.
ignition.
I'm not the type to count on you.
Go Starlink. Go SpaceX.
'Cause stupid's next to I love you. No.
Engine downrange.
So what can you show me that my heart don't know already? We make our own sense, and you're qualified in me. What can you show me
8, separation.
that my heart don't know already? We make our own sense, and you're qualified in me. And you're qualified in me.
Stage 1 entry burn started.
Only losers go to school. They can't teach what they can't
Stage 1 entry
prove.
burn shut down.
Come put this inside the test tube.
Stage 1 landing burn.
'Cause stupid's next to I love you.
Stage 2 FPS is safe.
So what can you show that my heart don't know already? We make our own sense. You're qualified in me. What can you show that my heart don't know already?
Stage 1.
We make our own sense. You're qualified in me.
And you're qualified in me.
You're qualified in me.
That we're all grown up, who do we owe it to? And now that we've come this far, who do we owe it all to? We did it all alone, now we're coming from home. We did it all alone, now we're coming from home. That we all came up to lose. Now my heart don't know already, cause we make our own sense, and you're qualified to me. What can you show me? Now my heart don't know already, cause we make our own sense, and you're qualified to me.
Shut down the first stage and perform staging. Let's watch more of them.
Stage separation.
What was that trip like? And obviously, you know that there's a public perception that, and you're clarifying this now, but there's a public perception that that was part of a apology tour, if you will. That this had been said online. There was all of the criticism. There was advertisers leaving. We talked to Bob Iger today.
I hope they stop.
You hope?
Don't advertise.
You don't want them to advertise?
No.
What do you mean?
If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go f yourself.
But
go f yourself. Is that clear? I hope it is. Hey, Bob, if you're in the audience.
well, let me ask you then.
That's how I feel. Don't advertise.
How do you think then about the economics of X? If part of the underlying model, at least today, and maybe it needs to shift, maybe the answer is it needs to shift away from advertising. If you believe that this is the one part of your business where you will be beholden to those who have this view, what do you do?
F-Y.
I understand that, but there's a reality too, right?
Yes. No.
I mean, Linda
no,
Yaccarino's right here, and she's got to sell advertising.
Absolutely. So, totally. No. Actually, what this advertising boycott is going to do, it's going to kill the company.
And do you think that the
and the whole world will know that those advertisers killed the company, and we will document it in great detail.
But those advertisers, I imagine, are going to say, we didn't kill the company.
Oh yeah.
They're going to say,
tell it to Earth.
But they're going to say, Elon, that you killed the company because you said these things, and that they were inappropriate things, and that they didn't feel comfortable on the platform, right? That's what they're going to say.
And let's see how Earth responds to that.
So this goes back to
we'll both make our cases,
right?
And we'll see what the outcome is.
What are the economics of that for you? I mean, you have enormous resources, so you can actually keep this company going for a very long time. Would you keep it going for a long time if there was no advertising?
I mean, if the company fails because of an advertiser boycott, it will fail because of an advertiser boycott. And that will be what bankrupted the company, and that's what everybody on Earth will know.
But what do you think then of the, again, this goes back to the idea of trust, though.
Then it'll be gone. And it'll be gone because of an advertiser boycott.
But you recognize that some of those people are going to say that they didn't feel comfortable on the platform. And I just wonder and ask you and think about that for a second.
Tell it to the judge.
But the judge is going to be...
the judge is the public.
心里要记得，你是那个阳光彩虹小白马，滴滴答滴滴答。我是那个阳光彩虹小白马，滴滴答滴滴答。
Havana, ooh, na, na. Half of my heart is in Havana, ooh, na, na. He took me back to East Atlanta, na, na, na. All of my heart is in Havana. There's something about his manners. Havana, ooh, na, na. He didn't walk up with that, how you doing? When he came in, he said there's a lot of girls I can do it, but I can't with that. Doing forever in a minute. That's on my night. And Papa says he got Milo in him. He got me feeling like ooh. I knew it when I met him. I loved him when I left him. Got me feeling like ooh. And then I had to tell him I had to go. Oh na 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 na. Havana, ooh, na na. Half of my heart is in Havana, ooh, na na. He took me back to East Atlanta, na na na.
Is this thing on?
My heart is in Havana. My heart is in Havana. Havana, na na.
Just graduated fresh on campus. Fresh out East Atlanta with no mountains. Damn, fresh out East Atlanta.
Can anybody hear me?
Pulled like a traffic jam. I was quick to pay that girl like Uncle Sam. Here you go, ayy, take it on me. Shawty craving on me, get the beating on me, on me. She waited on me, damn, shawty caking on me, got the bacon on me. This is history and I'm making on me, on me. Point blank, close range, that thing. If it goes a million, that's me. I was getting moolah, baby.
Well, thanks, Vic. Poppy. Good evening.
He took me back to East Atlanta, na na na. All of my heart is in Havana. My heart is
Did anybody miss me?
Take me back, back, back. Take me back, back, back. Take me back, back, back. Take me back, back,
Now, I've seen some of your comments. Thank you for everybody that reached out. Definitely missed going live. I think I needed this little break. But we're back.
Havana, ooh, na, na. Half of my heart is in Havana, ooh, na, na. He took me back to East Atlanta, na, na, na. All of my heart is in Havana. My heart is in Havana. Havana, ooh, na, na.
All right. Could somebody do me a favor and drop the link to my main channel? Not the late night mic. A little picture of the mic. But the main channel. And everybody that is on both live, if you'd like to participate in the main chat, come to the link that you will see posted here shortly. Everybody else, if you just want to chill, listen, you can chill on any channel you want. And then we'll be cutting the live on the other channel here probably within the next hour. But to everyone that came, welcome. It's good to see everyone. So let's see who the fuck showed up. Rebel, salute to you, sir. Marley, good to see you. Nice to see you showed up. Let's see what we got. Oh, by the way, for those that are curious here, we're not homeless. We're not broadcasting from the vehicle. We are still in the same apartment that we've been living in for years. But we'll see what happens.
You should have told them we were in the freaking car.
I just have trouble lying
It
to
just
these
would
folks.
make them feel so good about themselves.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Yeah, you don't understand. Tried it, Rod.
I like being... I don't think so. Oh, audio's working. I like being naive if I can. It's easier. King Corso Mom, welcome. Randy, let's go. Amanda Erickson, good to see you. Ladybug's in the house. Aw, shit, Quick Vic is here. Mr. B, Poppy, excellent to see y'all. Chelsea May, good to see you. Let's see who else we got here. Your mom is in the building. Let's go. What's up, Marley? So we got a lot of people here, a few in chat. Anyone drop that link? Perfect. So if you would like to join the main chat, just go to this channel and then you can join the live there. Let's make sure. Yeah, and if you would like to participate, you need to subscribe, y'all. So just do that. You got a minute wait and you'll be good to go. All right. And let's see where we're at here. So I played some specific videos. And, well, before I get into that, I needed a break. I feel like getting sucked into this hole where all the things I want to do and all the things I was doing were just no longer congruent. And instead of creating the conversation, I started reacting to the conversation. And I didn't like that. I didn't like the way I sounded. I didn't like what I was saying. I didn't like being so fucking negative, frankly. And then the worst part is I started making decisions based on other people's opinions. And I haven't really done that until recently. So I disconnected. I stopped going live. I started listening. And then every once in a while, I would come back and listen to some of the lives in the community. And I'll admit there's been some streams that I've enjoyed that I've participated in. One of them being Banana's stream.
AI generated footage. I am.
It's a video I'm putting up there. One of them being Banana's channel, which is interesting because I've always had a hot and cold relationship with him. But a lot of them I just haven't liked listening to. It just, the minute I went back and started hearing what was being talked about, I said, ugh. 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 Like literally, like I needed to get it off me. It's like I felt that same feeling coming back. And frankly, if I just right now just make up some of the content that would be covered in the last week or in the next week, I guarantee what I say will probably be accurate because it's the same thing over and over again. Like I would venture to guess the next 10 lives will somehow include Michael Cerrone pulling out his baby making unit. I don't know why I called it that. His fucking dick, okay? It will probably include, at some point, Rebel and their opinions on him. Somebody will probably make fun of Shelley. There'll also be a talk about friends versus enemies. Who can you trust? And that will just keep going round and round and round again. So why am I saying this? And I'm intentionally not including myself because we all know as soon as I start going live on a consistent basis, you'll continue to talk about me, which is
Well, you
your
already talked
prerogative.
about last night, babe.
In fact, I thought I seen an icon of the wolf with a beak, and I realized my eyes weren't very good because it was actually a cock and balls. So,
That was so sweet.
thank you so much. If I had a set of cock and balls on my face, do you know how much more I could get done in a day? Do you even understand? I wish I had another set of cock and balls on my face. Life would be far more productive, I guarantee it. So, I appreciate the imagination. If, oh, I was so lucky. Anyways, I decided that instead of participating in this, I don't know, circle of bullshit, attacking, reacting, I'm just going to go back to what I've always wanted to do, which is talk about interesting topics, good discussions, and just the things that, in my opinion anyway, matter. And that's going to be very boring for some folks. I can guarantee that. Basically, I expect about half the audience. Because the whole drama thing, though I admit I do like a little chaos, is going to be pretty much non-existent moving forward. Excuse me. So, I picked some specific videos. Hey, what's up, Huck? Prairie, good to see you. I picked some specific videos. Lawless, when can I get on the team, man? You just include Banana and Cerrone. The fuck? Anyways, I picked some specific videos that were Elon specific, and that's because I'm still going to continue on that topic. The last week, I've been watching somebody that I think is incredible. His name is Lex Fridman. I don't know if anyone's ever heard of him. Lex Fridman is, I would say, a very underestimated podcaster that dresses very unassuming, usually a black suit, black tie, white shirt. But he interviews, I would say, the most influential people in the world. And I think he does an absolutely incredible job in covering the little specific details that should be appreciated that just, for the most part, do not get covered in traditional either movies, documentaries, or media coverage of specific people or topics, etc. But Lex has a really, same thing, Randy. I've had some interviews where I feel like if I was watching it driving, I might get in an accident because I would fall asleep. But on the same token, there's been some interviews where I've said, wow, that was fucking incredible. So it's like anything. Not everybody's going to be great all the time. Get this here. Let me know if I start cracking, guys. I just want to try to get this volume up, but I'm going to go too high. But in my opinion, he does a really good job with focusing on the important things of the topic. So recently, I've watched several interviews, two which included Elon, which was his third and fourth visit. And then there was one with the FBI agent that was able to arrest the guy from Silk Road. That was amazing. And then one that I haven't stopped watching yet, which is involving some incredible stuff about cells and DNA and all that stuff, which I'll finish. So what I wanted to do here first One of the videos we covered was on the Cybertruck. And I don't know how many people caught the release of this, but this thing is real and it's coming. So what I've done here is I've just put a little collection of some clips together that basically, generally speaking, cover the specs and release of this vehicle and the 3 trims that are going to be coming out, which is pretty cool. By the way, how many people actually know what the Cybertruck is? Okay, guys, Cybertruck, like, I'm not sure if I love it or hate it. All I know is it's the weirdest fucking looking thing I've ever seen. Might be the best electric vehicle ever produced. Has some engineering capabilities that are absolutely incredible. Fun fact, has the largest windshield wiper of any vehicle. Personally, I agree with Mr. B here. I think it's ugly. Doesn't look aerodynamic at all. But I don't know. I mean, look, I think everybody doubts Elon, and then he proves us wrong. So what I want to do is just play a little collection of some of the reviews. I wanted to make like a really incredible video on it, and I'm like, why am I even putting all this work into it? Let's just throw some shit together, and then we can talk and see what you guys think. So without further ado, the Cybertruck.
This isn't some AI generated footage. I am actually driving the production intent Tesla Cybertruck.
Oh my God. Well, maybe that was a little too hard.
3, 2, 1.
Is it all hype or actually revolutionary? Either way, I'll be able to help the millions of you that have put down a $100 deposit for one of these decide whether you should buy one or ask Mr. Musk for your money back. Deliveries start at the end of this month.
So it's really going to go forward.
You're going to have to make a decision with that Rivian.
Yeah, no, we bought it just because we were tired of waiting. We thought maybe it's never going to happen. But no, we would keep it. Maybe we'd keep the Rivian, maybe we'd sell it, but we might just take on the truck as well.
Yeah. So it's so beautiful. Oh my God. I mean, just to look at it. So I had some people, they were like asking me like why I got excited. I said, are you kidding me? I said, name something even close. You know, when you were younger, you thought, oh, flying cars, you know, maybe this and that. This is the actual next step.
I'm going to have to get used to this. So there are 3 versions. The version we're driving here is the circa $100,000 top spec tri-motor version known internally as the Beast. The Cyber Beast. Yeah. With 2 induction motors on the rear axle and a permanent Magnum motor on the front. The dual motor is also available, and eventually a single motor rear wheel drive model will follow. There's a rear drive version with a single motor. There's a dual motor version which has 4-wheel drive, and then there's this one. It has 3 motors, 1 on the front and 2 on the rear. The result is a combined 845 horsepower and 930 newton meters of torque. Now, this is quite a heavy truck because you've got a big battery of about 123 kilowatt hours. This thing weighs in at 3,080 kilos. In terms of pricing, $96,000 before taxes. Now, the entry-level Cybertruck starts from around $50,000. Significant inflation from Elon's original claims of a $40,000 starting price.
As you can see, they rate this as being able to tow 11,000 pounds, seating 5. Got rid of that bench seat in the front, the electric display monitor in the center, didn't really cooperate with airbags, and we got 20-inch wheels on this one. This is the most expensive top-of-the-line unit, which you could pre-order now for $250. You've got the $79,000 vehicle. Right here, what you're doing is you're actually getting slightly more range in the all-wheel drive version here, but you're not getting the power. You're going from 2.5-ish with rollout subtracted, so that's probably more like, which is the same thing the Model X Plaid has, roughly. This is 2.6. The Model X, sorry, is 2.5. Both of them with rollout subtracted. Also, the Model S Plaid at 1.9 is rollout subtracted. So probably add about 0.2 seconds there. That means the Cybertruck, the most expensive versions, probably putting you at about 2.8-ish for a 0 to 60.
Tesla will offer a 50 kilowatt-hour extender pack that bolts into the bed and takes away some cargo space, but extends the range significantly.
440-mile potential range you could have with an optional range extender. At least 1,000 pounds. Usually the 70 kilowatt-hour lithium iron phosphate battery from Tesla weighs 1,000 pounds. So let's go with 1,000 pounds to make this simple. If you're going to get an extra 25% of range, whether you charge it at the front end or at the back end, obviously it'd be faster if you do it at the front, but it's the same power set, you're still looking at about 1/4 of more battery. That means you're gonna have to lift 250 pounds into the bed of this truck, which isn't unreasonable. We could do it, something with maybe 2 or 4 handles, so a couple people can do it, or a strong guy can do it, a strong woman can do it, I don't know. But the point is, it seems like it would be a little cumbersome to take a 250-pound object in and out, click into the bed, and there would be some kind of port for you to plug it into.
The powertrain, which runs on an 800-volt architecture, a Tesla first, will charge it up to 350 kilowatts if you can find a V4 supercharger, and is entirely designed and built in-house by Tesla. And you'll notice there's also something very clever going on with the steering. So it's entirely steer-by-wire, and we've got 4-wheel steering for the first time on a Tesla. Now, we know how that works. At lower speeds, the rear wheels turn anti-phase, as in the opposite direction to the front wheels, and what that does is tighten up your turning radius. So this car, despite its size, actually has the same turning radius as a Model S. And then when you're at high speeds, so somewhere between 40 and 50 miles an hour is the transition point, then the rear wheels actually turn in phase with the front tyres to give you added stability when you're doing quick lane changes and stuff like that. The other thing is the steering ratio. It's completely variable, but it never requires more than 170 degrees of lock in either direction. In other words, you never need to rotate the wheel fully, and what that does is it gives the car a really over-caffeinated, energetic front end. So when you first get in it, it doesn't compute really, because you're used to these big heavy trucks having slow, cumbersome steering, but actually just a flick of the wrist and the front end of the truck darts away. It still remains to be seen if they can ever put this into proper mass production at their gigafactory in Austin, Texas, is the quite literally bulletproof stainless steel exoskeleton.
Been working with Elon on this, kind of going in circles for a long time. Somewhat secretly started doing something just radically different than really simplistic, kind of a low resolution looking type truck. And in the early days of kind of finding this form and this idea, we had Lotus Esprit in the studio, and we've been looking at that. It was the submarine car. And then started looking at what else is in this planar theme, this really, in a way, simplistic, angular theme.
There's a nice straight bit of road here and no one behind me. If I come to a stop, I'm in beast mode already. I push the brake hard and then push the throttle at the same time. This should engage cheetah mode, nose down, rear up. Ready to launch. Oh, and off we go. No time to look at the fancy graphics. And I can't keep my foot in for much longer than that. I've done it before in fast EVs. It never gets old, does it? All the blood goes to the back of your body and you do feel a little bit sick. But in this, it's just a different type of experience, isn't it?
3, 2,
1. He's done.
almost the same.
I've got an idea. Right, and Sam, so what I've done to try and even the balance a little bit, I've added some ballast. Probably not enough ballast, but let's just check. So I've got 4 passengers now. So how heavy are you?
87 kilos.
That's not too bad.
Yeah.
How about you?
80.
AD, what are you?
82.
82. Really? You're 82?
82?
What are you made out of? Depleted uranium?
84.
Bloody hell! I'm like 73. Let's see what that does though, right?
Formal protest about Rory's weight. I don't believe that.
No. how heavy are you really?
No, 87. Genuinely.
That was before you came on this trip. Last night you had 6 pints.
That's true. That is true.
You're at least 90 now. So 350 kilos we're talking probably that I've just added to this.
3, 2, 1, go!
Hey, you cheated. You absolutely cheated. Doesn't matter. It's irrelevant.
Limiter.
So yeah, that's it. So how many, like, did anybody like not know about this? Did anybody not know that Tesla was putting out this monstrosity of an electric vehicle? Because I mean, I'm a big fan of Elon, Tesla, like full disclosure, SpaceX, all that stuff, right? But I feel like even if you weren't, you've heard about, you know, the ball getting thrown at the car and then the glass failing, or, you know, a lot of the failed timelines and stuff that he said he was going to do that he wasn't able to deliver at the exact time, stuff like that. And I find it surprising that most people haven't heard about this truck. Not to mention that it's just outrageously designed to the point where, you know, once you see it, you know, it's not like you're going to see this a million times on the road. This is a very unique looking vehicle. And like, I don't know, it's kind of like, for me, it's one of those things where once I see it, I can't unsee it. I'll always remember this anti-wind efficient, or however you want to say it, vehicle. I mean, it's the opposite of aerodynamic, whatever that word is. But regardless, what it's doing, and somebody said this in the chat, is it's competing with a truck, for example, like the Ford Lightning. And the Ford Lightning, you would probably say, is the normal version of what most people would expect and want out of a stock production vehicle, while also, you know, hitting all the performance metrics of your standard electric vehicle. So they're definitely, the Ford Lightning is the one that they're trying to compete with, and they're competing on a couple of key factors. One is obviously range, which is huge. Towing, which is another big one, though I suspect that a lot of people that are driving the Tesla Cybertruck are not as concerned as somebody that actually buys a real truck. I'm just going to go out there and assume that. But being said, it can still tow, I believe the number was 11,000 pounds, which I believe can also be increased, maybe with the battery, probably not unless they change the suspension, but minimum number, or I should say max towing number, would be 11,000. Probably could do a little bit more, but it's rated at that 11,000 level. The bed hits all the marks, right? With the exception of if they include that plug-in battery that goes into the bottom, which is awesome. But if you need that full, 66 inches of bed space, you're not getting that, basically, and you're really not even getting it with the cab door up. You actually have to have it down without the battery to achieve those numbers with your stuff tied down. So that's a key thing that they didn't really go out there and admit. Can you hear me? All right. Can y'all hear me? I see StreamYard keeps like blinking basically, and then it switches. Then it. Fighting mic issues today. All right, I think we should be good. Yeah, it keeps blinking out and then dropping the Yeti mic, so I don't know. If it keeps up, we'll have to switch. But anyways, I'm not gonna go on and on about it, but this is gonna compete with trucks like the Ford Lightning, the Rivian, and if you guys haven't heard of Rivian, pretty kind of a shitty front end. I hate the way the lights look, but super performing electric SUV and truck. I think they've actually done a much better job with getting to the numbers that you need to get to for this type of sport utility vehicle, while also still looking like something that you would want to potentially own without everybody asking you questions because it looks like a fucking spaceship. So I give a lot of credit to that company, and they've also had vehicles now on the road for a couple years where it's taken. I mean, Cybertruck, I believe, was introduced in 2018. So nothing against Elon. It's just, clearly there are some companies that have more focus on this, and they're doing a better job executing at the moment. I think with Elon, it's just a matter of executing too many projects at the same time, and not putting enough as needed to really hit these quicker timelines. But that's just a critique from somebody that doesn't do this for a living. So shout out to him for even what he's accomplished. So that's about it. I'm gonna drop the. I've already dropped the link. Looks like I got somebody behind stage, and we can talk about basically whatever. My thing that I've kind of been looking at over the last couple weeks is I can't tell, and I really mean this. I can't tell if somebody like Elon is actually here to help us, or he will be somebody that inevitably helps us in our downfall. Is he the Antichrist? And I don't say that like, I'm not an insane person. It's just I know enough about what an Antichrist is, and I find that there are striking resemblances between that and Elon Musk and his accomplishments up to this point. But when I watch his interviews and I watch him at a intellectual level, eye to eye conversations with Yeah, it just did it again. All right, but when I watch him have conversations with not just people that are just straight interviewers, but actual people that he's either known for decades or years, and they're asking him these questions, I detect a very genuine response when he does actually answer questions and speaks. I don't find that there's an ulterior motive, and I don't think that he's trying to convince us of something that really will help us, that inevitably actually will hurt us, so he believes, right? He really is pro-humanist. He wants the best for humans. And he doesn't want us to get stuck on planet Earth and, this just being the end of us here. As he puts it, we don't want to be one of those lame intelligent species that, only gets to one planet. And if there is any hope of long-term survival of human race beyond what our planet and our sun are able to provide for us, that's going to involve being spacefaring, whether we want to admit it or not. And the questions I ask about this basically consist of, can we actually do it, number one, because I'm not so sure we can. But two, even if we can, what kind of modification, what would need to be done to the core that is us in order to accomplish this, i.e. dealing with lack of gravity and muscle degradation, or digestive issues from having no gravitational pull in the digestive system. I don't know, there's a lot of little things that your body works in the background to do in order to compensate for the fact that it's living in a 1 bar atmospheric pressure, it's living with X amount of gravity, and it develops its core being with those elements. Once you take that away from the body's going to try to live in the most efficient way possible, meaning that if it doesn't need to compensate for air pressure or gravity, it's not going to. And then the next time you get to that kind of condition, you're not going to have the needed capacity to be able to survive, at least without assistance. So what I think he's doing is brave and noble. I just question its possibility and whether or not it's actually going to help us or make us worse in the process. And I continue watching him and looking at his interviews and his accomplishments, trying to piece together, is this going to be the guy that takes us through one of the worst times in human history, or is he going to be the guy that, strapped us in for the worst roller coaster ride we've ever been on? I don't know. What do you guys think? Link is pinned. Let's welcome our first guest.
Yo.
Vic.
I like the new theme song.
Victor the Quickman.
It's good, Mike.
Good evening, sir. What's going on?
Not much, man. I haven't been on a panel since Bananas.
So yesterday?
No, that wasn't yesterday.
I think it was, wasn't it?
No, I think it was the day before.
You might be right.
I've been pretty busy, man, to be honest. It's the holidays, man.
You don't gotta tell me, bro. I
haven't really been on YouTube all that much. Been sticking around Latin Pain. More
who?
Positive. More Latin Pain.
Oh, I thought you said a second name.
No, Latin Pain. I was over at another show you don't know about. Just laying low, man.
I gotcha. Well, I'm actually all set with talking about them. I'm actually good with all of it, to be honest. I'm just gonna keep it topic related. Say fuck talking about anyone in the community.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah.
What's the point? I'm good.
There is no point. Like, it really isn't. Let them do them. I'm gonna do me. If they want to keep me relevant, that's cool with me. I can care less. It is what it is.
Well, at the end of the day, whatever happens in this small corner of YouTube is not going to affect pretty much anybody. So I say fuck it. But did you do you happen to know who Lex Fridman is or no?
Lex Fridman. Sounds familiar. Who's that?
I was actually surprised to see how famous he was, but he's just a podcaster, interviewer. It kind of like very non-animated, very European in the sense where he's just like, I don't know. He's kind of got a Russian background, so you know how like a lot of folks like they say like Russian people are always serious or something like that.
Yeah.
He's very much like that, but he does a great fucking job, and he's got this like basically a black suit with a black tie, and he interviews some of the most influential people, in the world. So I've been really watching kind of how he goes over different, interviews certain people and the questions that he asks and how he covers it, and I don't know, it's just been a great kind of experience to be able to sit and watch somebody that's like really good at their craft and knows how to like put on a good show without like selling out to like some of the shit part of it. You know what I mean? Like he's not cheaply selling out for entertainment on certain levels, like talking about a certain thing or acting a certain way. He's just doing a great job interviewing incredible people, and he just gets millions of views every time he does that.
You know who else is good at that? Which I'm probably almost positive you've heard of or even watched is Value Tenant.
Oh, good. That's actually, I'm glad you brought that up. But yeah, Andrew Bet David or something like that, I think is. Yeah.
He's great.
Yeah.
He does a lot of the mobsters, all different types of people, man. Very interesting. Very interesting guy.
So actually, one of the things that we're going to cover too is, did you know that what's his name was brought back to Twitter? Crazy motherfucker.
I've never been on Twitter.
Oh my God, what's his name? He's the one who said that he thought the Sandy Hook was fake. I don't know why I can't think of his name.
Sandy Hook was
Alex Jones. Thank you.
Oh, Alex Jones?
So
really?
So for those of you that don't know, Elon first of all renamed Twitter X, and has been really. I think I kind of like stepped away a little bit from Twitter. I feel like Twitter basically was bought by Elon. I'm like, you know what? I support it. I got Twitter. I started using it. I liked it. And then he basically said he was stepping away, put somebody else as CEO, and I just didn't really like a lot of the way that it was working, so I took a step back. But that being said, since Elon has taken over X, you may like it, you may hate it, but if I want to get the news, if I want to get something that's happening faster than any other way possible, so cable news, YouTube, you name it. I guarantee most things you will find first, number one, on X. The moment it breaks, that's where you're going to find something.
Well, Twitter was like that too.
I found out literally hours before anyone could tell me what was wrong with my cell phone. I found it out on Twitter. A week before the crash in Pennsylvania had about all the chemicals, a week before the media talked about it, I knew about it on Twitter. It's just like they just consistently, you're getting good content, and he's providing a platform that allows for, with regard to U.S. law and the Constitution, he allows free speech. And in the process of honoring that, though he didn't want to, Alex Jones being brought back was one of those things that he needed to do. That he, by the way, voted on, and there was over 70% approval with that decision. So Alex Jones was just brought back to Twitter. And then for those of you that don't know this, Alex Jones did believe in a story through different avenues of information that he believed that the shooting in Sandy Hook was a hoax.
Yeah, right. I don't believe it.
Oh, that's good to know. Yeah, and I'm not just saying X, by the way. Thank you, Hassan. I'm not just saying X, by the way. It's basically non-traditional media. I just found that, for me, Twitter has been one of the fastest, if not the fastest, on getting information quickly. Not to mention they have this feature now called Community Notes, which will allow for the post, but an algorithm will figure out if what you're saying is true or not, and then provide the factual information. Non-biased, non-human AI will provide that information as a note onto the statement, so you can really get an assessment for how accurate the statement is based on the community note response and the actual response on X, which is pretty cool. But regardless, there are other, like Hassan said, BitChute I think was may have been the first, so good to know. But my point is that Alex Jones basically was convinced that Sandy Hook was a fake, and there were several things that he said that seemed credible as to why he came to this thought, which I guess he later learned was not the case, and he has since retracted his statement. He does believe that Sandy Hook happened. He's apologized to the parents and to the people that were directly affected, and to this day he's trying to make amends for the statement, and including getting sued, by the way, millions of dollars for saying what he said. So this was a big fucking deal, and to bring him back into Twitter, well, that was a massive headache for Elon to have to deal with, considering Alex Jones' reputation and his inability to really just read the room and not like shut your mouth at a certain point. So, anyways, I applaud Elon for trying to do that. But what brought that up was Andrew Pat David was there, Matt Gaetz was there. What's his name? The former general was there, General Flynn. They had one of the Republican nominees for, it's not a nominee, but Republican guys that are running for president, something Viami or Vivek. I'm terrible at this, but Vivek was there. Just a slew of Andrew Tate was there.
Wow.
Yeah, so they had this town hall, which is live on this topic, and I thought this was fantastic. So we'll probably cover that as well. But kind of bringing all these people together and going live on it to kind of basically celebrate bringing him back, Alex Jones, and also letting us know what he's trying to do to create more free speech. So some pretty cool stuff.
I think I remember Kazoom talking about X1 on a panel.
Oh yeah?
Quite a while back. Yeah. If I'm not mistaken.
I'm still not a big fan of it. I don't like the way it delivers. If I could customize the way it delivers information to me, I'd be much happier. It also seems that he's really, which I don't disagree with, it's just annoying on my part, but he's prioritizing the people that are paying for a membership. So if you're on a free account, your experience is not great. If you have a paid account, you're getting a streamlined experience. You're not getting all the ad blockers or whatever that you traditionally deal with when you're not a member. So it was kind of just like he wants you to just pay his $5 and then he's gonna let you enjoy it.
Yeah, like he really needs the money, right?
Well, it's not about him. It's about making the company profitable, because the company itself is its own entity. It's not about his pocket. It's about is Twitter a functioning machine that produces profit and a service to the community, and that's his job, to make sure it's banging on all cylinders. Believe me, if it was about the money, he probably would have never bought it. Looks like we got a guest backstage here. And, if this is a porn bomber, I'm just going to let them do it because they're doing a great job with imitations. So let's,
no, don't do that. Don't do that.
What's up, Kazoom?
That's right.
Hey, how's it going?
Blink
No,
twice
I think-
if you're real.
No
No,
matter
what?
how old,
Said blink
how
twice
young,
if you're
how
real.
sick, I mean something. I mean
Hey,
something.
Kazoom, I
No
gotta
matter
tell you,
how
I gotta
old,
tell you
how
something real quick. Congratulations on your weight loss, brother. I went back and watched a couple of your older videos when you had a full beard.
Oh yeah.
When it was back when somebody was trying to scam you out of doing some kind of commercial or something like that for them, and you couldn't find nothing, no research on them.
I mean, at my heaviest, okay, I'm 5'7", and at my
Yeah.
heaviest, I was 300 pounds, and
Holy fuck!
I lost 110 pounds,
Right on.
but I've kind of I've gained some of it back. I've gained about 35 of it back, but I'm all right with that. Yeah, I'm like, yeah. I mean, do I want my body to look like a deflated balloon, or do I want to look like something reasonable? So I'm all right. I don't want to gain any more, but I also am not going to totally focus on losing a bunch either, because it's just like you got the hanging skin, so you gotta yeah. There's
Yeah,
a happy
we don't
medium,
discriminate with the
so.
whole balloon thing, though, so you'll never have to worry about that.
Well, congrats to you on that, man.
Were you
Thanks.
actively losing weight? Were you like telling people about this, or did he just kind of?
No,
I mean,
he
this
never
was
mentioned
mainly
it.
at the end of 2017 is when I was around 300, and I decided, holy shit, this is stupid, and I lost weight.
Good.
So
Good for you. Yeah, it's almost like I never know if that's a good thing to say, because it's like, you know, you want to compliment somebody, and then if you find out they like either weren't losing weight or didn't think themselves were fat, and you're like, hey,
I mean,
man,
look,
congratulations on losing weight. They're like, what do you mean?
I was into
wasn't
this
fat.
whole
No, he
weight.
knew.
I was into the whole weight gain scene, and maybe that seems kind of weird, and it is weird.
What do you mean the weight gain scene?
Well, he
There
likes
is
chubby
a
guys.
fetish. It's
Oh.
a fetish.
Oh, like being a furry. You were just
Yeah,
weight-
and
you were
some
like a
people
weight
and
gainer.
some people like being heavy, and I mean, I still like heavy guys. I do. It's just my thing. But
there's no kink shaming here, bro.
Okay, I'm just saying it's just a thing for some people, and for many years I was into the whole gaining scene, and then I realized at the end of 2017, it's like, yeah, this isn't healthy. This is stupid. Let's make some changes. So, and I got down to about 185, but and then just things, just the way things have been going the past year, I'm like, I'm tired of constantly dieting and changing that part of my lifestyle all the time, and I ended up gaining about 35 pounds. So.
185.
But
That's
I'm all
about
right.
what I
I'm not, I hope I won't gain any more weight. I hope to be more active. And so, you know, it's just kind of finding that happy medium, you know?
Yeah, 185 is around my weight. I'm 5'11", though. Hey, Wilma.
Yeah. No, I've been kind of on this like starvation diet that my wife's been putting me on for Jesus. Well, she'll put it in the chat, but it's got to be at least 6 or 7 months where, you know, there's a certain amount of calories I was consuming on a daily basis, and she's basically like, all right, well, you can survive off of this. You're fat, so you're going to get less than that, and this is what you're able to eat.
I mean, I know how to lose weight. I know exactly what I need to do, but it's also kind of miserable because you feel hungry all the
fucking
time.
miserable.
All the time. There's never a time you don't feel hungry. If you are working on things in that way, there is never a time where you don't feel hungry. So it kind of sucks.
I'm literally like hangry like 18 hours a day, and then I sleep for like 3. So it's not there's not many times where I'm not like in a state of like, oh, I'm full, I feel great. It's just like, ugh. But on the flip side, I think I'm down to 160, I think 162, 163, and I'm like 5'8" roughly. So like, and I was, basically over 200.
That's a good weight, though.
Yeah. So it's working. I may hate Sam for it, but it's definitely working. I don't really hate Sam. I'm just messing around. But that's good, man. I'm glad you got down.
Yep. Thanks.
It's healthier, man.
Yeah, for sure. It's also hard when it's like you're into it though, because it's like how do you be into it and then also like not do it and be healthy? It's like I don't know. It's kind of a
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well,
So you just got to find the happy medium and go
exactly.
with it. So.
Well, I don't think you look heavy at all, but I'm also looking at you from like chest up, so the bottom down could be fucking huge, and I would never know. But I'll tell you from this angle, you look great and you look healthy.
Oh, right on.
Because did you really take your? I heard something about you took your clothes off on stream.
Whoa, hey now.
I've been shirtless on stream a few times. Yes.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's what I heard.
Somebody's
Something
got
about
that
you
clip.
took your shirt off or some shit.
Yes, I did. Yes,
I
I'm not
thought
going to
that
do that
was
to you
funny.
guys, though. So
I thought that was funny.
He's not gonna
It's
bless
better
us
than
with the shirt off.
better than what Mike did. Don't pull a Mike Cerrone or
Cerrone, yeah.
Number one on YouTube. Private dinner in Malibu. Show you how to work your stick. Ain't nobody gonna handle you. Put you in a phantom.
Bullshit
Wallace.
pay so I can sit out here and waste my life
Oh, my fault. I was on mute.
Drag back home
How you
and
doing?
drown my troubles away.
Hey, man.
It's a
Good to
damn
see you.
shame. What
Honeybees in the
world's
building.
gotten to for people
What's up,
How you
guys?
see me? My camera's on?
Hey,
No.
see you.
What's up?
How you been? Feeling any better?
I've been all right. I've been good.
Good,
When we
good.
talked about it, things worked out a little bit more. I mean, that was
He
my
ain't talking
fault.
to you. He don't care how you feel. He's talking to
I gotta deal with
honeybees.
it. Oh, shit.
I care how you
I'm pretty
feel. How
chill,
you
right?
feeling,
I
Eric?
don't give a fuck about me. I'm good. I'm good.
Care about
How are you,
Things are
Eric?
gonna get better, you know?
Good, man. It's good to see you guys.
Good. Good to see you. Good to see you, Eric.
It's good to see you, Mr. P. I'm glad you back up there, you know?
Facts,
Hanging out with my
facts.
gang members.
Am I in the
banana
gang?
and
Am I
shit,
part
you
of the
know?
team?
It's like he's the leader. I'm just the muscle, like I said. You know, he's the leader.
Yeah.
Gotta talk to him.
man, I haven't heard this one in a while.
The average
Bananas 2.0.
just
you know
went
what I'm
up
saying?
about 2%.
Yo,
for everybody
what's
on the
that?
panel. What's good?
Not my
What's
song.
good?
2% milk.
Zero.
What's that?
Zero's
What's
in the
that?
building.
What's good, buddy?
How you doing?
Good. How you doing, man?
Hey,
Long
TR,
time no
it's
see.
good to see you.
Eric,
Southern Belle.
Kazoom.
What's up, rambling man?
Pacific Northwestern Bell.
How's that vodka treating you over there?
Oh,
Fine
And
and
honeybees, how you
dandy. Both fine and dandy.
Mm.
More importantly, what are you guys smoking on? Because I know Kazoom's always on that like top tier.
I got military
I mean,
chocolate.
I got the pen. Yeah, I got these. I got the pen. It's the good pen. It's the great stuff. It's. I prefer it over any regular weed or like. Okay, if I did dabs are great, but there's all this hassle with dabs. You either have to use it an e-dabber or you have to have a blowtorch on glass. It's just like, no, I'll pass. This is the pen. The pens are the the next best thing as far as
Fuck
I'm
that.
concerned.
It's called flour. Smoke that.
Flour.
I like flour. I like
No, the flour. This is like 10 times stronger than the flour. Sorry.
Yeah, the
I don't do
terpenes and stuff in the pen are so much stronger. I agree with that.
Fuck, they're strong.
But the high is totally different because I smoke flour. Like right now, I've got some Madrina cookies and military chocolate. Both of them are high in THC on the indica level. I don't really care for sativa.
I'm going to.
Yeah, I'm an indica person myself for sure.
Yeah,
I gotta calm things down. I've got slow things down because my mind is paranoid and yeah. So
I like
sativa just makes it worse.
Which one is the downer? The sativa is the one. The sativa is the downer, right?
No, you got the opposite. Sativa is the mind high and can almost make you almost a little anxious. And indica is the one that slows you down. It's more of a body high.
This is how I remember it. Indica means in the couch.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. In the couch.
I was so mad.
Mm-hmm.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Cheers.
All right. I never did that one again.
He's getting quartered over.
That's the way. Now I know. I ain't doing that again.
Yeah, the happy medium is live resin. If you can find a pen that has live resin, that's kind of like you're getting the same profile that you would get if you smoke flower, but it's still in a pen form. You get all the
for sure.
terpenes,
That's what I
the
usually
full
get. I
spectrum.
usually get the live resin pen, the cartridges. Yes.
Yeah,
They make you cough your ass off, though.
Yeah, they do.
That's what I don't like.
They're good stuff, though, man. They're good stuff. I mean, once you're done coughing, you don't have it's not like you build up the tar buildup isn't nearly as extreme.
But I like the whole experience of rolling my flour.
Yeah, I love the smell.
Flour.
Yeah.
I mean, when you do the flour, some of the high is just part of general smoke inhalation that you'd experience at a campfire. So that's part of the high.
All I need.
I don't know, Kazoom. I've smoked flower and I've smoked pen, and the pen has really, if I don't watch it, it'll make me really congested. Flower doesn't do me like that. Now I don't know why
I've had the congestion. It depends. It depends on the way you cough too.
Yeah,
well, it's a different congestion. It's tar versus vapor abuse on your lungs.
And it goes out your nose, and then you get the stuffed nose thing.
Right. Have you ever sneezed from smoking on it?
Oh, it's horrible. It's terrible.
It is.
Yes.
It is. The sneezes that come is like, that's so weird.
And then you got that nasty taste because it's not what went in there.
Now the pens that I've gotten, they've all tasted good. Like the number one pen that I like is grape sodas. And it actually tastes like grape when you do it. Mm-hmm. And it's real smooth, and it makes you laugh. I mean, it just makes you laugh.
The giggles.
Yeah. And
the
I really...
The wacky, yeah.
Yeah, I like a body high, you know?
I like that flower.
Yeah.
No, it's really the vapor part that's the part that hurts the lungs the most. That's where you hear like popcorn lung and all that stuff. I remember when I was in like high school, every once in a while I'd go over somebody's house that had like a crazy bong, especially like a gravity bong.
Yes.
And I just remember there was like a couple times where I took a hit where it went from white smoke to that yellow smoke. Yeah. And then I'm like, all right, I'm still going to do it. And then you take the whole hit in, and then you just realize you just fucked yourself. And like that cough comes so early that like I'm pretty sure I blew smoke out of my ears because my ears were burning as well as my nose, right? And then it's just like, then you're just in that like, you want to hide from everybody because you're just like way too high. But
your nose grew.
A couple of those hits, man, was like, oof, never again.
Getting contact high from fucking Kazoom over here. I don't know what the hell is going on.
I wish I was getting contact high. Yeah, what's this moon rocks? I've seen it. Was it like just resin or something?
I'm hearing a lot about moon rocks.
Yeah. Isn't that wax?
It scares me.
I don't know. I'm
It's like
gonna
a
look it
wax,
up.
but it's got. I'm pretty sure it's got some kind of
Dabs, hash, whatever.
No, it's got like some like not the crystals, but the resin heads. I think it like combines hash and like
Oh,
resin
Keef?
or something. Keef, yeah. I think.
Okay.
Or
No,
Kiefer
that's not.
Sutherland.
That's not
the
what it is.
crystals.
Moon rocks are made by taking a nugget of marijuana and dipping it or spraying it with concentrate or hash
Ooh.
oil.
Okay.
So it's
So,
bud and
It is bud,
concentrate. Oh.
and they're calling it a
it's
THC megazord.
What now?
They're rolled in keef. They're buds that are just rolled in keef.
Is that what they're calling that
mega
stupid
what?
shit now?
Yeah.
Hassan said it's like a gooey.
We used to have way back in the fucking day, like dip it in like the oils or hash oils or honey.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what they're
The
calling it.
vials
Is
of
moon
keep,
rocks.
whatever.
To dip it. Dip it good.
Dip it.
Here's
Ooh, I
one
bet
thing you
I bet
probably
you that's
do not want to
amazing.
try. Make a salad out of nugs and eat that shit.
Ugh.
I did that one.
Have you ever
Ooh,
eaten a nug?
yeah, no, that
It's
was
just
rough.
was not
Oh,
made
hell yeah.
to eat.
Love it.
It's just not. Oof.
It's
I
not.
love it.
It's well. I mean, it's not going to get you high if you just do a
No, it
nugget.
really didn't.
It just
made
won't
me
do
feel
a damn
will.
thing. It
I
won't
promise
do
you, if you
anything.
eat some nugs, an hour later you will get fucked up.
Oh, yeah.
I ate a whole bowl of this
Not
shit with like
no, not by
Italian
much.
dressing and
No.
some other shit. And was
Bro,
like,
I literally like when I was living at the house with my mom, I could not smoke, and I was like, all right, well, I'll just eat it, and I thought I wasted it. It was like I literally ate probably 2 to 3 bowls worth of weed, like a big joint, whatever, and I was an hour later, I'm like, wow, I just wasted that whole thing, and then like half an hour just passed, and I was walking up the stairs, and it just fucking hit me.
It's kind of like an edible.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I
and
thought,
dude, I was like
thought
tripping.
You
I
had
couldn't
to,
even talk to people.
What is it that like you
I
have
got like
you
that
have
one
to
time.
you have to heat it up to a certain degree. So there's this. I can't remember the name of this process.
Yeah,
but you
yeah,
heat
when
it
they
up to a
cook it.
certain degree, and then when you eat it, it will go into your system.
So
but it has to be
you're
brought
right
to
and
the
wrong.
certain temperature.
You're right and wrong.
Oh.
So there's it's the acid precursor. So there's THCA and then there's THC. So heat will get
Decarb.
the
Yes,
acid.
that was the
Correct.
phrase. Damn it, Diane said decarb.
Decarb.
That's the phrase.
So I think it's like decarbonization or decarboxing or something. I forget the whatever. Anyways, when that heat hits, the acid precursor goes, and you like what you're saying is basically it doesn't attach in our heads as THCA. It has to be either decarbed or whatever. But something happens when you eat it, and your digestive system actually changes it in your gut, and it's different than if you smoke it, and it's actually a different. It's a different. I forget. Somebody can look it up, but it's a different compound, and you're more akin to trip off of it. Like it's almost like a little bit of a mushroom trip on top of the THC, and that's when you eat it. It's not nothing to do with smoking.
And it's a great high. It's really
and
nice.
not to mention that the decarbonization happens naturally. So just because you have a bud and it's not heated, you actually have a natural acid drop off over time, which is what you achieve in curing. So you don't have to also.
It's not nearly to the.
No,
if it's
of course.
Not decarb
of course.
though, you're not going to get that much. It'll probably be half the amount.
That's probably right. But if something happens when you eat it and it changes that where it doesn't matter about the acid, somebody can figure out the science on that. But
Okay, so it says
Let's all
here
get high.
that
I got you
raw
backstage.
cannabis contains THCA and CBDA compounds that must be exposed to heat, such as in smoking or baking, to turn it into an active form of THC and CBD. Therefore, eating raw cannabis will not result in the same effects as consuming cannabis that has been heated.
Nobody cared about that back in the day, and nobody even called it that. He was like, fuck, I'm gonna get high.
Hey, I'll take it as I get it. I love weed.
I like apparently liquor and everything else because I went out and spent $400 on liquor. Oops.
What?
Yeah.
I don't care for alcohol.
Scotch. I ended up picking up different scotches. I picked up
Yeah,
an
marijuana,
18-year Chivas Regal that was
everything.
about
$400 on liquor in how much time? A year or
Welcome,
what?
Hassan.
Oh no, I'm not
Something fun.
opening any of this shit till.
I consider alcohol poison.
Well,
It's just
it
not
is.
good for me.
It's
just
not.
not good for
It's
me.
alcohol is not good. I just wish I was less paranoid and panicky. I wish I didn't have a panic disorder, anxiety disorder. I wish I didn't have that. If I
feel you.
didn't have that, like I'm very introverted. But when I do alcohol, it changes that, and I wish I could be like that without it. I really do. I wish I just wish I was more
buzzing, not
extroverted.
full blown, wasted.
Check out a homeopathic doctor.
I'm the same. I'm the same way, Kazoom. I mean, I
Sorry,
use weed
somebody
the
new
same
came up.
way.
Weed, even though I enjoy it in some ways, it also makes me a little more worried and paranoid and anxious. Weed does for me.
Yeah.
Like paranoid, like something's always watching you, or this or that.
Yeah, but
Or I
isn't
could
that
look
what the
into, like, I
isn't
could
that what
go
the
in-
head high does? The
it's not
head high
necessarily
makes you
against
paranoid.
not necessarily
Body high.
something against me, but I could look at conspiracy theories and that sort of thing and take them more seriously than I should.
Okay.
I want to get paranoid off of it. But
everybody's different.
If you want to be high, you don't want to be
that's
paranoid.
why, but that's why I
Drink
generally do indica versus sativa. If
Oh,
I just
okay,
do
yeah.
sativa,
The
it's just
anxiety.
worse. I like the indica part because it makes me a little there's
Calms
part of
you
me that it
down.
makes more it's part of me that it makes me a little more paranoid just because that's just weed in general, but it at least has something that's calming about it.
Yeah,
And then
yeah.
that's why I like indica. So
do you forget how
too,
to breathe sometimes? And you're like, oh shit, cottonmouth beyond belief.
It's great when that
smoke a
happens.
lot.
When that happens, I'm like, hey, this is some good stuff.
Oh, that cottonmouth.
Massive
But after a
cottonmouth.
while,
Oh yeah, that's great. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a great indicator.
like, what the fuck is cottonmouth? Oh, it sucks.
I want to try some
If
moon
you still
rocks.
get paranoid, that means you don't smoke a lot. Normally, that's what that means.
I
Normally, yeah, but
barely
I'm
smoking. I still don't
yeah.
get paranoid, so I don't know.
I don't get paranoid. Just, I mean, I'm out in the middle of nowhere and I'm by
I
myself.
laugh my ass off and
I
fuck
don't,
around with the cops.
Plus,
In
it's
fact,
legal.
when I smoke, I think I become more alert and more level-headed. Like the
Yeah,
paranoia part is normally like when you first start off smoking because you're not too familiar with the effects, from smoking. But like once you get past that stage, it is great.
But when you have a panic disorder or an anxiety disorder, which
weed helps.
some weed can make that just expound and be so big that for other people it doesn't affect them like that.
Exactly.
But
Exactly.
I've been there. I've been to where I've been, smoking in my trailer by myself, and all of a sudden I hear these dogs barking, and I look out my window, and next door, I have my windows open, mind you, smoking. And next door across the street is canine unit going in to the people's house with the fucking dogs. And I'm sitting there blowing weed smoke out of my
What a
window.
great movie.
Well, I mean, if you're in a state, I mean, one of the things that changed a lot of this for me is I mean, I'm in Washington State, and they legalized. Yeah, it's legal here, so I don't have to worry about that. But if I remember before it was legalized, just how worried I always was whenever I do weed. So I don't know where you are, but if it's still illegal, then yeah, that would be worrisome.
What
Yeah.
he did back in the day was smoke behind the police station.
Well,
Don't
it's
go to
legal for
parks.
me. I have a medical marijuana license, and so it's legal for me. But of course, there are certain rules and laws that you have to abide by, even when you have a medical marijuana license.
What is that? No guns.
Well, first of all, if you're going to the pharmacy, you want to always make sure that you have a receipt of your purchases and what you have on hand. And then don't let anything be smoked or, dealt with inside of a car. It has to be totally closed off, like just purchased. You don't want to be smoking in your car.
I know there's some with the cannabis thing that you can't own a gun or register for a gun, and that's I don't know if it's every state.
What state is that? Oh yeah, what states are those? Yeah, that's interesting. Yes, I
I'm
agree.
I'm in Louisiana. I'm a backwards ass state. We don't even have counties. We have parishes.
Oh shit.
Yeah, we still hold up some of the old French laws, which are just so outdated. It's ridiculous.
I know Colorado was one, California. I don't know about Nevada, but that's probably another one.
Mm-hmm.
And any other states that are recreational or have cannabis for the most part.
Yeah, they still go after people that, anytime you're driving and they smell marijuana.
Oh yeah.
They're going to automatically assume you've been smoking or you have something in the car.
Because
that's good stuff.
Federally, it's
Diane.
still illegal, but
Yeah.
And one of the things about if you are in a state where it is legal and you can get these pens, and I mean, you can get the stuff that's unflavored, and even that doesn't smell like weed. It doesn't really smell like weed.
Really?
So they would have to yeah, they'd have to really be.
You're talking about flying?
I'm talking about these pens.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean,
Pens
you
where
can fly
you got these
with
cartridges
pens.
that you can get a bunch of
fly
different
with,
stuff,
like, an ounce
and it
of
does
weed.
when you do these vapes, it does
They
not
don't smell
like it does not smell like weed.
Yeah, it doesn't smell like flour.
However, maybe they're conscious of these other smells, but if you get there are things that you can get for these pens that are flavored in such a way that you'd never be able to tell that it was actually weed. They could just think that it was an air freshener or it was something that was tobacco oriented. You got the tobacco vapes and stuff. They could never tell. They could never ever tell.
Hey, the fuck you can if you're walking around Walmart and you're like, all of a sudden when I'm fine and I'm high as shit because some asshole walking in front of you constantly.
I don't know. I think it's kind of I think it's kind of fun to occasionally get completely wasted, stoned, weed, vape, whatever you want to call it, and go into Walmart and just walk around.
No, I tried that.
I don't know.
time
It's just
with a
sometimes
cancer.
entertaining. It's maybe that sounds stupid, but
no, it is. You're right, and you don't usually buy
fucking
anything because
ever,
you can't make a decision in that state. But it's definitely entertaining for sure.
It is. It's better than a mall. It's much better than a shopping mall. You can go to a shopping mall in that state, and it's like but you find at Walmart you find people that they don't care how they look or how they appear or how
That's true.
It's just like you find people that come there in their pajamas.
Yeah.
It's just
and like the 800
Yo, have you ever seen Idiocracy, Kazoo?
I've seen parts of it, pieces
if
of
you
it,
watch
but I've
the
not
movie
watched the whole thing.
Idiocracy, Walmart is basically a preview of like that movie. Like, yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Just think, my mother-in-law works at Walmart, and she's a door greeter. So she gets to see all the crazy shit.
Yeah, I think Walmart is the worst of the worst. And I used to like Walmart But then when you realize like they make it a thing to where if you purchase product and you're walking out the door and they have someone there that's supposed to check your receipt, if you refuse, they make it seem like you stole something, no matter who you are. They will make
Oh,
a
yeah,
big
that's why
deal
you just
about
The
it.
walk
only
in and
time,
out.
listen,
That's stupid.
Wait though.
Hassan,
I understand why they think that, why they're
Isn't
worried
that
yeah,
your
about
job?
that. I
Isn't that their
mean,
job?
yes. My
that's their
mother-in-law is a
job.
That's
door
Yeah,
their
grader.
I mean, I think
bag.
when I go to Costco. I'm a member at Costco, and I've gotten used to the entire time them checking your receipt to make sure what you
Yes.
have in the cart is. I've gotten used to that sort of thing. It's just like they're just trying to have theft prevention in some way. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm all right. I don't like the fact that they even feel that they have to do that.
You
As
don't
far
have
as
to
Dude,
like
they're
do
the
that.
opposite of a greeter. They
There's Fred
literally, that's
Meyer. There are some Walmarts where they're in such an area where they have a bunch of things locked up, as
Oh,
well
yeah.
as
They're locked
having
up
people
everywhere.
at the like you say, people that want to check your receipt as you go out. But
But
it's
they
their
have
job. They gotta
rules.
check.
Well,
They're
if
literally
it
saying goodbye to
was,
you, and they're checking your receipt.
Yeah, they
how
have
would
I mean,
you
that's
rules.
feel
their
if it
And,
was
job.
every store?
yeah.
that is their
Like,
job. Yes.
What you should do
As
is take an old receipt that has nothing on it that you bought, and watch the fact
Because
that they
they're
actually don't
looking
check
at
that
it,
receipt.
damn it, most of the
Oh
Well,
yeah,
time.
the Fred.
usually the reason they check you to begin with is because something is out of a bag. Is for them
That's
a
why.
reason to stop, and it's out of a bag, and they just want to
Most of
make
the time, I mean,
sure that it was purchased. Just like
But
Kazoom was
but ask
saying.
yourself this though: the AI cameras that are all throughout Walmart that put
Mm-hmm.
those square yellow, things over your body and face, they're watching whether or not you put something extra in the cart or whether or not you made the hand motion to scan something. If you watch, that's what
What is
those
an
systems
because them
AI?
do.
cameras
So,
don't
What's an
work,
AI
first of all.
camera?
But you
like
have to have
Those
a
cameras do
camera
not
human.
system
work.
that's pretty much ran by AI. It's pretty much being viewed and data is being gathered by these cameras, via
Do you
AI. And AI
So
is
Hassan.
do you
studying
think
it.
they have that
So
technology right now?
At Walmart, yeah, they've already said it.
so
Oh,
when this
somebody's watching.
information comes in, what do they do with it, Hassan?
Put it on fucking
Do they
YouTube
call on
like
their
the rest of the
walkie-talkie to
assholes.
the door grader and say, "Hey, I want you to check out people at number 14 coming through." Da da da. Da. That's
No,
what they
somebody's.
do.
Most of the cameras
How
are not like they're. What do you call it? In Walmarts, there's certain sections that, like electronic, video game,
Oh no, they
alcohol,
have
certain.
cameras now all throughout Walmart. It
Everywhere.
is a
They
very,
do,
very
And
but
they
they're
all have
not.
sophisticated
and they're
Some of
system.
them are
and they're
bullshit.
all do 360 motion and they can
Yeah,
They
zoom in
they
and see the name
360.
on a check that's written.
yeah,
yes,
they're very sophisticated.
Yeah.
how fast
Think
do you
about
think
it.
they're able to process that information in real time in contrast to after someone has achieved a crime and they're already gone?
Well, when you pay with it like a card or anything else like that, doesn't really matter.
Well, take for instance, I'll give
If
y'all an
they've paid for it,
example.
if they've already paid for it, then where's the theft?
There
And
is
that's
no
the
theft.
thing.
That's why
Who
most
wants
people
to
walk
be
out the door. They
harassed
got a
after
problem, fuck
paying for
off.
something already? Imagine if every store you went to did that, not just Walmart or Costco's. Imagine if every single store you went to was like, "Oh, hey, sir, before you
I've
walk out
been to
our
every
doors,
store and
I
they've
want to
all
see your
done that.
receipt."
I wouldn't mind that, but I mean,
But
it
yeah,
I
what
wouldn't
if
don't
you
I
necessarily.
don't
said,
care
"Oh,
that
I
much
didn't
about it.
Yeah.
I
look,
just think
look"?
it's
What
sad.
if you
Just
said,
imagine
"What
it's
if
like
you
a
said
parking
I
ticket.
didn't get a receipt"? Wait a minute. What if you said,
Well,
"Hey,
what if
I didn't get a receipt," and they say, "Oh yeah, you can't take this card out until our cashier goes back into the system and reprints your receipt
And
so
you
I
tell
can
them to
make
fuck
sure." What?
off, have on at that
if
point.
you've been in a
I
store
think
if you've been in a store for 15 to 20
They
minutes
know fucking
and you leave, you
walk
can't
out
find
the
your
door.
receipt. That's questionable to me. I mean,
I think
when I go
No,
and purchase
Honeybee, I'm
items, I
saying
want a
like if you're a
receipt.
person that doesn't request your receipt, you know how sometimes you have the option to, hey, I don't want
Oh,
my
so
receipt.
that's a good excuse. So that's a good excuse for me
I don't think
to
they do that at this
ask you
particular
for your
store.
receipt.
I don't
Yeah.
give you the option, actually.
No, they don't. You get a receipt. I promise
I'd
you.
capture mine if I could. Well, good thing about having a receipt is if somebody says you did something somewhere else, be like, hey, fuck you, I was here. Here's my receipt.
Yeah,
Time,
exactly.
date, fuck off.
I want my receipt because I want to
And
be able to,
that has happened to us.
show
Well,
what
at least in my life.
know.
Not everybody's
I
life.
just think a lot of this stuff wouldn't be nearly as necessary if
people would
in
stop
some
stealing.
well if police
self-checkout
and the legal system were to punish people more for the shoplifting than they are now. I mean, you got places like California that are like, oh, well, if it's less than $900 of what they're stealing,
Yeah.
then they can't
Yeah.
do anything. And it's just like, this is the
Yeah, that's
stupidest shit
crazy.
ever. It's
Yeah, that's
crazy. What
crazy.
are these cities doing to themselves? We're gonna be history is going to look very negatively on some of these big cities as far as the policy they're
That's
pushing
why I
towards.
said fucking cities. There you go.
You know those self
It's big
checkouts
cities.
in Target?
Because it's not the same in the smaller towns.
Big liberal run cities. Be specific.
You've got the Walmarts in the smaller towns, and they don't usually have this problem.
I'm in a small ass town and everything is locked the fuck up.
Not at my
Exactly.
store.
Like,
Exactly.
That might have been.
I
That's
didn't
what
know
we're
it
saying.
was that bad.
Not at my store.
Shit.
There. I mean, yeah, when
Holy
you go
shit!
into
I didn't know it was that. Everything I've been told by other people was different, and so that's interesting. If that's
all
really
the
the
meth
case.
heads.
Oh my goodness! Wow.
I mean, you can go into
Walmart and stuff is locked up. And
yeah,
it's
you
in
go
the
into
country,
Walgreens or you go into some place like that around here, CVS. Of course, there's medicines locked up because they had a theft issue.
Razor blades.
What about
because of the meth
Who
users.
the fuck locks
basic
up
things
socks?
like
Honeybee.
shampoo or
razors.
Deodorant.
or
Well, now I can
Tums
understand the
or
razors.
mouthwash.
No, the most valuable stuff right
razors
now
too.
is
Yeah,
toilet
that's
paper
another one,
all day
yeah.
long.
All
like,
day.
It's like fucking money that
Shit
you wipe your
paper.
ass with.
Yeah,
Yeah, 'cause
shit
there's
paper.
dick
It will
shit out
always be
there
the
on
number
can.
one.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, another pandemic where everybody freaks
man.
the fuck out. I gotta buy
Oh, that's
$5,000
depressing to know that that's made its way into the small towns. I had no idea.
Oh yeah.
There are whole underground productions of toilet paper. There are
that's
underground
so
toilet
depressing.
paper cartels right now.
It's depressing because
stand
it's
toilet
just showing
paper.
the degradation of Western civilization. Everything is falling apart because everyone is questioning regular things, and they're going with this notion of my truth versus the notion of there
Take
being
another
an objective
drink.
truth. Holy crap, that's so depressing. I just had no idea that had really spread to the small towns too. I had no idea until you mentioned that, man.
What's the size town that you live in? Because where I live is like I live about 20 minutes outside of the city. And the city has about 40,000, 45.
Yeah, that's where we're at now.
So, I mean,
I'm in Tacoma, Washington. That's about 35-40 miles south of Seattle.
Oh, you're up there by DS.
okay, I've got some friends in Washington, a girlfriend of mine.
And Seattle is just worrisome.
Yeah.
It's not the place it was 10 years ago. Oh no. So much has changed. There are so many areas you don't want to be near at all.
Yeah, that's sad.
Yeah, fuck them cities.
There's some places like this here now. I mean, it's getting. We had an officer involved shooting the other day, they're now investigating the cop that did the shooting. And there's shootings almost every day over in one part of the city. That's kind of the place you don't want to be. But yeah, theft is really such. Let me tell you, my mother-in-law got a call on the walkie-talkie telling her that there was a guy heading her way that had a backpack, and one of several of the workers had seen him putting packages of steaks into his backpack, and he walked through and he was on her way to her. Well, what people don't understand is that greeters can only go so far on the sidewalk. Okay.
No, fuck
They
you,
cannot
can
they
chase your
cannot
asshole
take
out.
hold they cannot take hold of your buggy.
Are you kidding
They
me?
can. Yeah, there's certain things they cannot do. Well, as he was heading that way, other people inside the store caught up with him. Now, they can do something different, but she as a greeter cannot. But those other people took him into custody, and of course, he said he was just hungry, but he had a bunch of steaks. Okay, if you're just
Yeah, I heard you
hungry,
can't
Yeah,
even
I mean,
chase them no more.
California is the most
Those
extreme
secret shoppers
state
can. They
as
can chase
far
you and
as
tap
far
your
oh
as
shit
these
yeah, they'll
down
get.
and hold
allowances.
you until the police get there.
Yeah,
Who?
yeah, you can. AI will take you into custody. They sure
Who's
will.
AI?
No, I
Not
said the
AI,
secret
but
shop.
AP, not
Okay,
AI.
that
I'm
makes more
sorry.
sense. I was
I
like,
was
what?
getting, I was getting those. I'm a little high.
Oh,
I was just rambling.
Join the party.
Oh goodness.
as the one
What is
asshole over
that?
here is muting
Live
everybody.
resin.
All
Raw
right,
water.
man.
Okay, nice.
A little dab will do ya.
A little dab will do
What
ya.
is that? I don't know.
Those are
Son had a
cards.
lot of it too.
Nice.
Man, is Brill cream even a thing anymore? Can you even still get it? I know there's like
Heavy cream?
Vitalis, but Brill cream.
Oh, bro. I don't know
How
what
was
that is.
that?
Brill
I don't know.
cream, a little dabble do ya. It was
That's
from the
right.
30s or 40s or something. It was this stuff that guys would put in
Put
their
on their
hair that
hair.
would
Oh, like
yeah,
pomade
it
and
was probably based on petroleum
grease.
jelly, and that was just they didn't care. So
I know there's pomade. I used to
Hey,
use
hey,
that
what
for
about
makeup.
remember sour cream? I think it was Daisy sour cream, a dollop of
a
He's
dollop
Daisy.
talking
of
about
Daisy,
hair
yes,
products. You're
yes.
talking about.
But you know what? That's about the only brand that you can find that it doesn't have a bunch of additives added to it. It doesn't have a bunch of
Really?
additives. It's the one that's purely a genuine sour cream. Like
Mm.
if you went for their light version, then yeah, you have the additives. But if you just
Okay.
go for the regular, it's the most pure out of any of the other brands.
Yeah, a dollop of Daisy.
Yeah.
I really don't care for sour cream. I'm just.
Oh, I could eat that
I
like
mean,
right out of the container. I love
yeah,
sour cream.
Oh my.
yeah.
I mean, if I was to go for flavor, yeah, I could probably
Baked
do that.
potato.
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, but
I like to
oh
cook
man,
with it.
I would regret it later. So
Yeah, I like to cook with it. I'll put it in casseroles. I'll cook gravies and stuff, but I really don't like it just on a taco or burrito.
Oh,
Or just like the
oh, I
container in
love
front
it
of a
on a
movie.
Yeah,
taco for
no,
sure. Yeah, no, it's
no, can't
great.
do
I
that.
love it.
I gotta have it in the burrito.
Now, my husband and
In the what?
mother-in-law, they like crema.
Burrito.
Do you know what crema
Oh
is? The
yeah,
Mexican crema?
one of my favorite dishes is pollo a la crema for
Mm,
sure.
okay.
Love it,
I
love
don't
it,
know
absolutely
exactly
love
what
it.
that is. It sounds like, is it
That's
chicken?
chicken.
Chicken with
Yes.
sour cream?
Tomorrow's Taco Tuesday,
it's
baby.
it's chicken in a cream sauce.
Oh,
And
okay.
they'll put it on this plate that has you got the chicken in the cream sauce that has onions and mushrooms and stuff in it, and then you've got they'll put the rice, the Mexican rice, and frijoles, the bean.
The bean dip?
Daisy is the best.
I wouldn't call it necessarily bean dip because that I think of like the cheap stuff that you go to the grocery store and
Gay! Did Mr. P look at the fucking
Sound like you talking about refried beans.
The phrase I was trying to refried. What's the word? Refried. Yes, refried beans. Yes.
Yes, frijoles.
And then
you're making a prison hookup.
You can
They
light 'em on
usually
fire
give
and
you
use
a
them like
bunch
candles,
of
too.
tortillas
Yeah.
with it.
Oh yes, tortillas.
That is
I
a
make.
tortilla.
I like my own corn tortillas. I make my own.
Yeah, that's always
Nice.
best.
Yeah,
Nice.
I mean it's an art, man, but it's easy to do once you learn once you get that dough down and you have the press, and you have the right equipment to cook the corn tortillas on. I mean, it takes a while, to get them all cooked. Once you get them pressed, you press them, you have to cook them. Put them in a little steam bag, and they keep them steamed up. So, but yeah, I love fresh corn tortillas. Ooh,
Nice.
Where did
Turn them
Mr.
into
P
chips.
go? Master P, PP.
Yeah, you
PP
gotta
calls
in order to
word.
get anything close to that.
Take it easy, buddy.
Damn it.
yeah, I use masa.
Is he even here? Did he pass out? Where's Sam at?
He's here.
Does he not hear me?
Yeah,
He is
right.
here. He's talking.
Oh, he's muted. I don't know what the hell's going on.
The fuck?
Who?
He's right there.
I can't hear him.
Chewing the cud.
Oh, Lord.
Dude, why don't you drop down and come back if you can't hear me?
No, read the back of the.
I sure
hear
heard
you
you
now.
fine. I didn't hear any issues.
No.
Oh no.
Let's continue without him for a few minutes.
He was just born a rambling man.
Yeah, he's on fire.
Yeah. So, what other kind of foods do you like? I want to try that chicken stuff. That sounds good.
What chicken
What chicken stuff?
Oh, Lord.
The polio dish you was talking about?
Are y'all
Y'all gotta stop
smoking
talking about
this
food.
food?
I'm fucking dying.
Yeah,
beans and rice.
that's good. And there's also pollo a la mole, which mole sauce is actually based on chocolate. It's not necessarily a sweet chocolate, but it is based on cocoa.
Right.
So,
yeah.
so Zero wanted an entrance, which is why I did this.
That one's more sensitive. And so, like it's a hit or miss sort of thing. It's like a hit, like 70 or 80% of the time, and a miss. They just like sometimes they just get it wrong, and you're like, no, that's not the great combo. But when you find the stuff that's good, it's great stuff.
And here he comes.
Normally, cocoa is bitter.
Ta-da!
You happy?
Yes, thank you.
Such a loser. Whatever makes Zero happy. That's why I'm here.
Yay, Zero. You're back.
Sorry, what? He played the wrong song. I was like, that's not for me. It just threw me off. Sorry.
Start over.
Yeah, it's basically.
This is a
So
start over.
that's the one you want officially?
Yo, that intro was actually
Might as
excellent.
well.
I kind of got Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2 PS2
Right?
days.
Oh, Amanda, really? I wouldn't mind if.
Bro.
I mean, that's
How,
not my
how do you
favorite
guys
song, but
how do you guys
works.
feel about what Amanda said?
What she
She
said.
says I don't care what people do on their own personal time, but damn, I don't want my groceries to smell like pot. Would it bother
Why
you
do your
if you got your
groceries smell like
groceries?
pot? Where are you buying your
It
groceries?
would definitely
Yeah,
bother.
That's so the people who work at
Oh,
these
the
places
Instacart?
smoke marijuana and then they handle her groceries. Come
Yo,
on, guys.
put it in the review. You gotta say, hey, he was
Yeah,
on
put it
time, but
in the
my shit
review.
smelled like
Rather it
cannabis,
smell
you
like
know?
weed than
I'm
ass.
suddenly thinking
Cigarettes
about
or-
every time I go to the grocery store and there.
Oh my gosh.
I go to the grocery store and the person that handles the bags, they're putting things into the bags. They
Yeah.
wear so much perfume or cologne
Oh.
that it gets saturated into
Transfers.
the bag. It transfers, and you're like, wow. You get back to your place and you're putting the bags away. Oh my goodness, where did this smell come from? And it's because they wore so much of that
Well,
perfume or cologne.
Amanda says she has a former canine dog from an canine agency. She said her groceries were a mess. Oh, poor buddy.
I would say
Oh my goodness.
go to the grocery store your damn self.
Yeah, I was gonna
That's
say,
what I would say.
I think America Erickson's a little hard to please. I'm just gonna go out and
Well, I
quote
mean,
him.
and
wife
somebody
does
just
the shopping,
said Southern
so-
Belle says she can't stand cigarette smoke. So, and look, I smoke, but I used to be a non-smoker, so I totally understand. If you're a non-smoker, you can pick up the scents of cigarettes and marijuana and all kinds of stuff, perfumes, colognes,
No, that's
whatever.
unacceptable. You cannot
Oh, yeah.
mishandle bananas. That's outrageous.
That's right, you cannot.
I stay away from all the artificial scents so much that when I come to somewhere that there's a raw sewage leak or something where they have a drain or something where there's actual raw sewage, I smell the smell of all the products that people use actually like three times as strong as the actual smell of human waste. It's like at least three times as strong. It's sad. It's sad how much we've gotten used to how much scented stuff that we've got around.
Yeah. I can't do too many things like that. Like burning incense gives me headaches. Certain scented candles give me headaches. Even my husband, when he will cook up, we live on a small homestead and we have chickens, a lot of roosters and chickens.
Oysters?
Roosters and chickens, and
oysters.
Not oysters.
Oysters and chickens. There we go.
I heard oysters. I was like, yeah, that sounds great.
But he'll cook up beans like pinto beans because they're really high in protein and iron for the chickens, and he'll put oregano. And oregano, oh, I cannot stand oregano. But yet I love Mexican food. And my husband just cannot understand it. But there's certain
oregano would be found
Yeah.
more in Italian foods than Mexican foods.
Right. And I love Italian food, but I love Mexican food better.
That's probably
What?
No, I love Mexican food better.
I think Mexican food has a more, like, if you go for the food groups, Mexican food has more balance to it than Italian. Italian, I mean, you don't. How often do you have the green side, the chlorophyll side
That's the
brought to
parsley.
your porcelain?
No,
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm talking about the stuff that comes from
I got
green
you, like,
plants.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
like if you
Broccoli.
have if you have a salad on the side of whatever you're eating, that covers it. But like if you just went for the main course, like
Yes, pasta,
lasagna or spaghetti, you don't have all the other sides. And in a
Mm-hmm.
lot of Mexican foods, Mexican meals, you have all these options that are around that give you a more well-balanced meal as far as the food groups?
Actually, yes, you do. Depending on the Italian places you
They
go
have it
to,
in Italian
there
food
is a
too.
lot of greens, this and
I
that.
think
But
mainly
yes,
because
most of
Like
the
in,
what?
you
meat
know,
is heavy.
in
Like
Mexico that
what?
stuff is freshly picked.
Pasta and broccoli, pasta and peas. There's so many different ways to make
There
pasta.
is a lot. Yeah, but it's always fucking pasta. I'm talking about the
Zucchini.
pasta list. And there is for Italian. It just depends on where you're going. But yes,
It's a lot
basically
of
it's
starch.
pasta,
Fair.
bread, and
Well, see,
but
pasta and
there
bread,
is.
they go to the breast, the
Carbs.
stomach, and the
They're
hips.
carbs. Very,
They're
very much
carbs.
carbs.
Yeah.
Why do
And
you think
now,
everybody's 800 fucking pounds?
well, I'm not, but you know.
Well, not, I mean, so like, I'm talking about Italians. Like, they're all, and I'm
Oh,
just coming up with a random ass number.
I got you.
Because I'm skinniest of that of all of them. And I fucking hate Italian food, so fuck out of here.
Oh,
And
I
I'm
love them.
Italian.
How could you hate Italian food?
Well, unless I'm cooking it myself, fuck everybody else's shit. Like, I meant like family meals, but going places,
And fun fact, oregano, like oil in essential oil form, kills tooth infections and heals. You know, it does wonders.
matter anymore. I got no
Oregano is
fucking teeth.
very, very good for you. Very good.
No.
That's why he uses oregano in the chicken food.
Mel, you
'Cause it's-
I had
remember what
never
Crusted
heard of
Joint
oregano
does?
oil. I would never even have thought of it until
Mhm.
that was just mentioned. I I've never thought of that, and that makes sense that it. Yeah, I've got a tab open to that now, and I'm just kind of
clove
tripping
oil.
that I never would have. I never thought of it before you mentioned
Hmm.
that. And I thank you for mentioning that.
Like raw garlic is good for what? Infection, sex drive.
That was a lie.
I mean, fuck.
It is very good for infection.
Didn't know anything about oregano though.
I
Olive
mean,
oil is
you
good
know,
for you.
like peppermint
Well,
oil, since it's based on the leaves and such. Peppermint oil is common because it's easy to grow. So is oregano, but
mhm.
peppermint oil is incredibly strong. Compared to
also
like
grow
if you
fish
get
there.
orange oil, it's got the essence of orange, but it's not as
Estrogen.
like if you wanted to add it to some sort of recipe with the orange oil, you'd have to add a shit ton to make it strong. With peppermint
can
oil,
grind up the
you don't have to add hard. It's just a tiny drop, and that's enough.
Southern Belle.
So I
Did he just say
imagine that
estrogen?
the oregano oil would be the same way as peppermint oil. It would be really strong. Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm rambling.
No, you're good. I'm more
No, you're
concerned
good.
with Zero's
Right.
rambling right now.
I say
I've been
plain wise,
rambling.
oregano oil tops peppermint oil any day for a cavity. Like peppermint kind of like soothes pain and stuff like that, but oregano like kills the pain and resolves the infection. Peppermint
What
doesn't.
about Hassan? What about? Have you ever heard of a toothache plant? Look that up.
Eggplant?
Plant?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
Toothache plant.
it's called toothache plant, and you grow it. And if you have a toothache, you take
You mean
take a
cocaine
leaf.
or what?
No, you take a leaf and you chew on it in that
You mean
area,
like
and it will
plantain?
numb that
Oh, you're
area.
talking about the
Like the
cocoa.
plantain
It's
plant?
a
No,
cocaine
it's
plant.
Plantain does that.
no, it's
Plantain.
called a toothache plant.
Yeah, for cocaine.
Never heard of that.
I don't know that it's cocaine. I don't think that's the wording that they use, but
No, it is. 'Cause
let me look
in
it up.
certain climates that you can withstand because it's so damn hot that people will suck on this or chew on it. And you're kind of good to go. Just
I think
kinda
it's
keep going.
yeah, it's right here. Look,
The fucking cocoa leaf.
you can get toothache plant oil They've got. You can buy electric daisy toothache plant for $20.
Daisy.
Electric
And that's what it's called, the toothache plant. How to make Spillanthus tincture.
Okay,
Is this what
mix
they do in
household
Louisiana? Is this
ingredients.
is this dentistry in Louisiana?
Well, actually, my husband and I, we have a bunch of seeds, and one of the packs of seeds had like, I don't know, 40 packs of all kinds of different seeds, and one of them was called the toothache plant. And so I ended up looking up every single plant that was in that bag, because some of them I didn't know what it was. And this toothache plant is used to treat stomatitis or inflammation of the mouth. The condition can be
I gotta
painful
hold you right
or
there.
hard
You
to drink.
said it's mixed with what? So what? Cocaine, opium, dandelion.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
No, the scientific name is called Acmella oleracea. I don't
I
know.
was going to ask you what that is.
Where the fuck does that grow?
They're called buzz buttons, ting flowers, electric daisies, Szechuan buttons. Common name is
Mushrooms?
toothache plant. It's derived from a Brazilian Acmella species. And it's a plantain kingdom. So
Good
yeah,
luck ever getting that son of a bitch.
I have seeds for it. I just haven't tried to grow them yet.
They grow all year long, or certain.
Well, traditionally, every part of the plant is used as herbal medicine, and the flowers, the leaves, and the stems may be consumed raw and cooked.
So make a tea with it.
You can make a
or do
tea
you
with
spit
it.
it out? You can't really drink it then.
You could put it in a little bag, like get some leaves, dry them out, and put them in a little bag or a little
Swish it around in your
strainer.
mouth and then spit it out.
A little strainer, and
So
into your hot
the
water.
part,
or drink it and
the
trip
the part
balls.
that looks like flowery. I'm looking at them. I went to Google Images and I went buzz buttons.
Yes.
And
look how pretty they are.
Like they're cool looking, but it kind of reminds me a hint of some of the stem part of the structure reminds me of broccoli.
Yeah, doesn't it?
So all I'm thinking to myself is, okay, well, what is the structure right behind? Like you got this yellow flowery part,
right?
But
Like
is that whole part of it flowery like that, or does right beyond what you see does it go back to the stemmy structure that you normally see?
That's what I don't know, but it looks red to me, doesn't it? To you? It looks like it's red on the inside and yellow on the outside, but all of that is edible.
I've seen pictures. I'm looking at some of the ones that have the red there too. There's different. Maybe it's when they harvest it, because I see one picture that shows both the red ones with the red in the middle and the ones that are not red in the middle, and they're
I see some that are all yellow.
Yeah,
and it's made into a tea. They took the whole thing and made it in the blossoms and all, and made a tea out of it.
I don't know, just like what I saw, some of those pictures made me think to myself, if they're fresh and such, what it would be like to have in a casserole or something, the same way you'd use broccoli.
Yeah, a lot of stuff is good, especially herbs and like as far as for teas. Yep, you could drop the whole flower right on in there.
Right on in there. Yeah. My husband has looked. I mean, he's an avid gardener, and so he likes herbs and stuff. We sit on 8 acres, 9 acres, and so he just lets everything free grow out there. and he'll go through and he'll find all these different plants and he'll come in and research them. And we found all kinds of stuff. He has
That's
a book
awesome.
that he reads up on herbs and different, seeds that you can plant your herbs that do this and do that, and tinctures that you can make. He's all about medicinal, herbal medicinal medicine. So that's why I know about this, because we have peppermint oil plant, or, we have peppermint, which peppermint grows very freely if you put it in a good spot.
Oh yeah. Oh, it
Um,
spreads like crazy.
And you have to watch it, because if you don't put it within a closed container, it will just go everywhere.
Yep.
And there's other herbs that are like that.
I mean, that's why when I mentioned oregano, when it comes to that element, as far as the way that it grows, it's not quite as extreme as peppermint, but in the right conditions, that can really spread pretty good too.
Yeah.
So
On the flip side of that, I love cilantro and parsley. Fresh
Oh, yeah.
cilantro and fresh parsley.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. But
Cilantro is really good, especially for juicing. I juice that all the time. That's like one of the super greens. That and kale.
and broccoli.
Yeah, broccoli.
Mm-hmm.
As far as
Did you get
juicing, cilantro, kale,
Mm-hmm.
and wheatgrass.
I've really never got into juicing, Hassan.
the
I
wheatgrass?
have to admit I've never gotten into it, but it sounds interesting. It's not like I
I've
wouldn't
never
like it, I don't think.
I've never had the hardware. I've never had the actual
Yeah, me
juicer to be
neither.
able to do that sort of thing.
My wife does.
It's
Yeah.
curious. It's a very curious thing.
Yeah, it is. I'm
One
interested.
drink
I'll tell
that
you
every
that.
hour on the hour. That's a once a day thing with the wheatgrass.
Very good for you.
Very, very, very.
I mean,
very
if
good.
you can have
My wife does
the
that.
the essence of vegetables, all the health benefits of vegetables, raw vegetables. That's the big thing, the raw vegetables, without having to digest the
right. You're getting a
I
straight
mean,
concentrate
it's
of
a
nutrients.
win-win, but but the problem, I guess, is in like the recipes. Like some things don't go that great together unless you add this or that. So some of them like supposedly taste terrible, and it's
I'll
just
tell
like,
you what goes
I
good
don't want to
together.
have to be like medicine.
Pomegranate
I want something to taste
and
good.
sweet
So
potato. Sweet potato and pomegranate.
I love both. We had sweet
pomegranate.
potato. We had sweet potatoes in our
cooking the
turkey
whole
soup
thing?
tonight.
Yep. Or go ahead and throw celery, kale, and pomegranate together
Well, we had celery in there too. So
with maybe a little bit of ginger to give it like that
Ginger's real good
spicy
for you.
kick.
ginger's real good for you, but man,
vinegar.
I'm just not a big lover of ginger.
That's everything. It's
Just
kinda
not.
Eat some wasabi while you're at it.
I like
Take another one.
wasabi with a little bit of soy sauce mixed
It's
together.
too
Yeah.
hot. That shit burns, man.
Yeah, and it burns different. It burns like from within your nose to the
My wife
outside.
eats that with sushi.
I do too. I love it. I love it.
Or just eat it.
I don't
by
like
itself.
that sushi shit. I can't do it.
Well, you can do it. Cook shit.
I like, my favorite is the salmon based sushi.
Yeah, with the
Not
rice.
mine. Yeah, not mine. I like the
sashimi or
rice
I like
rolls or
the
something.
raw.
yeah, you like the smoked salmon and the raw salmon.
Well, I mean, if you're going to go with something raw, I like the salmon the best.
Yeah.
Some people prefer the tuna the best.
Mhm.
I could never quite get into that, so I go for the salmon based.
It depends on where you go, but like the two best ones are salmon and tuna. And we're talking
What's
about
those rice things that
or
they're
raw.
round?
Sashimi
Well, I
is
mean, the
just a
rice is
salmon.
always the rice is in all of them. To my
Yeah,
knowledge,
rice is
that's
on
part
all of them. Yeah.
Not sashimi.
You got
Sashimi
the
is
rice,
just
you
a
got the seaweed paper or whatever you call that.
Yeah, yeah.
You got the seaweed there, and then you've got the fish, and then usually one other something
Green
or
thing
other.
in there. There's a green
And
thing in there.
yeah, sometimes it's
Bro,
cucumber.
whatever.
Yeah, that shit's
Sometimes it's
good.
chopped up cucumber
Or celery.
or
Mhm.
celery. Yep.
Bro,
I love
fish eggs, by
sushi.
the way.
My favorite is the California roll.
Yeah, that's what it's called. California roll.
Yeah, the one. Oh,
That's what I'm
when you
talking
got
about.
when you got the avocado that's chopped chopped avocado that's put in there. Oh, that's
Oh,
great.
love it.
Great stuff.
Yeah, I can eat a whole plate of it and just eat that. I can eat that and just be okay.
So,
Yeah.
since we don't have any ponds or lakes or ocean out here, can somebody go grab me a tuna or a salmon and just fillet this shit for me so I can eat?
Zero, I got all the ocean you want out here.
You're where?
He's in Florida. He's in Florida, South Florida.
I don't want fucking Florida fish. I want something else.
Hey, they got good
from the
fish.
beach.
They got good fish out in Florida.
You know what surprises me?
But
I'm
Wow,
like I say, I'm like 35, 40 miles south of Seattle, and this whole region, for some reason, does not have a whole shit ton of seafood-based restaurants.
Yeah, you said that before.
You'd think because we're right there. We got the Puget Sound. We've got all this area where you can get so much seafood, and there just aren't a lot of seafood restaurants around. It's weird. You go to.
I got more coffee shops than seafood restaurants, huh?
Yes, exactly, exactly.
I try not to eat seafood if I'm in a restaurant.
Do you have the same two coffee places on the same block? Because that's fucking stupid as shit.
We did about 20 years ago. We did.
Two Starbucks
you would see
out
that
here within a block.
they got oversaturated, and then they had to close down certain ones. So, but yeah, there was a period where it was just like you just go 2 or 3 blocks, and there's another of the same. The same Starbucks, another Starbucks. It's like, are you kidding me?
I hate Starbucks.
There's 1,000 of them within like a 4-mile radius where I'm at, and I just think it's disgusting. Like,
yeah, we got more Dunkins here than Starbucks.
But they're all
There's
fucking dirty as shit. Just come home, grind up your own
I've
shit,
never
make
stepped foot in a Starbucks.
I grind my own coffee, 100%.
Yes, but
Making
where is the
chocolate-covered
base of the
beans
coffee?
too.
Where do you get that coffee to begin with? Because that's some
I
of
get
the
it at
main
Costco.
What's
Which
is it?
brand?
Is it,
I mean, you got different ones.
is
It's all organic, 100% Arabica, dark roast beans. I love it.
I'm trying to remember.
I just hit on a new.
Kirkland. Is it Kirkland?
Yeah,
It's
Costco, but not maybe what he's picking.
I have to go look, but it's really good. I just turned myself onto it because Dunkin' stopped selling their midnight, their dark roast. So I had to find another.
Kirkland is the great value version of Costco.
Yeah,
Like
you get
Walmart's
3 pounds. You
value
can get 3 pounds of Kirkland for like $12. 3 pounds of beans for $12.
You ever try that Firehouse coffee?
No.
Ages ago. That was pretty good. It was
They got a
little
bunch of
crazy.
different ones at Costco, though. They do.
If you ever get a chance, I guess try some Maui coffee beans, because that's all they're fucking growing now, or have been for some time, out in Hawaii.
One of my wife's
like
customers,
sugarcane.
Zero. One of my
Huh?
wife's customers gives her a pound of coffee once in a while, and it comes from Hawaii, and it's $100 for the bag of one bag of fucking
is it that
coffee is $100.
fucking bullshit?
I don't know what it is, but it's damn good. But $100 for a pound of coffee?
Yeah, that's up there. Well, shit, first of all, you know it's a state.
That's crazy.
Maui started growing, so like there's no more sugar cane, it's all coffee. And it's been that way for like, what, 10 years? Something like that. Mainland, I don't know. Yeah, no, it's up there in price. That's because of between exporting shit, this and that. Even though it's a state, it's like the same thing with like what? Who's typing?
Mike, you'd be surprised. Costco got good pizza.
No, but somebody was saying that they don't like the Costco pizza, and I'm saying, why would you go and get pizza at Costco and
I've
expect
never
it to
had
be
it.
good? You just expect it to be, you know,
what was that?
Pizza from your local discount store. Like you can't even rate that pizza, you know.
Well, no, are you talking about the ones you bring home and put in the oven?
That's like judging like a burger shop on their salad.
They do
It's
those
like,
too.
That's not what
Or
they
the
do.
cooked ones at the food court thing.
The food court, they have them there, and they look pretty damn good. I have never tried it, but they look really good.
Oh,
then
yeah,
they got
okay.
the ones the fresh ones where you bring them home. And cook.
Anything that they're selling in them food court, or the one main thing, is all the products that they actually get in there. They just sell them at a discounted price.
I don't know. It looks the pizza they cook at the food court looks different than the ones they make in the department.
Hey, happy.
But
well, in the department, no,
I
it's
love
exactly
Costco.
the same, only it's cooked. The other ones you take home.
Oh, I love Costco.
Yeah, I love.
Doesn't STL love Costco? Wasn't there something to do with
We
him
don't
and
have
Costco?
Costco. We have Sam's.
Probably
I
my
go to
favorite thing from
Sam's.
Costco.
I go to Sam's too, and BJ's.
Yeah. Yes,
I go to all three.
I haven't done Sam's Club yet, but I know at Costco you can always get those rotisserie chickens.
Yes.
A whole rotisserie chicken.
Fuck yeah.
For $5.
$5.
Yeah.
It's like, wow. I mean,
they're
they've
so
reported
good.
that they lose money from that, but it makes they make up for it in everything else everyone
they
buys
do.
there. So it's just
They
like
do. There's certain things they're
but
going to
still,
lose money
I just
on
think
to
it's
drive
awesome.
traffic.
You can still get that for
They're
that
losing a
price.
lot of
It's
money.
awesome.
Yeah, and then
You
chickens
can't-
are
you-
so
I mean, you
juicy.
can't. It's so juicy. It's the flavor
It's
is great,
delicious.
and
I know.
like if you wanted to get
Traditionals.
just a raw chicken that's that same size, you'd be spending like $9 or $10 at least, and it's not even cooked yet.
Yeah, facts.
Yeah.
That rotisserie chicken, you can't beat it for $5. Even
Well, we don't.
Publix does them.
We don't have Costco's here, so I've never.
I mean, Sam's
visited.
Club does it too. They haven't.
Do I have what? No, we don't have BJ's.
Sam's Club?
What the hell do you
We
got?
do.
Walmart brand.
We have Sam's Club and Walmart,
Okay.
and I told you I live in a small town.
Sam's Club is Walmart.
At least you got
Same
a
owner.
Yeah,
Sam's Club.
yeah, same owner.
Sam's Club's dope too, though.
Mm-hmm.
I would say
See
today
more
you need some
Costco's
kind
and
of like
BJ's where I'm at
membership
than
at one of
Sam's
those
Club.
discount stores in order to like offset the cost of groceries at like a Stop and Shop or
Yeah,
one of a major chain. Otherwise, you're just spending too much on groceries.
Yeah, we have different places like that. I mean, we have like Super One and Max Fresh Food Market
Super
and
One?
Brookshire's.
Those are like a little home.
Honey,
Mike,
do you have the Piggly Wigglies?
Nah,
Used
we don't
to.
have them. We
Used to,
have them.
Hassan. When
Piggly
I was growing up, we had a
Piggly
Piggly
Not shop
Wiggly.
there.
I swear, we did.
They used to be down here in Florida too.
Those are
Before
like
the
Yo.
Piggly Wiggly,
What the
it was
hell is
called Big Star.
Yo, even the clothes at
No problem,
Costco.
Kazoo.
I get Nike T-shirt. I just got a Nike hoodie,
I'm
a
trying to
zip-up
get some
hoodie
new
for
pants,
$20.
Dude, they got
I
those
will, I will
sweatpants
say
at BJ's. They got, like, the
Kirkland's
fleece
white
interior.
T-shirts are so much thicker.
Yeah, fuck Walmart.
Sorry, Hassan. I agree with Hassan.
What happened to Hassan?
I don't know. He might have rage quit. But the T-shirts there are fantastic.
No, he didn't. The sound
Hashtag
rage
Nix.
quit.
You're fantastic.
He probably fell off by accident.
Who
But
is
yeah,
bitching about
they got
what?
some dope ass. I want to go back. They got some dope sweatpants.
Vex, hop on panel.
Dope ass sweatpants. I'm telling you.
Dude,
They
they
do.
really
I
do
think
though.
they were
got
either
these like
Nike
little
or
liners
Puma. I
inside.
can't
It's like
remember
a
if they were
fleece
Nike
like
or
liner
Puma.
in the inside.
Oh.
Like, oh my god,
See,
it can never
that's-
get cold enough for those pants.
Oh,
Like you're always
just don't
warm.
get that cold for me. Not for me. I'm too hot natured to wear something like that. I'd
You're
be
in
sweating.
freaking Louisiana. We're up here in fucking.
I know, but
it's like 32
They
degrees
got
right now.
thermals down
It's
there?
32 tonight. It's getting 32 tonight.
It's fucking freezing right now in
Yeah,
Florida.
look up. I will text. I will send you a text. Hold on, just a second.
You do not have to send me a text.
You know what? You know
I'll just
what
look up the
temperature
weather
is right now,
Hang on.
Mike.
I will send you a text.
It's
Mike,
what's that?
It's 58 degrees right now on my porch.
Shut up.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
Fucking freezing, son.
Get the fuck out of here. It's
58,
really
bro. That's
below,
fucking
you know, or
cold,
not below,
son.
but
Check your text message.
Dude, I'm
Mr.
gonna
Ford.
send you a virus and fucking knock you off this panel.
Well, I'm
Oh,
dude.
you gonna get the
I grew
eggnog
up in
treatment?
Connecticut. I know how cold it gets in Connecticut.
I bet you it is cold, but it's cold here tonight. I just sent the text to Mr. P.
Uh-oh.
I've been in
Getting a
Connecticut when
text.
it was 15
What's your
below zero.
What's your zip
Shit.
code there, honeybees?
What?
71225.
There's his son.
You didn't get his ass an entrance song? What a dick.
Holy fuck! It's 39. I didn't know it got that cold.
Yes.
Did STL.
What are you people gonna do?
Drop down
Do you
to,
even
like,
have
10
heat?
degrees?
Yes, of course we have heat.
I don't know. It's fucking Louisiana.
I hate turning the heat on, man. This shit makes my nose
See,
all fucked up.
we have cold winters, but our winters are usually wet. And so we get a lot of ice versus snow.
So
That's
now-
the differences in our winters.
I didn't
Because
even
of-
know it got that cold. I'm surprised
Yeah,
to see
we've
there's
had-
a 30 there.
Oh, I have pictures of a couple of years ago where it snowed.
That's below freezing.
It snowed like 2 years in a row here.
Is this normal for Louisiana? Because I feel like
Oh,
getting
yeah.
this cold isn't normal. Is it really?
Yeah, this is very normal. It's November.
What's the point of living there then if it gets that cold? I thought like that was the whole point of dealing with Louisiana is that it was actually
No,
warm.
it's just so fucking hot during the summer. You want to die all the
But
time.
the humidity.
But the you can handle the winter. I mean, because it's
Global
cold,
warming.
but you know, I mean, I
Global
have
warming
it's deer
is
season. I
real.
think it's still deer season. So.
I think it's weird that it's 39 degrees in
Wabbit
Louisiana.
season.
I don't know. That's
Yeah,
weird to me.
isn't that
Yeah.
weird? Check out my weather for the week.
58 degrees.
I know. I'm looking at it.
58's cold for us.
Might as well
Floridians.
be Connecticut.
Shut
You're
up,
wasting
you
your time
whiny
down there.
bitch. Come on out here.
Come
Zero.
on
What's
up to
What's the point of
Connecticut.
dealing with a shit summer if you're going to still have the cold? I mean,
Yeah, that's
20
true.
Yo, 20 years ago, it never got into the 50s in South Florida.
Yeah.
No, it's always like
Never.
100 fucking degrees. Fuck that
Yeah.
bullshit.
So, you know, 50 is fucking cold.
No, it's
no. What happens is you get thin blood like fucking Vicky's
Exactly.
right now, and you think 54 is cold.
My
That's what
blood
happens.
is thinned
Yeah,
out.
that's like Amanda. I mean, that's like Amanda. I mean, I lived in Little Rock, Arkansas. She's in Arkansas. I don't know what part, but she says it's 35 there. And I can remember
What the fuck?
back in 99, I think it was, 98, 99, when I lived in Little Rock, they had like one of the worst ice storms. We went without lights for a week.
This could
People,
be never.
yeah, it was pretty bad.
Texas
ice storm.
had that storm where they literally
Mhm.
like, they had lost power for so long, and
Yeah, people died from that.
people died
Yes.
from it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here,
Yeah,
fuck
that's
it.
one
Go
thing
on
about
out
us
here.
I can say is that we are very prepared that if something like that was to take place, we will be okay.
You have a bunker? or a basement.
Well, we don't have a bunker, but you know, we have
Dude,
things
it's
in
Honeybee's
place.
homestead. She's been like
It's
packing shit and fucking jarring shit
yeah,
for years.
Yeah, but if you
yeah.
had a tornado or windstorm, that just
Well, that's different.
gone.
I mean, you know, obviously that's different, but
Yeah,
I
you guys
mean,
do
we're
got those like
prepared.
swirling death clouds that
You
like
got
pick
to
up
go
cows and
underground.
houses. That is true.
We hardly ever have
That
tornadoes
Rod's in
here.
your chat.
Now that's something different in Little
My
Rock.
house is gonna be a
Definitely
basement.
not
Fuck the
Rod.
bullshit.
He says it's him. He said it's him a couple of
Well,
times.
I'll assume it is until it's not. And if he wants to turn
Hey,
in a new
One of
leaf,
your
God bless
mods,
him.
one of your mods can check the account. I doubt it.
check what? What the fuck
There's
are
no
you?
way. There's no way to check. I mean, if you don't believe, his account was created December 9th. So, if you don't
Yeah.
believe it, you don't believe it. You know, if it is him, it is him. I really don't give
Oh,
two
then
shits
throw
what
up a
his name
little
is,
blocker.
as long as he's, you know, enjoying the stream
You
and
gonna get a
respectful. That's all I give
pee-pee.
two shits about.
You like pee on stream?
Rambling man, what are you talking about?
I don't know. You're going off about something and either letting somebody up. I'm like, unless you want a dick on screen,
That's what I thought, Southern.
I can help you out with that one. You want to see some eggnog?
Yes,
No, thank you. No, thank you.
that's a
That's no,
affirmative. Let's see the eggnog.
that's okay. That's okay.
I already did it to
You
one
guys are
player. That was
The
for a
P.
different fucking reason. And I apologize for it. But
Okay. I accept your apology and just
it wasn't for you. It didn't happen to you. Go away.
I'm not going nowhere.
Hey, yo, Mr. P. Like,
Yo, Hassan.
yo,
It's
so
like, cool, I'll take
I had a curious question for you. So what's your infatuation with Elon Musk? Do you view him as, some sort of hero? Or
Yes.
I do, but I'm also open-minded to him being like the
because
Antichrist too.
I think
it sounds to me
she's
like
the
you
hero.
know he's a bad guy,
I
but
don't know that.
you're willing to compromise maybe a little because he provides the type of tech that you enjoy.
Oh, right.
No, that's not
That's
it.
true?
I'm willing to discuss it, but it's not because first of all, I'm not enjoying any of his tech to start. Right? I don't have his internet products. I certainly don't ride his rockets. I don't have a Tesla.
What about the tiny house?
I don't have a chip in my
You
head.
speak highly of Twitter.
I'm not benefiting from anything that he's doing currently, except maybe making it easier to breathe. So I'm enjoying cleaner air, maybe. What's
then
up,
from, like, the ocean
ATS?
and
Welcome.
trees, how the fuck is he making anything better to breathe?
But Hassan, I'm open-minded. Like, I think at one point he couldn't do anything wrong. Now I'm questioning if what he's doing is going to help us or bring us down. But I believe he's a humanist, and I believe he actually wants the best for like the human race. I'm just questioning if what he's actually is doing is going to help us or hurt us in the long run.
Or is he a fucking Terminator?
Did you know that Elon Musk also helped, with it seems like a redundant subject, but
I know what
since
you're
it's
going to
the
say.
subject, did you know that he helped fund and create, the whole mRNA technology? Like he had his hands in that as well. Did you know that?
I don't know that, and do you
What
have a
was our
source
name?
of that?
Search it. Just research the keywords. Just
I'm
research
not
when I say
researching
Elon
shit. I'm
Musk
on camera
and
on my
mRNA technology and his labs that he helped
mRNA.
create and fund.
Mr.
To
Rogers Associational what?
What did he just say?
Yeah,
Search it.
I have no idea. But when
I was
you do
asking
have
what
the
the shit
time,
that
do
subject
an in-depth research on it. Not
Listen, I'm not a
just
fan
call
of
me.
like the whole vaccination or mRNA. I'm not a fan, right? And I'll say that at risk to losing the channel because
Meals ready.
I believe that. That maybe I don't believe it's as like I've seen some of the videos that you've posted in Discord, and I do appreciate you putting that stuff up there. But do I think it's like
And that's
the
listen,
devil and all that? I think it's
those
a
are
little
few.
extreme, but
Those are few. Those are
right.
I could never ever post as much information without flooding that Discord forever. I'm telling you, it's so much information out there. But
I'm shocked that
of
Hassan
course,
is in Discord.
YouTube will not let you speak about these things. We obviously know this. So that's why most people do not understand or know this information, because anyone who speaks about it on YouTube, you know, you
Get
know
in
what
trouble.
happened. So I'll
You
just
get
I'll
shut
just
down.
end it right there. But yeah, he had his hand in what I just told you. And not just a hand. He had like his hand, his fingers, his feet, and all of that. Just as much as Bill Gates did, you know. So when you say things like, oh, well, I don't use any of his things. Well, actually, a lot of us do, like these bots, these AI bots that help YouTube content creators, you know, and all these other things, you know, help sort out, you know, and display information in the chats and stuff like that. Like he had his hands in that stuff. Not only him, but Jared Kushner did as well. If you look deep into that, you know, his facilities that he owns and Lucid Technologies and things of that nature. All of these gentlemen, they all on it. So when you say he's possibly the Antichrist, for me, there's many Antichrists. There's many vessels that the Antichrist spirit uses throughout time to push the devil's agenda. Understand what I'm saying? Throughout time, you have the Hitlers, you have the Nimrods, you have all these evil, wicked people that, and you can't figure it out. Okay, what makes these people so evil and wicked? Like, if you ever look up mental illness, and this is a real thing, like if you go to these medical platforms that they put out the cases of certain mental illnesses and stuff like that. Like a lot of stuff that suppresses that certain people are demonically possessed, and this is for real. Like, and they suppress this stuff, but it's well known in the medical field, but it's spoken of in a different language to where it sounds more medical and less spiritual, so people won't understand. But yeah, Elon Musk, he is an antichrist. He's pushing Satan's agenda. Why you think he has things called the dragon and things of that nature? Why you think Russia has, you know, missiles called Satan 2 and things of that? And they'll tell you, oh no, that's just an acronym. It's a bunch of words that say this, but it's put together as one word. Like, no. Why you think the Vatican has a telescope called Lucifer? Like all these things. You know, I think it's very important that outside of the distractions, I think it's important that we stay focused on what really goes on in this world. And I'm being so serious. We in a spiritual battle, y'all. I don't know if anyone notices it, but I heard someone mention earlier a shooting happened. Notice how all these things are transpiring more often than none. And the media isn't scared to push it right down your throat. They're not afraid to tell you, yeah, this is happening. And guess what? Well, tighten up on these laws, tighten up on this. And then when they create a law, you realize it's a further, it's a noose that they've tightened more around your neck, and you just don't realize it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
let me ask you this. So I know you brought up Hitler and whatever, right? So anybody like Hitler, any other dictator, or anything mass, this, etc. You knowing now what you know, if you could go back in time, would you actually kill him as a baby?
say what?
Would you actually do that?
I can't even fathom that. I can't even fathom that question, because really all I could do is do what you know my creator tells me to do, which is leave vengeance up to him. leave vengeance in his hands, because yeah, I can destroy a body, but my creator can destroy a soul in hell for eternity. So there's nothing or no type of pain that I would be able to inflict on an individual that my creator could not top 1,000,000 times. So would I go to the extent of, no, probably not. You know what I'm saying? Because I know he
Why
will
ban
be dealt
somebody
with.
that may destroy so many lives, and there may be another, regardless after that, that it will alter, the time, this, that, etc. May none of us may exist by that point, etc. Right? But would you be willing to do that?
I ain't gonna
And I
lie
ask
to you.
everybody, I'm like,
First couple
well,
parts, I didn't hear what you said, or I
Yeah,
didn't.
I couldn't quite grasp what he was asking.
God damn it, I'm not even
Mom,
drunk.
hey.
What was that trip like? And obviously, you know that there's a public perception that, and you're clarifying this now, but there's a public perception that that was part of a apology tour, if you will. That this had been said online. There was all of the criticism. There was advertisers leaving. We talked to Bob Iger today.
I hope they stop.
You hope?
Don't advertise.
You don't want them to advertise?
No.
What do you mean?
If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go f yourself.
But
go f yourself. Is that clear? I hope it is. Hey, Bob, if you're in the audience.
Well, let me ask you then.
That's how I feel. Don't advertise.
How do you think then about the economics of X? If part of the underlying model, at least today, and maybe it needs to shift, maybe the answer is it needs to shift away from advertising. If you believe that this is the one part of your business where you will be beholden to those who have this view, what do you do?
Why?
I understand that, but there's a reality too, right?
Yes. No.
I mean, Linda Yaccarino's right here, and she's got to sell advertising.
Absolutely. So, totally. No. Actually, what this advertising boycott is going to do? It's going to kill the company.
And do you think that
and the whole world will know that those advertisers killed the company, and we will document it in great detail.
But those advertisers, I imagine, are going to say, we didn't kill the company.
Oh yeah.
They're going to say,
tell it to Earth.
But they're going to say, Elon, that you killed the company because you said these things, and that they were inappropriate things, and that they didn't feel comfortable on the platform, right? That's what they're going to say.
And let's see how Earth responds to that.
This goes back to
we'll both make our cases,
right?
And we'll see what the outcome is.
What are the economics of that for you? I mean, you have enormous resources, so you can actually keep this company going for a very long time. Would you keep it going for a long time if there was no advertising?
I mean, if the company fails because of an advertiser boycott, it will fail because of an advertiser boycott. And that will be what bankrupted the company, and that's what everybody on Earth will know.
What do you think then of the? This goes back to the idea of trust, though.
Then it'll be gone, and it'll be gone because of an advertiser boycott.
But you recognize that some of those people are going to say that they didn't feel comfortable on the platform, and I just wonder and ask you and think about that for a second.
Tell it to the judge.
But the judge is going to be
the judge is the public.
The judge is the public.
What the fuck?
The fuck is that?
Wow.
Just a, monkey wrench in there. But
you're in the weird shit, but have that.
What the hell?
Just making sure your guys are awake, that's all.
Holy shit.
Holy shit.
Was that a dude?
One time.
No.
So,
was that in a drag
right.
queen, so
why, you guys want to see it again? Here.
There's some weird.
Oh my Lanta.
Who is that?
Joey's gonna love prison. All right, so So that was
What?
that's Amiko. You can't tell?
Oh, I
What?
thought that was somebody else.
No, you can't tell. Come on,
I
man.
thought that was somebody else. Damn.
Come on now, dog.
Shit.
Come on, man.
What's up, baby? What's up, baby?
All right,
doesn't matter.
let's check this out because we're having a good conversation here with Hassan.
Girl.
But see, Hassan, when he does something like this, like, and he just gives advertisers, big companies like Disney the finger and says, "Bruh, like free speech. You don't want to advertise? Fuck you."
Yeah, because Disney is not led by the Lord at all.
Was his words changed at all, Mike, in that?
The Lord.
I mean, this is where I start to think, like, okay, like my doubts in his, being an antichrist start to increase. Because, again, I was a big fan, and then I watched something that he's doing with Neuralink, and that scared the fuck out of me. I hear some of the stuff that Hassan's saying. I see that he's involved in weapons and lasers and all kinds of other stuff. I see the way Starlink's being used as a tool in communication with war in some countries. But then I listen to him speak and I hear his motivation. And at the end of the day, like, I don't know. I'm not seeing his decisions that he's making as being somebody that is a globalist, that's anti-human, that is pro-devil. Like, I'm just not seeing it. If anything, I just see somebody that wants to advance technology and has a passion for it, as he's done his whole life. I mean, he's the chief engineer at Tesla. He's not just the CEO. He's not just the owner of the company. He signs off on the designs, on everything. He's deeply involved in everything.
And you're in love with him.
His motivation for going to Mars is to make us a multiplanetary species. If we don't become a multiplanetary species, we don't survive long term. We live as long as we can live on this planet, which won't be forever, folks.
How
Mars
long
is a dead fucking planet. Nobody's living there.
What's that name again that
Yet.
you were saying, Mike?
What name?
Neuralink?
Neuralink?
Oh, Neuralink. Okay, I was going to say, okay, that's what I'm saying here.
He's not the
Neuralink.
first one to do this, but he's making chips that directly interface with the brain. And trial 1 is going to be people that have lost their ability to either use their hands, legs, eyes, whatever it is, and they're going to be given back some ability, whether it be to use technology or to be able to communicate better, to see, whatever it is. I mean, they're going to be interfacing directly with a computer chip to give them, either give back abilities or give them abilities that they weren't born with, that you and I are blessed with on
That's
perfect
scary.
health.
Yeah, right
It's
there.
I agree. It is scary. That's one of the
That's
reasons
when
why
you feel like
I
a
think that could
network.
hurt, human beings as a species. But I don't know. It's like, it's really hard for me to draw a line with him because I
I'm
see
just
his
gonna tell you like
motivation,
this.
and I don't think it's an evil intent. I don't.
Well, I mean, why just, I don't know. That's just an invasion of privacy to me.
Man will
I
fall
don't know.
again.
It's an invasion of privacy if you don't want it and it happens to you. It's not if you embrace it.
Yeah, but what if
happens
it
if you get
becomes,
locked up
what if it becomes some kind of law or, something you have to do this to get this, or, you know what I'm saying? I mean, look at how many
I'm with
people.
you.
Look at how many people had to take the C shot just because they worked as a nurse or as, I mean, and a lot of them got fired because they wouldn't take the shot.
Yep.
I mean, this is.
And the U.S. military is now saying, come on back. We know that we kicked you out from the military for not taking the vaccine, but it's okay. You're good now. We'll accept you back.
Because it's not the
Wow.
plague. It's another shitty virus that everybody's going to catch anyways. Fuck.
So I'm looking at this right now. I've never seen this before, so I'm actually like stunned. Because it's just become FDA approved, clearance in its first in-human clinical trial.
Like imminent. And it's not the first chip we put in human beings. He's not the first person to do this.
Right. But
I mean, people have chips in their
about it.
brain right now that can't see. When you see those
What-
people with those
what would
little
this
magnets
lead
on the
to?
side of their heads, they're using
Yeah.
technology to be able to see
Or to hear.
or hear.
And
Yeah.
have been for
Like
like
the
50
cochlear,
fucking
the
years.
cochlear implant helps you to hear. This is, I don't know, this is different. I don't know. I'd have to really look into it and get more details. And, this is not just on what it can do, but what is morally acceptable to the way I believe. Some things are just
What do
not
you
to be
think? Do you
messed
think
with.
CRISPR is morally acceptable?
I don't know. What is CRISPR? Is CRISPR?
Crispy?
Basically, designer babies, gene editing.
Yeah. Remember when I did that video on that? I don't agree with it at all. I don't agree with it at all. Matter of fact, I think it's against what I believe totally. Yeah. I just don't agree with having a baby in a artificial incubator fed with an artificial umbilical cord, and the parents are literally standing there watching it grow. I don't know. That's just weird. I mean, does the baby have a soul and a spirit? I mean, where do you get that from? You can't make that.
Yeah, I'm against that shit.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, you never know.
You can't print a soul or a spirit. I guess you can, grow this
Well, how do you
baby.
know that?
Because God breathed
Just
spirit into
because what
man.
you read in a book, what?
But listen, do the color of your eyes or hair have anything to do with your soul?
No.
Yes, matter of fact,
might
your
be honest.
your soul is your mind, your will, and your heart.
So the color of
But
your
your
eyes affects
spirit,
your soul.
your spirit, when you die, you're connected to your spirit, because you and your spirit you will never be away from your spirit except
No,
in
this is
body
a
or out of
vessel,
body.
right?
I don't believe the color of
Exactly.
your eyes has anything to do with your soul.
Yeah, but
No, it
CRISPR
doesn't have to do with your
technology
soul. It has to
isn't.
do with your spirit. Spirit and soul are two different things.
So
Is what I'm trying to
your
say.
color of your eyes have to do with your spirit?
Sure, because when you die, you look like your spirit. Your
What if
spirit
they
was put
change
into your
colors?
body. Your body contoured to the way your spirit looks. I
Well, let's.
believe
I'll
when
drink
we,
to that one.
die and go to heaven, we're going to know each other. I mean, it's just going to be that thing that we
Does
know each
somebody that
other
had their
automatically.
eyes changed to blue through CRISPR get into heaven?
I'm not if you want to change something on your body, I don't think God will get mad at you. I don't think people that have had Botox surgery or had their boobs bigger or
How do you
whatever.
get your eyes color
You know,
changed?
It's when I say changed, I mean your genes intended them to be brown, but as a designer baby through CRISPR, you can say, "Hey, I want
yes,
my
that's
baby to
wrong.
have green eyes and blonde
Yes,
hair and
yeah,
etc."
yeah. I
And,
believe that's a little.
to be fair, that's not just what CRISPR does. That's what a lot of people know of, because that's what they use to sell to people to get people to
That's
accept it.
fair.
But CRISPR,
Yeah,
it
yeah.
doesn't just. It's not just about changing your eye color. It's about
Sure.
going
No, it's
into
not.
your
It's
your genome and snatching certain I can't think of the terminology right now, but it's snatching certain things from your genome and replacing it with synthetic DNA, synthetic genes.
Sure.
So
I'm just
genes
giving a
that
basic
weren't
example for
created
now, but
by our
you're
Lord.
right. Right, which I don't agree with. I think
Yeah.
the natural process of genes turning on and off is not random. It's based on your parents. It's based on your environment. We know that living in a certain condition can turn, certain genes on and off, and the human body adapts accordingly. viruses, all kinds of things in our immune system. We are a product of millions of years of evolution of genes and natural selection, right? So I don't agree with it. At the same time, if you don't agree with that, you can't agree with the modern health system giving people life that their genes decided that they weren't healthy enough to live. Because essentially what you're doing is you're allowing these genes to continue when they shouldn't naturally. So how different is that from CRISPR? I don't think it's any different.
Well,
so I think we've already have been allowing this. It's just this is a specific iteration, but we're already doing this. We've been doing this for decades.
Hello.
No, not necessarily, because even the people who created, who had their hands in CRISPR and mRNA have said like this is a somewhat of a new development. Like they haven't been doing this to people years before. Now they might have, figured out ways to suppress certain illnesses or get rid of certain illnesses due to synthetic things that they put in your body. But this is a whole nother form of what they consider technology. So like while people are, we know of Neuralink, the hardware and stuff, well, think of CRISPR and mRNA as the software. It's the ones and zeros. It's the binary code that they're using to program people's cells and their DNA to do certain things that they want your cells to do. So, if they don't want you to be a radical person anymore, they can manipulate your DNA and your cells to calm you down and make you somewhat of a robot, like they, in a sense. And that's just I'm just trying to put it
Well,
together in simple words.
essentially, that's what it is. Because let me just say this: the Word of God says that before you were formed in your mother's womb, I held you in the palm of my hand. Now, that tells me right there that before you were even put in your mother's womb, you were with God, and He held you. And so, these babies that are in CRISPRs, they don't come from that. This is crossing a line for me. I
I'm not talking
understand
about
that.
Krispy Kremes over here, woman.
What the hell?
Or
Look,
other dude.
rambling. Stop.
Yes, the rambling, bambling. What about sperm banks? For,
What about them?
What, all those babies don't have souls either? Because they weren't injected just yet?
Well,
And,
they're sitting there and they're eggs that are ready. I'm not saying I agree with that, but that's what they do.
I mean, it's been happening for what?
It's been
How many?
yeah.
Like,
I'm just
like
saying,
100
I
fucking
can tell you
years?
that's not natural, because what do they do
Right.
with that sperm? They keep it cold, and sperm
Mm-hmm.
comes out of a man, and his nuts
And
are
it's
warm.
living.
It's
Mm-hmm.
not. It's not cold.
It's not cold.
God didn't create our nuts to be frozen to hold the sperm. So what they do in sperm banks and stuff is completely unnatural
So you're
and
basically telling
disgusting.
you're all soulless
That's a fact.
bastards.
I agree with Hassan, man. It's disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
Agree to disagree.
I would too, Amanda. All for God's grace. Grace is when we
There's other
are
things God
given
does.
mercy without just cause in other people's eyes. That's when God hands us grace, and that's a lot of what you don't see in this in this day and age sometimes, because people are so quick to judge and people are so quick to jump on something. But grace, extend some grace to people in your life, because you never know when you may need that grace back.
I'm one of them
Thanks.
people, Amanda. I would not choose to take any of those treatments.
Falls back on.
I caught cancer tomorrow. I'm not gonna go on no fucking, what do you call that shit?
Chemo.
I'm not taking chemo.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
not
already bald. You
ain't
don't
doing
need to
none of
worry
that
about
shit.
Why wouldn't you though? Why wouldn't you? I mean,
And no disrespect, Amanda. I'm not.
it gave my son a better chance at living at 15 years old. He lived 10 more years.
Yeah, prefer not to.
So here's a quick update on Neuralink.
That's just me, Mel. I don't
For
know.
this first human trial study, Neuralink has the goal of helping provide more freedom to quadriplegics. After receiving these implants, the patients should be able to control their computer without a mouse and keyboard. Consider how great of a positive impact this could have. The Neuralink implant is a quarter-size package that's connected to 64 ultra-thin threads. After a neurosurgeon cuts open the skull, a custom surgical robot sews these threads into the brain. Take a look at this video showing just how thin these threads actually are.
No, fuck you.
Okay,
The
so
threads
they're
then
showing a
detect
tip of
and
a
deliver
pencil.
tiny electrical pulses that
And
correlate to thoughts,
It's like
feelings,
just
or
a
actions.
piece of it. It's crazy.
A couple
can't
years
show
ago,
it.
Neuralink showed this tech working
Yeah,
in
it's
a
just
monkey
too
named
far.
Pager. After implanting 2 Neuralink devices that could read Pager's brain signals, they proved that Pager could play a video game with
So Pedro's a monkey right now. He's looking at a screen and he's using his head to control what looks like, what was that game where you had the two little vertical
the
lines and the
paddle
ball was in
thing?
between? Yeah,
Yeah.
it was like you had to keep the
Bond?
ball in between basically. That's what's happening.
just his mind and no joystick. This may have seemed like a goofy,
No, fuck that.
fun, yet
No
pointless demo.
shit.
However, it should now be clear that this can have a real effect on changing lives for the better. As of May, Neuralink has had approval from
They just showed a monkey eating a banana. Is that even? Well, never mind. I'm not gonna go.
the
there.
U.S. Food and Drug
People doing too
Administration
much.
to start human trials. I personally expect Neuralink will finalize enrollment of patients in this first study
Yum, yum, yum.
before the end of the year, and then perform the first actual implantation next year. Though the team has some evidence and testing demonstrating these devices are safe and effective, actual implantation in humans is clearly a huge next step. There are very real risks, and this research can't be taken lightly. So although it may seem like it's taking a long time for the team to make progress, it's important we keep in mind that they're balancing making progress as fast as possible and making sure they don't make any irreversible errors.
I said what I said. I'd rather be famous instead. I let all that get to my
Cindy's in the building.
I don't care. I paint
Fuck
the
that
town
entire
red.
thing up. Send to you, asshole. Ooh, nobody can.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, your mic is trash right now. Hold on. All right, try again.
Cindy.
BB bomb.
A little bit better. Go ahead.
No.
You're breaking up.
Hop off and then come back up.
This way, let me try something.
All right, I got it. You're good. You're good right there. Zero sperm bank babies have no souls. You are an
Can you hear me now?
Oh, much better.
What? What are you
Much
talking
better.
about?
Okay. Honeybee, I got a question and a statement for you. You can answer me. You talked about sperm bank and different stuff, but when people put their sperm and their egg together and then they put it in a freezer, then when that comes out, that's considered a 5-day-old baby. I know someone who went through all this process. That's how I know that. Now, God is not put in a box. If God intends for that baby to be, that baby will be. You don't think after that baby is inserted, that God can take care of souls and spirits and all that stuff?
I do believe that. In that case, yes, I do believe that, and I don't put God in a box. I'm just saying that as far as the CRISPR is concerned, I just have my
Well,
own
fuck your
opinion
shitty
that
butt.
there's not a soul or a spirit there. It's questionable.
I believe we're all in fucking hell right now. We're climbing the fuck out of here. So there's
No. You go to sleep. This
No, you go
ain't
to
hell.
sleep.
This
Yeah.
ain't hell, Zero.
I don't recommend putting your sperm in the freezer or the
Well,
refrigerator because then there runs the risk of like mixing it up with like the cream, and then you put it in your coffee, and then you're in for a fucking real
Mr.
surprise.
P, Mr. P, I don't know how you believe, but actually, Elon Musk cannot be the Antichrist spoken of in the Bible. No.
Well,
I agree.
no, I didn't say that I don't believe it. I've actually been the one questioning if he is, because he meets
No,
the
I
description.
just made a statement. I'm not saying you said that. I'm just making a statement.
Let's go find.
But what was your statement? Didn't you say you don't know how I don't believe? That was the statement?
No. I just said Mr. P, just so you know who I was talking to.
No, but I'm sorry. What was your statement? Maybe I misheard you.
That Elon Musk cannot be the Antichrist spoken of in the Bible.
Oh, cannot. Okay.
Cannot.
Why? He doesn't
meet
the
requirements. The Antichrist comes from the Babylon area, and Elon Musk is not anything to do with over there. I mean, he's here, but the Antichrist will come from over there. Right.
From where?
Well, no, not necessarily, because in the Bible, scripture is he emerges from basically the spirit emerges from mysterious Babylon that is already in its working. And remember, Jesus Christ said, for the spirit of the Antichrist is already here.
At work.
So we have to look at things in the spirit. The Antichrist spirit is already here. Why? Because the devil was already casted out, right? So you know that spiritual beings have lived longer than us, than we have in the flesh. So like when we die, that spirit has always existed in this world.
You're talking spirit. They will one day become a man who will stand up, and he will make a 7-year. Come on, you know how this works. There will come a man who will stand up, not a spirit, but a man.
I'll stand over to you.
You have to keep reading that scripture, Cindy. That's what I'm trying to explain to you, because it goes even further. And it tells you he will set himself up in the temple, right? Now listen, Christ. Now listen, it says he will set himself up in the temple and declare himself to be God. Now Jesus Christ, when he walked this earth, what did he say? He said, we are the temple. Our bodies are the temple.
Lord.
That's what he said. It says that in the Bible. It's what did Christ say? Listen. He says, you destroy this temple and I will raise it in 3 days. Who was he talking about? He was talking about himself. He also said, if you're a believer, you become the body of Christ. We are the temple that the Holy Spirit dwells in when you become a believer in Christ. So when it says the Antichrist will set himself up in the temple of God and declare himself to be God, it is talking about our bodies. What does Christ also
talking about
say?
the temple in Israel.
It's talking
Good
about
God.
the temple in Israel.
No, he's
Hassan.
not. You
Talking
gotta
about the
read that.
temple
I
in Israel.
understand.
Read
I
that
understand.
scripture.
Look, we are the temple of the Holy Spirit. That's what it says. I agree. I agree with what you're saying, but sometimes you got to take words and is it a place, or is it, a spiritual
It's talking
temple,
about the temple in
or
Israel.
is it the body? And I believe it's talking about the temple in Israel.
And nothing's going to happen until that third temple is built, and that third temple is not built. Now, they have found the red cows, but the third temple is not built.
Those are physical things. Those are
Yes,
physical things that the
but
devil
isn't it so
is
beautiful
using
how
to distract
spiritual
people
things
from what's
become
really going
physical?
on. We are the temple. Read the scripture. I'm
Well,
not making
I
this up.
believe that.
Christ said,
I don't believe you're
we
making it
are
up.
the temple. The third
Yes.
temple is the believers, us who believe in him, who believed in his death and resurrection. Why do you think he says the kingdom of God is within us as well? Why do you think he says that? Yes, when he returns, he will bring the kingdom, and in Revelation speaks
So
about,
you don't believe that the kingdom of God, which is in spiritual heaven, the heavens, doesn't reside in us? You're saying, so tell me what the kingdom of God is.
Can you turn my beer into wine? Oh wait, I can do that. Don't need Jeebus.
I'm confused because I think you just said what I just said, The word says, which is the kingdom of God is within us as well. It's within us.
Yeah.
When you are a believer, the kingdom of God is within you. That's why Jesus,
Yeah.
the one thing he taught was to love people no matter what, and to be kind and to show mercy, what God does with us as sinners. So it makes sense why the kingdom of God is supposed to be within us, yet it is also a physical place that God, who is omnipotent, he exists in right now, that we will
But
one day
you keep
be
talking
when
about
we're in the
all the
spirit.
spiritual. What about the 3.5 years of peace and 3.5 years of destruction? How's that physical? How's that spiritual? That's going to be actually done.
Do you believe we're in that time now?
Man,
Cindy, go drink a Dr. Pepper.
you want me to be honest with you? Yes, I do. I totally believe it. I
I do too.
totally believe it.
Mm-hmm.
In the 3.5 years of peace, do you remember that before this whole thing kicked off, Jared Kushner, remember Trump said, yeah, if no one can bring peace to the Middle East, no one else could do it but my son. And he left Jared Kushner in charge of that. And then Jared Kushner, had that little peace treaty called the Abraham Accord or whatever signed over there and stuff. The next thing you know, they announced what they announced, right? And the next thing you know, and Jared Kushner owns Lucid Technologies. Look up that address as well. And this is why I said the Antichrist, the spirit exists in many prominent figures that people like us worship in their everyday lives. All these politicians who tell you what to do and create these laws where they're manipulating you, like how Elon Musk is doing. Like, he appears to be the nice guy, he appears to be pleasing and sweet talking and all these other things, but really he's manipulated the masses who don't really know what he's really doing. Right? Like, we know the devil doesn't come in red skin and horns. He doesn't come like that. He comes like an angel of light. That's what the Bible says. He comes as an angel of light to deceive you. We are in that time.
Now, Hassan, the Bible says Gaza is to be destroyed. Is this what's happening now?
What was you saying? What did you say?
The Bible says Gaza is to be destroyed. Do you believe that?
What do you see going on? We talked about this.
Some people think it's two. I've talked to Christians who say it's two different things.
Listen, I can tell you like this: all these things aren't transpiring just by coincidence. Hamas means destroy, right? If you look up what that word means, it means to destroy, destroyer, and things of that nature. Look what's going on over there, in the Middle East. And they making it seem like it's about one thing, but you really know what it's about. There's believers over there dying. And I'm not gonna get too deep into that, but all these things, that the Euphrates River is drying up. Look it up. Look up what the Euphrates River, the depth was in 2016 compared to now. It has dried up tremendously to where it has unearthed. They have unearthed, old civilizations that existed in biblical days. And remember, in the Bible, it talks about, one of the prophecies is the Euphrates River drying up, and the 4 angels that were locked, over there, under there, are going to be released to destroy a third of mankind and things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you understand the spirit, we know that, okay, you might not literally see an angel just destroying people, but what you'll see is what we see in this world right now: famines, plagues, pestilences, things of that nature. You know that there were rivers that turned into blood that were reported but not reported on the news,
No,
and
that
the
was
Bible talks
wine.
about that.
Hey, I don't know what your name is, Jay, but before you start reading me scriptures, can you give me my body and communion, in a sense, and the blood of Christ? Where's that wine at? God damn it! Hurry up! Oh, I found it. I got the wine, but can you give me the other one? Sorry, I'll let you get back to it.
Okay, I'll be in chat.
Bye. Love you,
Thanks for
Cindy.
coming up, Cindy.
Oh, shut that one down. Yes.
Interesting. It says the meaning of the word Hamas is a brown or black complex variable material resulting from partial decomposition of a plant, forming the organic portion of soil.
Look up what it means in Hebrew.
So Hamas in the Bible says, then the Lord God fashioned the human, which is humus, from the soul, and blew into his nostrils the breath of life, and the human became a living creature. With this note, the human meaning humus. The Hebrew etymological pun is Adam or human from the soul Adama. So I'm not seeing where it says death and destruction.
1 second. I'm about to find it.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm about to play something called Death and Fucking Destruction here in 2 minutes.
Holy Jesus. What is that? What the f*** is that?
Why are those so goddamn quick? Nobody can tap on the fucking thing to listen to them. Kazoom, your thoughts?
I just got back, so I don't know. I don't know the context or anything that was being talked about. So I don't know.
I'm a demonite, and babies don't have souls that come out of sperm. Or. Oh, is that a little palate cleanser for you?
It's a
so
butt
basically cleanser. Sperm banks, Creole or Krispy Kreme, whatever the fuck it is. What?
Oh my
Brought to
goodness.
you by Pfizer.
Dude, I'm trying to explain to him. Fuck it, you explain it. Take an hour.
Okay.
All right, Master P, hurry up. Wrap it.
I just see the Hebrew for it as human or humanity. I don't see
The Hebrew word
when it comes
is a noun meaning an act of aggression, but especially involving physical contact. However, the biblical word Hamas or violence reaches back to the earliest chapters of Genesis and is one of the significant reasons for the flood.
Where are you seeing this at? Is that in the Strong's Concordance?
The flood.
No,
The
this
Strong's
isn't. Not where I'm reading from.
Okay, the Strong's Concordance is going to be your closest to the Greek and Hebrew definitions. And so I don't know what you're looking at, but I'm going to look at it and see. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying that I'm really into words. And so when you said that, I just wanted to go and see.
So let me go to the Strong's Concordance then and get it for you. Because in the Strong's Concordance, there's other words that are there. Then you have to look up the code, G 1890 or G this, G that, and then you got to look up the similar words and how they were used in that context of them saying it at that time.
Yes, I know how to use a concordance. Yeah. This is Strong's number 5209. Humas.
What book?
This is the Strong's Concordance.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, that is pronounced Humas. Now, they do have an accusative case of number 5210, meaning you as the objective of a verb or a proposition. Parts of speech in this case is a pronoun, and it's been used 436 times.
And the word that they use is you. Isn't that weird? That's interesting. Okay. Let me go back and search. Let me see. Okay, I just found this. The Hebrew word Hamas in the Old Testament is most frequently translated as violence. Now, this was printed in January 1st, 1991. Okay, so Hamas Strong's Hebrew, cruelty, wrong, false, cruel. Okay, I found something, Hassan.
Now you see how you said that was written in, or it was in 1991. Now a lot of terminologies predate what they are told to mean today. You know, like, and when it was used in that day, it meant something totally different.
Hey, April.
So it can be a pronoun, but yet it can be a masculine noun. Like you said, words could have so many different meanings, and that's why the Strong's is so good, because it will give you all these different, But yeah, it says it right here: violence 39 times in the King James version, cruelty. So I'd like to see. Let's look up unrighteous. They've got one time that it mentions.
Can we save this shit for Bible study? No?
Oh, sorry. If it's too much for y'all.
I don't need it.
All right. Well, on the note, we were talking about Elon. The war came up. Again, there's the thought that he's the Antichrist. I get why he's compared. I don't agree with I don't agree with him being called that. But this is just a little piece from Lex Fridman's podcast when he questions him on the war in Ukraine.
Again?
How do you hope the war in Ukraine comes to an end? And what's the path, once again, to minimizing human suffering there?
Yeah.
Well, I think that what is likely to happen, which is really pretty much the way it is that something very close to the current lines will be how a ceasefire or truce happens. But you just have a situation right now where whoever goes on the offensive will suffer casualties at several times the rate of whoever's on the defense, because you've got defense in depth, you've got minefields, trenches, anti-tank defenses. Nobody has air superiority, because the anti-aircraft missiles are really far better than the aircraft. Like, there are far more of them. And so neither side has air superiority. Tanks are basically death traps, just slow moving, and they're not immune to anti-tank weapons. So you really just have long range artillery and infantry trenches. It's World War I all over again. With drones, throwing little drones, some drones there.
Which makes the long range artillery just that much more accurate and better, and so more efficient at murdering people on both sides.
Yeah. So it's whoever is. You don't want to be trying to advance from either side, because the probability of dying is incredibly high. So in order to overcome defense in depth trenches and minefields, you really need significant local superiority in numbers. Ideally combined arms, where you do a fast attack with aircraft, a concentrated number of tanks, and a lot of people. That's the only way you're going to punch through a line. And then you're going to punch through and then not have reinforcements just kick you right out again. I mean, I really recommend people read World War I warfare in detail. It's rough. I mean, the sheer number of people that died there was mind-boggling.
And it's almost impossible to imagine the end of it that doesn't look like almost exactly like the beginning in terms of what land belongs to who and so on. But on the other side of a lot of human suffering, death,
yes,
and destruction of infrastructure.
Yes, I mean, the thing that the reason I proposed some sort of truce or peace a year ago was because I predicted pretty much exactly what would happen, which is a lot of people dying for basically almost no changes in land, and the loss of the flower of Ukrainian and Russian youth, and we should have some sympathy for the Russian boys as well as the Ukrainian boys, because the Russian boys didn't ask to be on the front line; they have to be. So, there's a lot of sons not coming back to their parents, and I think most of them don't really they don't hate the other side. It's sort of like, as this saying about, like this saying comes from World War I. It's like young boys who don't know each other killing each other on behalf of old men that do know each other.
I mean, does that sound like an antichrist to you? I just he completely understands like what war is all about, and how it really doesn't solve anything, and how a few people cause the death of so many people that really don't even hate each other. I'm not buying it. I see a well-intentioned man that loves technology that, will probably give birth to companies that will do both good and evil, but that's not his intention. I just think that's just the way things go in an economy and in capitalism. But I don't think that's his intention, and I don't think that, he wants the worst for humanity or wants to bring everybody down. I think he actually wants free speech. He wants, individual democracy, meaning that instead of having representative democracy, having individuals vote on the decisions, not having representatives do that. I've heard him say that multiple times. I don't know. I'm just not buying that he's a bad guy. It's just my opinion, I guess.
I don't think he's a bad guy.
Well, the Antichrist is a bad guy.
Yeah, but I don't think Elon, I don't know. My husband likes a lot of different things that he says. He especially like that one clip that you keep playing about, fuck them. Just fuck them. So, I don't think he's a bad guy. I think that sometimes, I think you're right, though, with the intentions here. What are the intentions?
Like Neuralink, for example, has good intentions, right? But what if that ends up with us, like, having a chip in our heads that inevitably, like, somebody can upload, like, a massive controlling mechanism, or, get us to see things and buy things because, they can influence the way we react. What about cyber attack that hits human beings because we have a chip? You know what I mean? Just like,
well, Mike, how
the
they
intention
gonna
is good, but what are the results in the long term?
How are they gonna put that chip in your head if you don't allow them to?
Now, see, and
good question.
That is a great point, because the average person is not going to accept something like that, right? But how do you get people to receive something and they not know what it is? You deceive them. You deceive them into thinking that it's this, and then it's really this. So check this out, right? So, okay, Neuralink has these so-called capabilities, this hardware, right? But did you know that mRNA has that same? If you look up optogenetics, right, there's a thing where they tested, and there's plenty of videos of it, of not like some random person recording. Like these are, things that are published by the scientists and things of that nature that study these things, like on PubMed and all these other things or whatever. But they injected these lab rats with SM-102, that's a scientific term, but the actual term is called luciferase. They inject them with this and mRNA technology. They hit these mice with a signal or frequency, and these mice go crazy and attack an object that's right in front of them. And then when they hit the switch again, the mice acts normal. And then they put foreign things in front of the mice that the mice would not normally act aggressive towards, like a peanut and stuff, like something they would eat, and it acted aggressive towards it when they flicked this switch. So they're no longer, the hardware is Neuralink. That's what they want people to think, like, oh yeah, this is the only technology we're capable of. No, they're dealing with things on a nano scale, things that you can't see with your naked eye, things that, unless there's someone who has been in the field of these things and they come to the light to expose it, us people would never know about these things. But there has been people that, of course, these people, they put their little games in front of us as a joke sometimes, but really they're telling the truth. Like, that mRNA, that's a real thing. Like they're using that to manipulate human cell structures so they can hit your body with a frequency and make you get sick. They can hit you with this and make you, it goes real deep. But look into optogenetics and luciferase. that's a real thing.
I'm gonna look it up.
Thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna look it up. That's crazy.
And it's going to tell you that luciferase is an enzyme that they took from, it's a bioluminescent enzyme that they took from a firefly. They'll say also that they took it from like plankton that glow in the ocean and things of that nature. There's different kinds of ones that exist within certain species here on this earth, but this specific one they snatched from a firefly. So basically they went into a firefly, took certain cells out of it, manipulated it in a lab, added synthetic ingredients, in simple terms, patented this technology, right? Because we know that everything synthetic is patented. Like we know it's patented. So, and yeah, that's how they even came up. Like that's how they even got that. The Lucifer, and they decided to call it luciferase. Why? Because it illuminates, and it specifically illuminates when a ultraviolet light is shining on it or infrared light is shining on it. And there are certain cameras that can pick up on this, because they spoke about injecting it into cancer patients, so it would attach it, it would attach the cancer cells, and they would be able to pinpoint exactly where your cancer is inside of your body. You know what I'm saying? And that's real too.
Jesus.
I think there's going to be a lot of breakthroughs on the medical front, particularly around the synthetic mRNA. Although you can basically do anything with synthetic RNA, DNA. It's like a computer program. So, I think with effort that's not too crazy, you could probably stop aging, reverse it if you want. You can basically do it. You can turn someone into a freaking butterfly if you want with the right DNA sequence. So,
wow.
Caterpillars do it.
What up, RP?
Okay.
And then you ask yourself, he said it's kind of like a computer code, because they're basically they're putting something into something that's programming that, but this is synthetic DNA. It's messenger ribonucleic acid. It's messenger RNA. It's not God's real DNA. It's not, they're injecting something foreign into you that they created in a lab using other cells and molecular structures from other organics mixed with, and they're putting it together and shooting it. And, in simple terms, Like that's not real DNA. That's synthetic DNA. Why? Because it's patented. And they already said that anyone who takes something that is patented, you become basically the ownership goes to the people or the corporation who patented this thing. So if you get an injectable that's patented, you are somewhat owned by the people who patented this. Remember what Klaus Schwab said, and these were his words. He said, it's not what you do or whatever that will be changed. The fourth industrial revolution consists of you being changed if you take a genetic editing. Why you think they push transhumanism? So this goes back to the deception. Yeah, people aren't going to line up to take Neuralink. They know most people aren't going to take that. But what is a way that they can deceive people into taking something? And then, okay, then you ask yourself, well, why would anyone sign up for that? Well, why would anyone sign up for an injectable like that? Because they've already comforted you and indoctrinated you of decades of medical professionals playing God on you and making you accept this early on. So now when these people tell you something and you truly don't know what they're talking about, they're able to deceive you. Because go look at, for real, and this is a real thing. I even tried it myself. Me and my wife, when this first happened, we went to CVS or whatever and asked them for the thing, the insert for the actual, what I'm talking about. And it said purposely blank. They don't want you to know what's in these things. And there's such things called proprietary ingredients, meaning ingredients that make up ingredients that they'll put on a label, but they won't tell you what's within that ingredient. They don't tell you the ingredients within that ingredient. Those are what you call proprietary ingredients. Ingredients that they're not mentioning that exist in something, pretty much.
Oh, I mean, you gotta love when they have they list the ingredients and then they say natural flavors, or there's another one, artificial flavors, and you don't get to know anything about it.
Right.
I mean, natural one. I mean, that could be dog shit for all we know. So.
Right. It could be like 1% natural of something, because they'll do that too. They'll say, oh, consists of natural this. And it literally has like 2% of the natural that they're talking about, or 2% of the actual organic or whatever that they're speaking of. It. Everything else will be, you got your red fives and your riboflavin and all this other stuff.
I mean, it's a fact that some of our food contains feces. I mean, I think inevitably we're all eating dog shit one way or another, whether we know it or not.
Crap, I eat organic.
It'd be more rat shit probably.
Organic shit
anything.
Is the best, yeah. So interesting.
I mean, if you go by just ingredients, there's a certain percentage that they allow of like rat shit.
Exactly.
Without it being rejected. So yeah.
Right. So this is along the same concept of something I was listening to today that kind of talks about the genetics and how our bodies work and how we kind of think we're just one being and like our arm is one thing, our brain is another thing. But I think that we need to challenge our belief in this because in reality, our cells are actually instructed to do certain things, and it's millions and probably billions of cells that are working together, but they're told what to do, they're instructed what to do, and that's through DNA. Same concept as messenger DNA. So it's an interesting concept, and it's something that they're studying. So there's two parts I wanted to play. This is the first thing.
Embryogenesis is the process of building the human body from a single cell. I think it's one of the most incredible things that exists on Earth, from a single embryo. So how does this process work?
Yeah, it is an incredible process. I think it's maybe the most magical process there is. And I think one of the most fundamentally interesting things about it is that it shows that each of us takes the journey from so-called just physics to mind, right? Because we all start life as a single quiescent, unfertilized oocyte, and it's basically a bag of chemicals. And you look at that and you say, okay, this is chemistry and physics. And then 9 months and some years later, you have an organism with high-level cognition and preferences and an inner life and so on. And what embryogenesis tells us is that that transformation from physics to mind is gradual. It's smooth. There is no special place where, you know, a lightning bolt says, boom, now you've gone from physics to true cognition. That doesn't happen. And so we can see in this process that the whole mystery, you know, the biggest mystery of the universe, basically, how you get mind from matter.
From just physics, in quotes.
Yeah.
So where's the magic into the thing? How do we get from information encoded in DNA and make physical reality out of that information?
So one of the things that I think is really important if we're going to bring in DNA into this picture is to think about the fact that what DNA encodes is the hardware of life. DNA contains the instructions for the kind of micro level hardware that every cell gets to play with. So all the proteins, all the signaling factors, the ion channels, all the cool little pieces of hardware that cells have, that's what's in the DNA. The rest of it is in so-called generic laws. And these are laws of mathematics. These are laws of computation. These are laws of physics, of all kinds of interesting things that are not directly in the DNA. And that process, you know, I think the reason I always put just physics in quotes is because I don't think there is such a thing as just physics. I think that thinking about these things in binary categories, like this is physics, this is true cognition, this is as if, it's only faking, these kinds of things, I think that's what gets us in trouble. I think that we really have to understand that it's a continuum, and we have to work up the scaling, the laws of scaling, and we can certainly talk about that. There's a lot of really interesting thoughts to be had there.
So the physics is deeply integrated with information. So the DNA doesn't exist on its own. The DNA is integrated as, in some sense, in response to the laws of physics at every scale. The laws of the environment it exists in.
Yeah, the environment and also the laws of the universe. I mean, the thing about the DNA is that it's once evolution discovers a certain kind of machine, that if the physical implementation is appropriate, it's sort of, and this is hard to talk about because we don't have a good vocabulary for this yet, but it's a very kind of Platonic notion that if the machine is there, it pulls down interesting things that you do not have to evolve from scratch because the laws of physics give it to you for free. So just as a really stupid example, if you're trying to evolve a particular triangle, you can evolve the first angle and you evolve the second angle, but you don't need to evolve the third. You know what it is already. Now, why do you know? That's a gift for free from geometry in a particular space. You know what that angle has to be. And if you evolve an ion channel, ion channels are basically transistors, right? They're voltage gated current conductances. If you evolve that ion channel, you immediately get to use things like truth tables. You get logic functions. You don't have to evolve the logic function. You don't have to evolve a truth table. It doesn't have to be in the DNA. You get it for free, right? And the fact that if you have NAND gates, you can build anything you want, you get that for free. All you have to evolve is that first step, that first little machine that enables you to couple to those laws. And there's laws of adhesion and many other things. And this is all that interplay between the hardware that's set up by the genetics and the software that's right, the physiological software that basically does all the computation and the cognition and everything else is a real interplay between the information in the DNA and the laws of physics, of computation, and so on.
So is it fair to say, just like this idea that the laws of mathematics are discovered, they're latent within the fabric of the universe, in that same way the laws of biology are kind of discovered?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely, and it's probably not a popular view, but I think that's right on the money. Yeah.
Well, I think that's a really deep idea. Then embryogenesis is the process of revealing, of embodying, of manifesting these laws. You're not building the laws.
Yeah.
You're just creating the capacity to reveal.
Yes. I think, again, not the standard view of molecular biology by any means, but I think that's right on the money.
So that's Lex Fridman and Michael Levin, who's a biologist at Tufts University. So it's interesting because it's along the same lines of what we're talking about, and why I find something like CRISPR so insulting, or something that interferes with that process synthetically, is because of how much, we've evolved, the blessing of DNA, and how natural selection has literally put forward the best versions of ourselves, going against it with modern medicine, tinkering with it as if we understand truly like the gravity of how much value is in genetics. I really just I find insulting, and it's kind of just a slap in the face of nature or God or both, depending on on your belief. That being said, now this is kind of where it's in the same concept, but something I sort of agree with is if we're gonna, for example, want to be a multi-planetary species, we've evolved to be on planet Earth, period. That's within this little fishbowl that we call home. In order for us to leave, we cannot leave the same genetic species that we are, because we're used to gravity, we're used to oxygen, we're used to the elements that are on this planet. And once we leave that planet, or leave this planet, we're not genetically suited to be outside of it. So how do you adapt yourself? And one of the ways is to change our genetic makeup in order to survive the process. For example, long-term zero gravity exposure. How are we going to deal with that when our bodies are designed to deal with one atmosphere, 1 bar atmosphere, or a certain amount of gravity? The minute that we are not exposed to it, our bodies are going to work efficiently and get rid of all the things that are no longer needed, making us no longer suitable for gravity. Literally just would whittle away to nothing. So how are we going to deal with that? And part of it is messing with our DNA in order to keep the production of our muscles, of the certain elements that we need to survive in gravity, despite not being in it. So that could be viewed as, all right, well, that's a good thing, but we're fundamentally now changing who we are and who we've, basically evolved to being. And is that morally acceptable or not? I think that's a huge question.
Mm-hmm. I'd have to think about that, Mr. P. You just said a mouthful. You just said a lot.
I think about these things all the time because I do find this stuff fascinating, and I do love the idea. Like, in order to understand it, you do need to kind of mess with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
I start to ask some of the moral implications of it and whether we'll be better or worse for it. You know what I mean? Like, for example, we physically can't travel beyond the speed of light. Like, our physiology will not allow it.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah,
in order for
y'all are
us to get
deep,
anywhere
that's
out of like the solar system, it's impossible for us to travel at that speed. It's too slow. The nearest like solar system is like thousands of light years away.
Mm-hmm.
So we can't get there in a human life. So like we either need to change the way we travel or change us. I mean, so this is a lot of these questions come up when you start thinking about leaving Earth and like becoming multiplanetary. It's not just hop on a spaceship and go. It's a lot more involved.
Dang it. I thought it was going to be easy.
Me too. Fucking Star Wars makes it look like fucking, just
Star Trek.
Star Trek, you just like hit a button and you're going light speed, and yeah.
God, I cannot stand the intro song to Star Trek. Oh, it literally just turns my stomach. I don't know why. Yeah, I was sick one time, and my husband left the TV on, and it just kept on playing Star Trek over and over, and like, I was sick at the time, so it's weird. I cannot watch Star Trek at all. Mm-mm. Not into Star Wars either.
Me either.
Space. The final
Oh, God.
Oh, God. Mr. P.
These are the
Voyager.
Sorry.
You guys remember Hogan's Heroes and MASH?
My daddy would not let MASH be on our TV.
Oh, my God. My cousin was friggin' in love.
He said it was an insult and a blasphemy to the military.
It's crazy.
He wouldn't watch it.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Anyways, so that was basically one of the things I wanted to cover. This may be too deep. I'll try it for a minute. If you guys can't handle it, we'll stop it. But so you're talking about these things called Xenobots. I don't know if you guys know what those are. All right, let's learn about Xenobots.
Son, money.
Well, actually, let's step back and define what are Xenobots.
So a Xenobot is a self-assembling little proto-organism. It's also a biological robot. Those things are not distinct. It's a member of both classes.
How much is it biology? How much is it robot?
At this point, most of it is biology, because what we're doing is we're discovering natural behaviors of the cells and also of the cell collectives. Now, one of the really important parts of this was that we're working together with Josh Bongart's group at University of Vermont. They're computer scientists, do AI, and they've basically been able to use a simulated evolution approach to ask, how can we manipulate these cells, give them signals, not.
Interesting.
Rewire their DNA, so not hardware, but experience and signals. So can we remove some cells? Can we add some cells? Can we poke them in different ways to get them to do other things? So in the future, there's going to be, we're now, and this is future unpublished work, but we're doing all sorts of interesting ways to reprogram them to new behaviors. But before you can start to reprogram these things, you have to understand what their innate capacities are.
Okay, so that means programming. You're engineering them in the future, and in some sense, the definition of a robot is something you in part engineer.
Yeah.
And
versus
evolve.
AI bot.
I mean,
yes.
It's such a fuzzy definition anyway. In some sense, many of the organisms within our body are kinds of robots.
Yes.
And I think robots is a weird line because we tend to see robots as the other. I think there will be a time in the future when there's going to be something akin to the civil rights movement for robots, but we'll talk about that later perhaps.
Sure.
Anyway, so can we just linger on it? How do you build a Xenobot? What are we talking about here? From whence does it start, and how does it become the glorious Xenobot?
Yeah. So just to take one step back, one of the things that a lot of people get stuck on is they say, well, engineering requires new DNA circuits, or it requires new nanomaterials. What the thing is, we are now moving from old school engineering, which used passive materials, right? That things like, wood, metal, things like this, that basically the only thing you could depend on is that they were going to keep their shape. That's it. They don't do anything else. It's on you as an engineer to make them do everything they're going to do. And then there were active materials and now computational materials. This is a whole new era. These are agential materials. This is you're now collaborating with your substrate because your material has an agenda. These cells have, billions of years of evolution. They have goals. They have preferences. They're not just going to sit where you put them.
That's hilarious that you have to talk your material into keeping it shape.
That's it. That is exactly right. That is exactly right. That is
stay there. Right. It's like getting a bunch of cats or something and trying to organize a shape out of them.
It's funny, we're on the same page here because in a paper, this is currently just been accepted in Nature Bioengineering. One of the figures I have is building a tower out of Legos versus dogs, right?
Yes.
So think about the difference, right? If you build out of Legos, you have full control over where it's going to go. But if somebody knocks it over, it's game over. With the dogs, you cannot just come and stack them. They're not going to stay that way. But the good news is that if you train them, then somebody knocks it over, they'll get right back up. So it's all right. So as an engineer, what you really want to know is what can I depend on this thing to do, right? That's really, a lot of people have definitions of robots as far as what they're made of or how they got here, design versus evolved, whatever. I don't think any of that is useful. I think as an engineer, what you want to know is how much can I depend on this thing to do when I'm not around to micromanage it? What level of dependency can I give this thing? How much agency does it have? Which then tells you what techniques do you use. So do you use micromanagement, like you put everything where it goes? Do you train it? Do you give it signals? Do you try to convince it to do things, right? How much, how intelligent is your substrate? And so now we're moving into this area where you're working with agential materials. That's a collaboration. That's not old style engineering.
What's the word you're using? Agential?
Agential. Yeah.
What's that mean?
Agency. It comes from the word agency. So basically the material has agency, meaning that it has some level of, obviously not human level, but some level of preferences, goals, memories, ability to remember things, to compute into the future, meaning anticipate. When you're working with cells, they have all of that to various degrees.
Is that empowering or limiting, having material that has a mind of its own, literally?
I think it's both, right? So it raises difficulties because it means that if you're using the old mindset, which is a linear kind of extrapolation of what's going to happen, you're going to be surprised and shocked all the time because biology does not do what we linearly expect materials to do. On the other hand, it's massively liberating. And so in the following way, I've argued that advances in regenerative medicine require us to take advantage of this, because what it means is that you can get the material to do things that you don't know how to micromanage. So just as a simple example, right? If you had a rat and you wanted this rat to do a circus trick, put a ball in the little hoop, you can do it the micromanagement way, which is try to control every neuron and try to play the thing like a puppet, right? And maybe someday that'll be possible, maybe. Or you can train the rat. And this is why humanity, for thousands of years before we knew any neuroscience, we had no idea what's between the ears of any animal. We were able to train these animals because once you recognize the level of agency of a certain system, you can use appropriate techniques. If you know the currency of motivation, reward, and punishment, you know how smart it is, you know what kinds of things it likes to do, you are searching a much smoother, much nicer problem space than if you try to micromanage the thing. And in regenerative medicine, when you're trying to get, let's say, an arm to grow back or an eye to repair a cell birth defect or something, do you really want to be controlling tens of thousands of genes at each point to try to micromanage it? Or do you want to find the high-level modular controls that say, build an arm here? You already know how to build an arm. You did it before. Do it again. So I think it's both. It's both difficult, and it challenges us to develop new ways of engineering, and it's hugely empowering.
And what he gets into is how some organisms, like for example a salamander, if a salamander loses its arm, let's say it loses 2/3 of its arm, it's capable of growing the 2/3 back, and the body understands that, hey, I don't need the whole arm, I just need the 2/3 that were lost, and it knows exactly when to stop once the arm is finished. So these are some of the things that they're learning as far as regeneration, which again, obviously they're attempting to, have our bodies regenerate, i.e., if you have a piece of an organ removed or needs to be replaced, how do we take random cells like T cells and turn them into a new heart or lung or whatever organ is either failed or failing in the human body, right? So these are some of the concepts that they talk about in this this podcast, and it's 3 hours long. So I mean, these are not short conversations, but they're incredibly educational, especially if you don't have a grasp on the on the topic. They make it easy for anybody to kind of get a 101 understanding on, and kind of go from there. So I thought that was pretty cool.
Now, what's his name again? Lex Fridman?
That's Lex Fridman. I put a link into that specific podcast. I can give a link to his channel as well. But I mean, like, every one of his podcasts have millions of views. This is not like a...
Yeah.
Let me ask you something, Mike. Is he on YouTube?
Yeah, well, yeah, he's on multiple platforms, but I watch him on YouTube.
Let me ask you this. Is he like what you just played, that was on YouTube?
Yeah.
Right. So, yeah, a lot of stuff that, once again, you see how he didn't really go into great detail, right? I mean, I guess he went into what he knows, but Xenobots, he really didn't go into
he gets
exactly what they do and what they're using and creating these things
That
for.
calls, God damn it. That's why.
Well, I didn't let him finish. He actually does get into it. I just didn't know if I should keep going or if you...
No, what I'm saying is you could tell, because if you were able to pull that from YouTube, that means the YouTube has not flagged him, or because the stuff, the deeper things about these is not allowed to be said on YouTube. Like when you start talking about them manipulating human cells, them hacking human cells, and all of these other things. See, he's selling it to people. Like, you know, people like you who feel like, oh yeah, it'll be beneficial. You know what I'm saying? If I lose a finger, I'll be able to grow a finger back. You know? But
So
if you
what's
think
the
about it
negative
like
version
this,
of what you're like? What do
if
you?
you think
That's
about
the
it like
positive.
this,
What's the?
that's
What's the
these people.
negative?
Huh? That's not a positive. That's someone attempting to play God. So let's say this. If a salamander loses part of its leg or whatever and is able to regenerate that, that's because God created that salamander to do that. If we were supposed to do that, then we would be able to do it like when we lose our baby teeth, our adult teeth come in. You get what I'm saying? But what you have is man playing God and tampering with organic matter and synthetic matter, putting something together as a concoction and trying to sell it to us. And there's people who
And
go for that, not
and
So
what
you think
understanding
whoever
what it
has
is that,
surgery,
not understanding what it is that they're
that
really
they're
doing.
messing with.
can
They're
I ask
really
you a question?
Degradation.
messing with
Whoever
them.
had a surgery where you snapped something and you had to put
It,
metal rods in
it,
there.
it, it goes far beyond them
No,
just
have you had that
programming
happen? Because
something to
that
be able to do something in
God
your
didn't do
body.
that.
Like they're literally hooking people up. That's why
Man,
AI is pushed so
run
much.
around with
That's
it.
that's why Skynet and all these other things are pushed so much. That's why, you know, because they're
You
literally
said
trying to
Satan.
hook people up to a system to where they can
Yeah,
send
no,
your
don't.
body a signal, and these things that he was talking about in a
No,
rudimentary
I
way
got that. That's
will
crazy
start
as shit.
assembling in
But
your body certain things. Certain, I'm
well,
man,
I'm
So
talking
let me
about
ask
half
you
the
this:
whoever.
stuff is not
if
even
we
You
would
allowed
ever
on
had
naturally
YouTube.
surgery,
like,
had like steel rods or anything? God
well,
didn't do that. Right?
no, he's right. But like for example, like a salamander obviously lives in an environment where it loses its arm enough where, you know,
There's
genetics,
God
God
or
gave it the ability to grow
evolution.
it back
Whatever.
as necessary, right? I mean, it's obvious that there's a reason for that ability, right? Like in we don't know if we kept losing our arms all the time, you know, millions of years from now, our genes start helping us grow new arms. So like, what if we're just saving time and doing what nature will do eventually anyways? Is it
You
still?
you really believe that after all
I'm
these
asking the
thousands of
question. I'm not
years?
saying I believe it. I'm just asking the
Oh,
So,
question.
okay.
so
Yeah.
the source of that would be, so you believe in evolution. I don't believe in evolution, because if we evolve to become better people, like, you know, naturally and gradually throughout time, like how Darwin said that, you know, we evolved from monkeys and things of this nature. Why, if that was the case, why? Because normally
No,
when
that's a
things
different
evolve, you don't
species.
see the old prototype anymore. You get what I'm saying? Based on
That's actually
their
not
That's
true.
wrong.
explanation for
Based
That's not
on
true.
some
evolution.
fucking
That's
apes.
not true. We see
Because
birds,
we're
for example,
similar,
that
maybe,
end up
but
going to different islands, have different, and you'll see the
Mike,
old version
Mike,
and the version that adapted to its new environment alive at the same time. So it's not true that the old version just disappears because the new version
Mike,
evolved.
have you literally seen a bird yourself evolve? Like before you were
Dude,
born,
yes.
have you
It's called
seen
the
a? So you
finch.
literally seen wait a minute. So you yourself have existed long enough to see
Of
a
course
bird
not.
when it was first formed to
Doesn't happen in a
now in
single
your
yeah.
human
day in life
lifetime.
and notice that it's different? Or how do you know that, hey, there's this species of bird, that species went extinct, but then there was another species of bird that God created that might have been a little bit more better than that other bird? But what pseudoscientists tell us is that, oh no, this actually evolved from this thing right here.
But we're literally seeing the same bird with different color feathers, different small adaptations to the environment,
Different
but they're the
size,
same
this,
bird.
So
They're
that,
that
literally the
whatever.
proves
same
so that
size,
proves
same beak,
that proves
same eye
evolution,
location,
Mike.
same feathers. Why wouldn't it? I mean, we see evolution
No.
all the time. I mean, dude, just eye color alone, like, you know, if you have two people have certain color eyes and then their children have a different color based on how genes work and which ones are turned on, which that's showing you right there in one generation that
Then you're
certain
going
genes are
into
capable of turning on
MULTICAST.
and off in one lifetime. Why can't that happen gradually over millions of years? I don't know why that's not. You can't logically see
Because
that can
there is
happen.
evolution with science, regardless. I'm not saying there isn't God, this, that, etc. whatever you believe in.
Look at human beings. I mean, we've already changed in several lifetimes in how tall we are, you know, the way our shoulders are carried. I mean, we're seeing it right now today. We're changing.
Or Jesus days. I gotta quit saying it. But whatever. What was it? Life expectancy was like age 30, right? But this was written off tablets and books and And we're living like 120. Fuck that. That's evolution. I'm sorry. We're
is it actually because you know what I believe is that humans back in the day, we actually, when God first created, you know, man and woman, we were actually able to live longer than 120 years. People were living for 500 to 600 years. So funny how the Bible, where God tells us we won't live past 120 nowadays. It says that in the Bible, that 120 years. But now Satan is telling people now Satan is telling people through meds and technology, eventually someday we will be able to live for eons. We will be able to live over here in space or whatever, and all these. Isn't it funny how
everything copies God?
Right. Everything copies God. Exactly. Satan takes everything God has says and he retwists it and he sells it to God's people in an upside down way.
It's man-made. It's man-made. It is not God-made.
It's all man-made. Are you kidding? I heard something, a voice in my head that said, do this.
And I remember when I was a teen, right? And it's crazy because my mom used to make me read books like this. And I can't remember the title, but it was about Darwin. And it explained how he became who he was, how he went on like some missionary trip when he was a kid. And when he was visiting all these places, he was studying all these different type of rocks. And he always wondered, well, how come this rock on this shore looks this way? But when I went over there, this rock looks different. And he started coming up with these theories of evolution, like basically how Mike explained it, like, because this rock is this.
Corrode. Yes, we know this.
I'm gonna let you have the floor, brother.
Zero, what the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know, but that's throwing me off.
So to Triple A's comment, I was talking about birds. Fish are another good example. There's areas in the world where there are like all these lakes that are completely separate from each other, which you have the same, species of fish, and they're different in each one of these lakes. They've literally evolved to the specific biodiversity in these individual lakes. And you will see some of the craziest variations of, for example,
let me ask you this, Mike. Has a cat evolved from a catfish? Has a horse evolved from a seahorse? Or has a lion evolved from a sea lion? Let me ask you a real question.
No, that's not a real question.
Did wolves evolve into household dogs? Do they not?
I mean, all dogs come from the wolf. So, I mean, is that funny of a question?
Did they evolve from the wolf?
No, we bred
or are there just different species of dogs?
Well, the species of dogs have been pretty much man-made. We've bred these dogs. They all come from the original wolf. So, I mean...
Oh, so just two wolves made a Saint Bernard, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Eventually, yeah.
Wow. What are you talking about?
Dude.
How?
Because
how can two wolves just out of nowhere create a Saint Bernard throughout time? Like, if these two wolves were able to live forever, how can they just create a Saint Bernard out of nowhere?
Well, they're not creating it. We're creating it through breeding, dude.
Breeding with
just look up, dude. Look up a species of dog right now, and they will literally tell you what they're made of. They breed two different dogs.
I know how. Listen,
so why are you
I
asking the
understand what
question
you're
as if
saying.
it's
Listen,
like
whoa.
crazy?
I understand how breeding dogs work. Trust me. But what you're saying doesn't make sense because in order to breed dogs, you have to have two different kind of dogs. You're saying that dogs came from wolves. So if they came from wolves, how can two wolves
Where did they come
create
from then,
a
dude?
dog?
Where do they
Different
come
type
from?
of dogs at that.
Where do dogs come from then?
They were created by God, each and every different species. A poodle did not come from a wolf. A chihuahua did not degenerate. And if a chihuahua came from a wolf, a chihuahua is small. There's certain dogs that are called toy dogs. They're small. That wouldn't be evolution. That would be some sort of degeneration or whatever, wouldn't it?
Shout out to Lucy.
Shut up. You shut up. Oh, fucking goddamn. Your little toy fucking dogs, you can stuff little rats at this point.
So did God create the bulldog?
Yes.
Or how about the miniature bulldog? Did God create that?
I don't know, but a lot of dogs these
How about a
days
Chiweenie? Did God create a Chiweenie?
bred.
Wait, did God create a Chiweenie?
Mixed breeds.
So they're mixed breeds or they're bred this way, correct, Mike? Right? So based on the fish scenario that you were talking about and different, so do you think those fish that you talking about, there were literally people who bred fish and then just threw them in certain lakes and stuff? I mean, we do know that they do restock lakes, and we do know they do genetically modify fish and things of that nature. Like, we know things like that. But
let me ask you a question.
In order to breed dogs, you have to have two different kinds to breed together. They don't just like two labs don't just magically keep breeding forever and then eventually make a pit bull. That doesn't happen. You have to have.
Bro.
You get what I'm saying?
No, I don't.
Jay, do you believe every book you fucking read?
Every book?
All books, any book.
No, when I was a kid, clearly Dr. Seuss wasn't based on real, so no.
No,
Does that answer your question?
Okay, it's like Bibles, right? Regardless of
No,
what
so that's the point that you're getting at. Get to that.
They all have like 900 and some odd pages, right?
Have they ever made it a dog with a cat?
Hold on, damn it. Remember, these things were on tablets that nobody could decipher because everybody had died, right? So you had, what, maybe one descendant to be able to... Shut the fuck up. God damn it. What do you want? Why do you keep cutting me off?
Because I don't know where you're at. Go ahead, Zero.
For fuck's sakes, I'm drinking the blood of Christ. Where's my body of Christ, motherfuckers?
Can you just finish your thoughts, Zero? Just tune them out.
It's not a thought. I'm just... Fuck it at this goddamn point. Fuck you, fuck everybody else. We're all in hell, and that's that. There you go. Fuck you fuckers figure out the rest.
Okay.
As you keep going in goddamn circles. I say one word, let that carry out for the next year. It'll end up being a book. There you go.
Right on.
You know what's crazy? And this is kind of off topic and kind of random, but
no, you're good.
I was looking at something. I was on a website and it was like some .gov or whatever, but it was like talking about NDEs, near-death experiences, and it had all these stories and all these cases, all these different people of different, someone in the 70s and then someone had one in the 90s and then, it just different dates, right? And they described their near-death experience. And on this medical website, it talks about it goes into detail of their near-death experience. And a lot of these people had experiences that they went to hell, right? and had these experiences that they were able to describe all these different people, all these different ages existing in different times, but they all had the same sort of vision, exact visions of hell, the same exact experience. And it makes you wonder why would they even take something like that serious, right, and publish it on like on a government medical website like PubMed or something like that? Like, why would they share these near-death experience stories, right? And then it makes you think, like, okay, how are all these different type of people from different places having the same type of dream or vision or near-death experience, right? It makes you realize there is a God. We do have a Savior. And a lot of this stuff that we've been taught in this world is a lie, which is why God tells us Satan is the ruler of this world and to be aware of his vices. Because everything that we've been taught, pseudoscience, I don't care how many people try to explain all these different type of things. Like, we could go on forever and ever of all these different type of people who have some sort of intellectual, dialogue with someone about science or something like that. But understand that a lot of this stuff people have read from other people. They've read books. These aren't things that they've tested themselves. They're just things that they believe because, oh yeah, I'm a Isaac Newton fan. I read a lot of his theories or his books and stuff, so everything he says I believe. And then they go and regurgitate it. And then if that person is popular amongst people will believe that person instead of actually, doing their own due diligence and research and stuff, right? But my point is this: there's a lot of people that are deceived in this world that are deceiving the blind. There's a lot of blind people that are leading the blind.
Fucking lemons. Yep, there's that one.
And when people are blind, when they just don't want to see it. When you mention Satan, deception, God, people do not want to hear it. But if I was to come on here and say, oh yeah, did y'all know that such and such as, oh, people would believe it instantly. They wouldn't ask me for a source. They wouldn't ask me nothing. But whenever it comes down to the deceptions of this world, people do not want to believe it. They rather continue to believe these people in lab coats and blue suits, red ties, Democrats, Republicans, liberals, freedom fighters, politicians. They rather worship all these people and believe their words. And that's the biggest deception ever.
And Satan's a fucking pussy bitch. There was a fallen angel that basically said, hey, fuck you, ain't doing this. There's worse shit than that. And it dates back way back when. Great. Got it. When I died for my first fucking time, you know what I saw? Pitch fucking black and grabbing onto a fucking wire. There is no way. There ain't shit around it. So what? Explain that shit.
Because you weren't completely dead.
Lovely fucking things. No, that happened a long ass time ago.
I saw the same thing, Zero. Complete blackness. But I wasn't completely dead. Neither were you.
Well, no shit.
We were brought back.
Somebody tilted me on my side, puking on my guides or CPR or fucking whatever. So I don't know.
Dude, if heaven was if heaven was your house, would you invite you into your house?
Yes.
Why?
I'm not Satan, goddammit.
Oh, so the only qualification you need to get in your house is not be Satan?
Just because what I believe into. First of all, I'm Catholic. And I did dabble around with some really fucked up shit. And yes, most of that shit's very true. And I closed out half them doors and kind of closed all that shit off. So I don't fuck around with that shit anymore. I'm just forewarning people. Fuck that
I'm
shit.
agnostic, dude,
No.
but if there's some kind of like, system in which you have to do a certain amount or be a certain amount of a good person, or your soul has to be,
not
whatever,
like that.
you gotta question, like, was I even like able to get on
I
the
wouldn't
list? Like
sacrifice
when
some
they
people
called
to
when
death.
they called Zero, where they're like, "Fuck that guy, dude. There's no way he's getting in tonight," and then they just like kicked you back. You know what I
Wait,
mean? Like,
join my cult? I got population too now, damn it. Come on, let's keep going.
saying it, maybe if you do really good things, maybe it won't be black when that time comes. Just a thought.
Well, that would be one. Well, it's not color or color. That would be
In my opinion, shouldn't matter
shadow.
because I don't know anything about this stuff.
Black, silver, and green. So we're gonna do that one.
Anyways,
Want to join?
so just Hassan, just kind of circling back to the canine thing. I like, we can have different opinions. My suggestion would be not to like laugh about one or the other, only because this is not like a settled debate. Like this is actually a big question that
I'm
along
not
with other
debating.
questions. What's that?
I'm not debating. I'm just simply saying, no, I don't believe in evolution. I don't believe dogs. There's different, it's kind of self-explanatory. Breeding dogs mean two people or a person taking two
really
different
isn't,
kinds of dogs,
what came
and
first, the
creating
chicken or
a
the
new
egg?
line.
The chicken or the egg?
I mean, dude, there's so many different variations of each species. Like, how do you say that they didn't evolve? Especially when on a
shit
planet that
evolving
consistently
every
changes
single
its
day.
weather, its locations of land, its acidity in the ocean. I mean, there's so many constant changes. How do you expect life not to adapt?
I mean, I do understand,
Acclimating
like,
to like an
land.
environment. Is that not evolving
second,
to
Mike.
it?
Hey, Mike,
I mean,
can I ask you a question? Or anybody on the panel here. I don't watch the news, right? But my wife does. And this morning she was listening to something and she brought it to my attention that it was something about they were making this. It's a little off topic, but I'm just curious if y'all heard about it. They were making this young lady go through her full pregnancy, okay, and where she lives, I guess. Hold on, Zero. I guess where she lives, abortion is not legal, or it's illegal.
Judge got it, and yes.
So she can't have an abortion, but the baby is stillborn inside of her.
Oh, so
have y'all heard about this?
Dead.
The baby's what? What was that last point you just made?
The baby is stillborn inside.
Dead.
Oh
Dead.
my god.
And they're making her go full term with this baby inside of her that's not living.
How?
How is that?
I
thought you meant
it's a topic I don't like touching.
Yeah, that's just fucking
But that's
crazy.
a
When
dead
when she
baby
told me. But how does that even? I don't understand, because how does that even happen if the baby is not alive? How does she go full term?
It out her front end?
Yeah, you have to ask somebody that knows that kind of field. I couldn't tell you. I would assume that the pregnancy would have been naturally terminated by the body, but
I do know a coroner or dead coroner. Shit, I
That
mean,
is
they deal with
just
dead bodies.
mind-boggling. It actually brought tears to my wife's eyes, man. She's like, "That could be our daughter," or you know what I mean? It's like, what
yeah.
the fuck?
Hassan, you were responding
Actually,
to
it's
something
not
there.
safe to do that, so I don't
Oh my
see how that could be happening.
Preeclampsia and all kinds of shit.
Or is it fake as fuck?
They should be making her go into labor and give birth because that can cause an infection in her body.
Yeah, man.
Or go
don't
in
get it.
there. I mean, C-section, whatever.
Absolutely, C-section.
You can't really. We're gonna shove your entire arm all the way up in there. Hello.
And she's going to be, that poor woman, she's going to be, talk about PTSD. Damn. I don't even know what her age was. That's why I don't watch the fucking
that's
news.
gotta be bullshit. There ain't no fucking way.
I don't know, man.
It's dead. It's in your body. It's gonna kill you too. Fuck that. There's no fucking way.
That's what I thought, April, that they would induce the labor, but
Yeah.
they're not doing
But
it.
it's gonna
They're going to have to induce labor.
Give it
I don't
I
know.
would even, if that was, and I'm not saying that it's not true, and I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is, if that was on the media, right, on a news station, I would question, okay, why would they put this story out there and say that, especially after Honeybee said, there would be complications or things if they don't, help her to pass the child. Like now, so
Well, the
what would
reason I
be?
say that is because my daughter-in-law
I believe it was MSNBC.
was stillborn. He had passed away, and they put her into labor, and they made her have that baby.
And see, and that's maybe that's their reason. The reason why they put it on the media is to promote abortions. Like so now when now people will say, no, that's not right to leave a stillborn child inside the mom for the whole term, So now they're gonna push their agenda. Like, yeah, you see why abortions matter. You see why you should.
But Hassan, how's the baby
Wait a
even
minute,
gonna
Vic.
develop?
Mike, I'm going to make a... Let me wait, guys. I'm going to make a statement, and as soon as I'm done with my statement, I'm going to click off. Okay?
Fix your goddamn microphone, Dr. Pepper.
Go ahead, Cindy.
Vic, listen, I'm going to make a statement, then I'm going to click off immediately.
Right.
Once you're diagnosed with having a stillborn, you are given the choice. Do you want to be induced, or do you want to potentially carry the full term? Because the body will probably go ahead and put you in labor ahead of time. But you're given the choice. You will not get usually sick as long as there's plenty of fluid in with the child. So it is given.
What did you just
and
say?
you cannot have it. You cannot have a C-section because it's not warranted. That's nothing to do with abortion. I know because of 30 years ago.
This is a different country, though, Cindy. I don't know if you heard that context or not.
What is the actual disclaimer?
And I
Why does she have to click off? I don't understand that.
What she said, I kind of agree with. Well, I agree with when she said the body will naturally push the baby out. So technically,
my daughter-in-law didn't have a C-section. She had that baby natural.
yeah, because think about it. Like in olden days, before they had the technology to, the ultrasounds and all these things, like women did not know whether or not, they had a child that was, inside their body that was not alive anymore, but their body knew. Their body would push this child out, and they would have an early birth, and then everyone would see, oh wow, this unfortunately this child did not make it. Like they're not, so naturally I agree with Cindy, the body will push them out. So I think that they mentioned that story to make certain people feel like, this is why. Well, you said it was in a different country, Mike, so maybe not that.
I don't know. I don't know where it was.
Well, I actually don't know. This is just what Vic's doing.
I was a C-sec baby back in '82.
I don't think it was. I think it was in the U.S.
Well, you said that she lived in an area that didn't have, didn't allow abortion. So I assume that was outside.
Well, there's states that don't allow abortions, Mike.
That's not an abortion.
Yeah. No, that's just a regular
baby. My grandson's umbilical cord wrapped around his ankle and cut off his blood supply, and it killed him.
Yeah.
That's not abortion.
No, technically she could push that child out at home if she wanted to. Like there's things that she could do to prep to push that child out. Like
I mean, she was 9 months pregnant. Like, she was supposed to give birth any day. And he just got flipped around. He was born perfect. I mean, he was beautiful. He looked just like my son.
Unheard of, but I mean, it does fucking happen. What? Which is
shit's crazy when heroin. I don't know.
You know what's even crazier? I can't remember. I can't even remember what states, but there's certain or what countries, but there's certain places where like now the woman can go. They can have the child and then still get an abortion. Like, you know, this world is wicked, and people just don't see it. People just don't see it.
I disagree. I think people see it.
Not really. Because most of the wickedness people uplift. Think about it. It's my right. No, well, because they know what they're speaking about. They know what they're talking about. I trust them. Like a lot of stuff is wicked. It's just that the masses don't realize, you know, that it's wicked. Because if you knew something was wicked, why would you even agree or participate in it? You get what I'm saying? But if the devil can make you believe right is wrong and wrong is right, exactly what the scripture says. In the end days, wrong will become right and right will become wrong.
Yeah, evil will become good and good will become evil.
Rapes, incest,
exactly.
This, that, etc. Which would probably happen back.
I just don't think you can lump everybody. I think there's plenty of people that see what's going on. There's just enough people that don't. You know?
I mean, this could be this. This could be true.
You are an example right now.
Millions of people in this world.
Right. You tell me that there's not people like you out there?
I believe that there is people like me, but I believe, and I'm not anyone special. I'm just a believer in God. I believe the word, and I don't believe what man tells us 24/7. You know what I'm saying? I just don't trust. The Bible tells us it's better to trust the Lord than to put your faith. It's better to have faith in the Lord than to trust man. So I'm going to do exactly that. I don't trust these people, especially people in power, because guess what? A lot of them did not get into these positions because they did kind and goodness to people. They screwed people over, manipulated people, put people and killed people, set people up, deceive people, you know. And if you truly don't know what wickedness is according to the scripture, then no, you won't know what wickedness is. You know what I'm saying? You will think that it's right.
Or woman.
And the Bible says there's the you know, there's the road is narrow. Now, how many people are on that narrow road? I have no idea. I can never ever tell you or assume. But what I can tell you is Jesus Christ himself said that the road to the kingdom basically and the road to righteousness is narrow, and the road to destruction, pretty much to damnation, to hell, is very wide, and there's a lot of people on it. So that lets you know.
And supposedly kicked it with hookers, thieves, everybody did not get
we've been taught, right, to become rich. We've been
that
taught.
goes to show you that God can take any man, even a man like Peter who had a dirty mouth, and make him the cornerstone of the church.
Who?
Yes, God can use anyone.
Peter.
How do we know he had a dirty mouth?
He cussed like a sailor. He cussed all the time. He chopped a man's. He chopped a man's. Yeah, he chopped a man's ear off in the garden for Jesus, and Jesus reattached it.
Oh, what the fuck? What?
And healed the man and told him anyone who draws their sword now will die by the sword.
That's right.
Was he saying like "fuck your mother" or something? Like what was some of the shit that he was?
Probably he was a fisherman.
Well, just say go fuck yourself. Got it.
Study the men of the Bible. You'll be surprised. Look at David.
You don't know. That was
a lot of them come from, a lot of disciples and apostles came from horrible backgrounds. You know, look at Paul. You know, he was once Saul.
They're all all criminals.
There's
God damn
plenty
it.
of
They're all
people who did evil, wicked things, and Christ chose them and transformed them and told them to follow Him. And you know, Mike, another thing I wanted to say was it's never about doing good and to get into heaven. Like it's not about, because we can never be perfect. The Bible tells us that. The Bible
Yeah, the
tells us our
Manson
only
families
thing
and everybody
is
else.
to believe in our heart that Jesus Christ died on the cross for our sins and to confess with our tongues, and we will be saved. That is the gift of salvation. Right now, we do understand that in scripture, there's one thing that will not be tolerated: blasphemy of the Holy Spirit, receiving the mark of the beast. And, but other than that, we will never be perfect human beings. But if we understand that we're not perfect and that there was someone who was perfect and he was sent to die for our sins and take on our imperfections and die for them, then we become righteous and perfect in the Lord's eyes. So it's not about our works
I call
of doing
bullshit.
good. We're all gonna
Every
fall.
fucking stance who does
Everybody.
that regardless.
Yeah,
We're all gonna make
nobody
mistakes.
can keep the whole law. That's Jesus came to fulfill the law for us.
Right.
And to redeem us from all sin, not
What,
just our
Jeebus?
sins, but all sin. Sin is a.
Okay, Jeebs, go turn my
Mike,
water
you ever
to
read the
more
Bible?
fucking wine. Get the fuck
Who,
out.
me?
Mike.
Oh, Mike?
What?
You
Sorry.
know, I mean, I've been through most of it through Catholic school, and
I've never read the Bible.
Going through all the
Never.
fucking
The Bible is
parables,
very, very
books, and-
interesting if you do start reading it. It's
No,
a very
I enjoyed
interesting
a lot
book.
of the a lot
I
of
don't
the stories.
understand it.
You know,
That's why
well,
I
they're just
tried.
Well, you gotta
basically, it's like
get
it's
one
a
you
book
can
of
understand.
lessons, right? It's just like it tells stories that have like a a lesson built into it. I mean, that's pretty much.
But it's not just stories. It's real. It was real life. It was real.
Well, but some of them are parables. Like you can't say it's not a historical document.
Yeah,
I mean,
some
there-
are parables.
Those tablets that
there
nobody
are
can
parables.
decipher but
You're
one
right. There
shit.
are parables that's meant to teach a lesson, but there are events that have transpired that are actually real, that were meant to also teach a lesson.
Yes.
Certain judgments that were brought from God upon certain people and things of that nature. Like so Jesus, he taught in a way and spread the word in a way to where you will understand it throughout the generations. Every generation will be able to understand if you have the Holy Spirit in you to give you discernment. Now, if you're just reading the Bible from a worldly standpoint and from a worldly mentality, like, oh, it's just a book and men wrote it, then no, you will never understand it. You will never
Because
understand it.
the carnal mind cannot understand spiritual things. That's what Second Corinthians or First Corinthians says. And so, that's why we have to extend grace to the people that don't actually see sometimes what we can see.
Very true.
Honeybees, you ever read?
So you
Not
extend that
read.
grace because not
Very true.
everybody's timing is the same as our timing, and it took me a long time as a minister to figure that out. Samaritans, Zero.
Make some Reese Pieces. Get a big bag.
Oh God, what are you talking about?
Never mind.
E.T. phone home. No, yeah, very true. Sumerians. That was another god. Or god.
No, that was a sect, and they were called the Samaritans.
Yep.
So we're from somewhere else. And,
Zero's a Jehovah Witness.
No, he's not Jehovah Witness. He's Catholic.
Shut the fuck up. They don't believe in shit, and it's not Catholic either.
I knew that would set them off.
You Mormon.
I love you, Zero.
Go make me a pot of stew or something.
Zero, my dude. It's funny. This is some deep shit today, man.
Oh, because everybody loves religion on here. Fuck.
What?
One things you tend to not fuck with, and you're fucking with it. Fuck it, have at it.
Religion and politics.
All right, then I will.
What about the pile of mud shithole? What?
What?
Fuck the government.
What did you just say? I can't hear you. Speak up.
I said, fuck the government.
Yeah, well, no shit. Other than that,
Well, tell us how you really feel, Vic.
Yeah, AAA. Big Mama. She sponsored this.
I'm sorry I killed everybody's religional experience over here.
Religional.
Religious experience. Damn it. It is what it is. I'm not trying to be an asshole or jackass about it. I do really take all that shit seriously to a certain extent, but fuck off. Oh, did you want to see the eggnog? No, I'm not going to do it.
Some food.
Every time I say eggnog, everybody freaks the fuck out. I'm not doing it ever again. Well, I lied. I may do it again. If you got Tooth Wanker on your panel, then cool. Yes. But no, it's the Pennsylvania Dutch. It's the what the fuck is even in it? Like brandy, whiskey, and what the fuck is the other one? Rum. You can find it at Walmart for $8.87.
Yeah, I've had it before.
Yeah, liquor store sold it for double.
I'd rather make them
Mr. B,
fresh.
you're surprised about that?
Where's your fish tank at?
I don't have one.
No, Mr. P.
It's in the same spot it's been since I've started streaming. Why is abortion a hot topic? I feel like most people here are not for abortion.
Yeah, it really only becomes chaos when, you know, you're amongst people of pro-choice, like, you know, people who've either done it and they disagree with you when you say, I don't think it's right. But like you said, if it's people that don't agree with it, it's not going to be chaos.
Well,
it's simple. We're all in agreement.
But wait a minute though. See, like, because I'm pro-choice in the sense where I don't want government deciding, but I'm against abortion. So
yeah,
you know, that makes me pro-choice, but it doesn't mean I like abortion. I just don't want the government getting involved.
There you go with somebody getting raped.
You know what I'm saying?
Incest and all
So
that.
I think so. I think so. You mean basically like
that's where I'm at.
The government
I'm
doesn't
against
need to be
abortion.
the median. If a
Right.
woman wants to do that like within her home or something like on her own accord, then she has the right to make that choice. But she shouldn't be told yes or no by the government.
Getting
Right.
raped.
I think we should look at it as morally wrong and we shouldn't do it. But I don't. It's their choice though, and I don't think the government should tell you whether you can or can't. That becomes government overreach.
Fuck it.
I think about it like this, right? I think about it like this. Is it really? How do I say this? Because I don't agree with it at all. But how do I think of like in order for a woman to even have that, she has to go to a professional to do that. So when they say when they say, oh, the government is taking our rights away, well, that's not really a right, because that's something that they put people in positions, you know, certain physicians or doctors or whoever to perform. Like, these people are on the government's payroll. So, you know, how can you complain to the government about taking, like, about taking your rights away when you have to go to them basically to get this done. Like, they're not taking your right away if you do it in your home, but most women aren't doing that. They're not going to do it to themselves. They want another person to do it. You know what I'm saying? And that other person is being taxed by the government. That other person is making sure they uphold, whatever medical policies or whatever. So really, you're crying to the government about basically saying, yeah, give me a doctor to perform this because I don't want to do it myself in my home.
Do you think your stance on abortion should be in a law, or it should be in it should be a moral decision?
I don't think it should be allowed, but we live in a wicked world where you don't mind, where you got people who they get a paycheck to perform these procedures or whatever. Like,
So
they're not
you want
gonna turn
morality
their
to
check
be enforced by government.
That's not what I said at all.
Jay, I don't know.
But that's what's happening, right? Because you're having something that you morally believe is wrong being enforced by the government. Now, I don't think they should be involved in any of it. I don't think they should be involved in banning it. I don't think they should be involved in insuring it. I think they should just get the fuck out of it completely. But I don't think they should outlaw it either.
With that. You know why? I agree with you on that part as far as the government not being involved in it. Why? Because I think that would prevent a lot of people from doing it. When they realize, hey, the government ain't giving you an office or a doctor to perform this, they're not going to do it. Most of them. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be some that take it upon themselves inside their homes to try to, and whatever they do, that's on them. But that's on them. They have to deal with that with God. But I do believe that you take the government out of that, and I think it would prevent a lot of abortions. Like, I think a lot of people will actually have their children and take care of them. You know what I'm saying?
Do you?
Right. Well, the difference between giving access and then outlawing it. I just say get them out. Stop involving the government. Period. Because it's still a pro-choice stance. It's just I'm not morally for it. I don't like the idea of killing babies
at all.
I just don't like the idea of government getting involved in all these things. That's my issue, I guess.
I'm cutting into this shit, Jay. The only shows Jay. I can't read it. Sorry.
Yes.
So, if you're a woman, let's put it in this perspective. You're a woman.
Don't use the rape argument, please.
Great.
And that's one a lot of they try to go to. They want to add the
I'm asking you. At that point, you're a female. Let's put it in perspective.
Empathy effect.
Never thought of that.
What about Plan B? What about if that unfortunate event happens to you? Why wouldn't you go and take Plan B and prevent the pregnancy? Period.
Or if you don't want to get pregnant, why don't you just not have sex? Simple.
Shots.
Whoa! You can't force sex. You can't prevent somebody from forcing you to have sex with them. That's why it's called grape. But if that happens, right? Plan B is a way.
It's a cocktail or a pill.
Right. It doesn't allow the pregnancy period.
What if Plan B was not created at the time?
But it is. It's right now.
No. What if?
No, I'm talking about any fucking time. So if it wasn't,
I'm talking about people in the past, that have had this done that don't want to talk about it. Maybe.
I can't deal in the past. I can only deal with now.
That didn't have Plan B. It was just Plan A.
But what's the point in discussing what happened in the past if we can not, we can't?
No,
change
I understand what you're saying, but
you come up deflecting shit. I'm asking him.
What's going on?
Who are you talking to, Zero?
Apparently, everybody.
Are you?
No, I'm asking Jay. If you're a woman, you get raped, you're pregnant.
His name is Hassan.
Do you want Who?
His
Hassan.
name is
Sorry.
Hassan.
Yeah, I can't read any of the fucking things on here. So I'll just call you Jay. That works. That's what it says. Fuck off.
Call him
I mean, I'm not
Jesus.
gonna lie to you, Zero. I'm
Hussein
not a
or Hassan?
woman. I've never been in that situation,
No,
and
I
I'm
hear
going
you,
to
but
tell
you
you
ever
straight
think?
off break. No, I still don't. I just don't agree with it. I just don't agree with it. I don't agree with taking a life. Regardless.
It's a
Like it's
blessing,
still in
man.
the
What
womb.
about
It's
Plan
still
B?
alive. Once a
Well,
woman conceives, that child is alive. It's just forming. That child was given life. That child was. You.
regardless
What about
of
Plan
that,
B?
right?
Do you disagree
I
with that?
don't agree with that
Well,
either. That's
fuck you and your
unnatural.
plan B.
Like the natural way is, hey, if you don't want to have children, don't
Somebody will
freaking
take it.
lay
You can
down with
abort
someone.
in 1
Yeah, but we're
month.
dealing with a situation you have no control over. It's not like
I'm
an
definitely
active
for
decision you're
abortion.
making. If
Half of you fuckers.
you end up being assaulted that way,
Somebody would adopt that baby.
that decision's already been made.
It
Now what do
happens
you
all
do?
the time.
Oh, you mean like basically what Zero was getting at, a rape situation?
Yes.
Man,
Try to say grape.
I still stand on what I say. Like anything unnatural,
Mm.
my heart goes out to people who have to who have went through that, right? But let's just be honest. And this is just me probably speaking, but let's just be honest. Getting rid of that child is not going to take away that hurt that they went through, right? And if keeping that child makes you mad to the point where you get what I'm saying, like
No, I hear you on
Okay,
that.
listen to
I
this.
don't agree. I don't agree with
Hold
unnatural things. I just don't.
Zero, hold on a minute. Let me ask Hassan a
That
question.
is unnatural, though. With the
Hassan,
incest,
say, and this goes for me as well. Say your wife or my wife got great. You're gonna allow her to have that baby?
He is.
Yes, I am. And you know what? And I would tell anyone like this, right?
Would you raise that baby?
If you feel this, listen to what I'm saying. If you feel like giving birth to that child is gonna bring back, the horrific moment and things that, like, if you feel like just by you giving birth and seeing that child is gonna bring back like memories, like, well, I didn't plan for you, I was raped, this, that, and the third, and it puts you in a state. Give that child to a family who is willing to take care of it and give it a possibly a good life. But I don't agree with killing it. I don't agree with, because
I respect
despite the situation, I just can't agree, because that child don't have nothing to do with that action of that man who did that. You
Right.
get what I'm saying? So if
I
that child
respect
is
that.
born and you say, "Oh, I should have got rid of you because you remind me of the person who raped me," well, that child didn't rape you. There a consequence to that, or they could be a blessing to you because of that. You can dislike the person who and feel a certain type of way towards that person who did that to you, but the child has absolutely nothing to do with it at all.
Now, April, I agree, Hassan. I respect that answer. Now, what April is saying, that's something.
Yeah. What if it's an unnatural act that produced it, like a father raping a daughter?
Oh, man, that's woo.
And I guess you start getting into stuff like, it always goes to the extreme with the but I feel
But
like, well, if
still,
that's how you.
still though, Hassan, wouldn't you agree that there are, thousands and thousands of families out there that are dealing with this?
Yes, I do agree. There's
Absolutely.
plenty of women who, they get taken advantage of, and these things have happened to them. Like I have female family members that have had stories, and they have went through traumatizing situations, as and I'm pretty sure there's a bunch of other people, but I just can't fold on what I'm saying, because at the end of the day, that child, they're not a curse to
Deserves
you.
to live.
Right. They exactly. And they're not a curse to you. So if you feel like, you know, seeing that child and raising that child in the mindset of, oh, I didn't plan this with a man that I love, like some man just came out of nowhere and did this to me, and this is, you know, you were born from this. Well, if you feel like you will not be able to bear looking at them for the rest of their lives and raising them, even though they came out of you, right? Because they're not just that man's. They're your counterpart. Really, they came out of your womb. Like, so, if you don't have the heart to still raise that child, you know, because it's going to hurt you or affect you, let that child go to a good family. At least let them live and let a family, you know, a village. I'll just say village, but let someone take care of that child.
Yeah, they're
You
doing
I was
know.
gonna say, Hassan, have you ever
that
watched the
inbred
Whitakers?
fucking shit.
What'd you say?
Awesome.
What'd you say, Mike?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, have you seen the Whitakers?
God damn it.
Yes,
Yeah.
the family in West Virginia, and they were like incest, pretty much. Yeah,
Yeah, they're
Mhm.
they're bugged out.
yeah,
But they're happy.
Too.
They're
yeah,
happy.
they are.
You really think they're happy?
Yeah, look at them.
They do seem
That one guy who don't know any better, I say, and you know, he speaks like this. He's like, huh. He was showing the man the garden that they had. Like
Yeah.
you know, he was happy. So I'm not going.
did seem
You know, their happiness
Dude,
might not
fuck
be
outta
our
here with that.
happiness, but they're happy.
Did you
Yeah,
see
I
when they
bet.
went to Walmart when the soft white underbelly took them to Walmart?
But see,
That
that's the
was
thing. I
dope.
mean, that's, you know,
Yeah,
it should be normal for them to go to
Regardless of this and
Walmart. I
that,
mean,
took him to the fair.
Yeah,
places
Mhm.
that we all go, and they freak the
that
fuck
shit
out.
was
I mean,
man. It's white soft underbelly. That dude is awesome.
I don't know about that.
yeah,
Oh
I'm
man,
not sure if I
he
like
does.
him. I
Oh,
thought
I
he was
think he's
better than he was.
definitely not. Ooh,
Changed
look
my
at the
opinion
people I
of him,
found that
actually.
Why? What happened?
You know, whatever.
He's just not.
What?
He just doesn't. He's not necessarily a good person. I don't think.
Who?
I don't think anybody's really good.
You think he's
fucking
exploiting
person.
people,
But
or
then again,
I just think he takes advantage of some pretty awful situations for
and that
entertainment,
was the
and it's not
situation that
his reasoning for
that.
interviewing and putting the information out there is not educational.
you know who turned me on to him, Mel?
I don't know who we're talking about.
How the fuck did they
Soft
make
white
the
underbelly.
Soft white
Guy who
underbelly.
went to the family.
I've watched Soft White Underbelly for about 4 years.
Yeah, you know who turned me on to him?
yourself?
No,
Frank.
that's probably where I got seen it
Yeah,
too.
that's who turned me. That's who told me about him. Was Frank.
Or maybe I found Frank through Soft White. No, I found Frank through Soft White Underbelly.
Franken beans, Franken.
Oh, really?
Who gives a
Yeah.
shit?
How the fuck you do that?
I don't
You know,
know, but
that's his.
that's where I found you and found Frank and
Wow.
Tommy D
Yeah.
and all of y'all.
Yeah.
There was a
Who the
couple
fuck
people
is
who
Frank?
visited the Whittakers though.
Yeah.
It wasn't just him. It was a couple of, like, I guess what
Yeah,
you would
Who's
there's
call
judging him just on them?
They're an
yeah, there's
journalists
there's
or
been other
Look at his
people.
portfolio.
Well, the
What don't you
mother.
like about him, Mr. P?
I don't know. I just don't like how he goes about interviewing the people, and just I don't know. It just seems like he's just using them for entertainment, and
I mean, think about it though, Mike.
Don't you? But they
On
want to.
another
But
scale.
I
My
didn't
fault,
get that
honeybees, go ahead.
vibe from him.
I didn't either initially.
But then again,
Yeah.
I haven't really watched a whole lot of his content. But from
I
what I
watch him. I watch him.
watch,
Period. I mean, he comes on every morning at 5 o'clock for me. Every morning there's a video release.
I guess I shouldn't say that I'm convinced either way. I'm no longer, like, I used to really like him, and then now I'm questioning whether I do.
Yeah.
But I'm open minded. Like, there's one thing I'm okay with is changing opinions. Like, I'm not gonna be somebody that just has one opinion and sticks with it forever. Like
Yeah.
I'm capable of observing a situation and then saying, hey, I rethought this. you know.
That's
He's
the
a he's a
fucking point
really
here.
he's a kind man. He's got a good heart. I believe. I mean, that's what I sense.
He may. He
And let's
may.
be
Um,
honest, he probably does have a he could have a good heart, a kind heart, but let's not act like people with platforms don't like, especially like what he does or whatever. Let's not act like they don't, they won't pick a bizarre story every now and
oh,
then to get
sure,
them all the views real quick,
sure.
or
Dude, I know because I do it myself. I let up bizarre people up here and create chaos for entertainment. I mean, I
Yeah.
get it.
I mean, that is. I mean, this is what a show
Be
is.
honest. Yeah.
This is the show.
I think tonight's show was great, though. There was
I
no
think so
drama.
too. I think
Mike,
it's
the
been
people
good.
wouldn't
gonna be
come
setting
unless
the
you were
tone with
bizarre
this.
first.
This is the way it's going to be going forward. I'm not.
I
Yo,
think
I
this
have
has
to
been
ask you,
a great
does
chat
he
tonight.
not sound like an uppity exile?
Yeah, I'm not doing
No,
no
like
more
slow
drama.
exile, like he's up there.
Who's Zero?
But he sounds just like exile. That's fucking
Who?
creeping me out. Jay.
No.
Oh, it's Exile's brother, dude. You didn't know that?
Crazy.
No, he's awesome. You're like
Yeah, no, this is
the,
Exile's. This is literally his brother. That's why they sound so.
yeah.
That's literally not my
Yeah,
brother.
you sound exactly like
He is my brother if he's a believer in Christ, though. If he's a believer, then he is my brother. Like,
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, good.
Oh, he is.
He calls you his brother. So.
That's why it's starting out.
Matter of fact, I won't talk about our personal combo, but Exile reached
we
out
all
to me.
we all
he
have
was,
family members at family reunions that we don't claim, but they're your cousin, though.
Yeah,
Right?
No, real talk though. He called me behind the scenes, and I'll only tell you that like he spoke highly of you several times in that call randomly. So.
No, we all go way back, though. That's why.
How? I've only spoken to that guy like 3 times.
I understand.
Yeah, but he used to be
so
control heavy.
Just telling you, you spoke very highly. You told me I should listen to more of the things that you say, and that you know what you're talking about, and you had several really nice things to say about you.
So, Mike, let me get this straight. You're one of those type of people that if the flock agrees, then you'll agree. But if your flock doesn't agree with the person, then you'll doubt
he's
that
never
person.
been like that. I've never seen him to be like that.
I don't do that either. No, but I mean, I can't pass on the fact that he complimented you. I thought that was a nice thing.
I mean, I guess I appreciate it, but I appreciate it, but like. I don't know what to say because
what you
I
should
know
say,
truthfully he doesn't really know me. So I know like even if he does give a good compliment, now he might know some of the stuff I be talking about, but me personally, he doesn't know me. So it's like I feel like that compliment wouldn't be it wouldn't be authentic. You get what I'm saying? It wouldn't be authentic. So I don't really have a response to it. Like it's not like it's someone that grew up with me that's telling you like, hey, this person, I know him, da da da. Like he's heard me on YouTube a few times. I could be a totally evil person.
It wrong. No, you're right. I may be describing it wrong. It wasn't that he was complimenting your character as much as he was saying that, to listen more about some of the things that you say. Because you're speaking in his mind. You're speaking.
Exile be in the bushes a lot. Listen.
Yeah, he agrees with a lot of stuff you're saying. I wouldn't say he was saying you as a person. Like, oh, he's a really good person, the character. I know him. No, it was more or less that he agrees with a lot of the stuff that you say and suggests that I listen to more of it and be more open-minded with it. That's all.
Okay, that makes sense. Mike, I just pray. That I don't know what you do on your own time, but I do pray that most people or anyone who hears these type of things that are spoken of by anyone, not just myself, anyone who is speaking these type of things, I would pray that people lend an ear and are willing to at least listen, because sometimes the people who know certain things in life, or the people who bring awareness or just try to warn about certain things, sometimes they come in the rarest forms. if I'm walking up the street and some homeless guy comes up to me, right, or a person who's in a less fortunate situation, and he comes up to me and says, "Don't go up there, don't go up there. They're shooting up there." I'm not gonna discredit him because of who he is or things of that nature. I'm gonna somewhat take heed, like, man, what was he talking about? Let me be kind of cautious or suspicious about, be and that's just all I try to promote. Like, it ain't just me. It's you know Exile One, if he understands and he, so clearly he speaks the same things as well. So, I just pray anyone who hears these things, like, research yourself. I'm not telling you to believe me, but research. And when you research with understanding, and don't just click the first thing that pops up that disproves what I'm saying, because understand there's a system that's put in place to disprove many people like
That's right.
myself and others in this information. There have been people that have been killed throughout generations for trying to bring truth to people that the powers that be don't want people to know. We know
Yep.
this, I don't have to be some doctor
What do
or
you
some
know
person
that
in a
nobody
lab
else
coat
knows?
or whatever to, know things. I don't. Like, that's what they want people to believe, that you have to have some sort of worldly title to be taken serious, and people don't even know that these people with the worldly titles are the ones deceiving them.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
True.
I agree.
AKA
Mhm.
Fauci. Fuck Fauci.
What, Fauci? You
That
talking
name is
about
like Lord
Fauci?
Voldemort.
Dude, fuck Fauci.
Fauci. Who doesn't like a Fauci? Do you know what that is?
Sorry?
A Fauci?
Jesus. Did you guys know that was his name was brought back to Twitter
Maybe.
recently?
I'm gonna help you.
Fuck. I don't know why I can't think of his name today.
I know who you're talking
Alex
about.
Jones.
Alex Jones. Yeah, it was like the
You
second time
mentioned
I
that
tried
earlier.
to say it.
That retard.
Yeah.
That's a big deal.
That fucking retard made a fucking
Who is
video
Alex
game.
Jones? Please
I
remind
only
me.
know Alex Jones from Joe Rogan going on his fucking
and
show.
screaming this dipshit
I never
ass
really
off.
listened to that.
So, if you
He's
want to
a
know who Alex
conspiracy
Jones
theorist,
is,
isn't he?
look up
No, nobody needs
Infowars.
to know. Thank you.
I'll warn you
post
that
it.
Alex Jones is not
This is
somebody
dipshit.
I would necessarily consider a credible source. However,
It's
Alex
fine.
Jones also has, brought up several things that turned out to be true. So everything he says is not necessarily false. I just wouldn't consider. I would treat him like a Wikipedia.
Is he a conspiracy
Information
theorist?
that can be manipulated. Do your research, but he's not just saying bullshit 100% of the time. But he's also a nut, and I think it's like almost like you don't like to talk about voting for Trump. You don't want to talk about listening to Alex Jones. But I don't think he's bad to get perspective from, especially to understand extremist point of views and kind of like
you
what.
gotta chew the meat and spit out the bone with that guy, because he does have truth. But I believe he's a shield. Like, I believe, he puts some stuff out there, but he decorates it with exaggerations, lies, and then will tell you some completely bull crap story that's going on. I think he was put in that position by the powers that be to mock and fool the masses. So to have them looking here, and he'll tell the truth about something a little bit and then quickly talk about something else. But what he was previously talking about, it might have had a little truth, but he didn't tell you exactly what is going on. So it messes with you. Like, he's a shield to me. Because look at him. He still has millions of dollars, though he was sued or whatever, all this case, but they still let this man speak. And anyone that they allow to still be on a public platform, have a website exposing the government, well, the government put them in that position. You get what I'm saying?
Maybe.
Well,
at this point, it doesn't really fucking matter anymore.
You never heard him, no?
Ladies and gentlemen, Alex Jones.
No.
That's Alex Jones, founder and host of InfoWars, the internet's premier source for conspiracy theories and this tissue box that doubles as a gun holder. If you've ever heard someone from your high school yell 9/11 was an inside job, you can thank Alex Jones for that.
I'm a pioneer. I'm an explorer. My heart's big. It's got hot blood going through it fast.
And oh yeah, he has friends in high places.
I just want to finish by saying your reputation's amazing. I will not let you down. You will be very, very impressed, I hope.
But long before he had the significant president on his program, we have to go back to Texas, where a baby conspiracy theorist was born. Jones was born in 1974 in Dallas, but grew up in a small suburb called Rockwall. He moved to Austin in 1991, where he played on the high school football team before graduating in 93. He's now popular in certain conservative circles, but most of Jones's formative years were reportedly spent in the sack.
I'd already had probably, I hate to brag, so I'm not bragging, it's actually shameful, probably 150 women or more. That's conservative.
Separating himself even further from other adolescents in Texas, Jones picked
He
up Barry Allen's
graduated what
1971
in
book,
93,
None Dare Call It
Mike?
Conspiracy. That's where his interest in outlandish theories all began. And then he discovered his talent for whatever this is. Before dropping out of community college, Jones began subbing in for host on Austin's public access station. His earliest conspiracy cases include the Waco siege. Jones claimed the government was behind the attack.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself. You don't stand up for the Constitution, you stand for zip, not a zero.
Another early case Jones sunk his teeth into was the 1995 Oklahoma City bombing that was carried out by domestic terrorist Timothy McVeigh. Jones again blamed the government. And yes, it was a government building that was destroyed. And he wasn't alone on that train of thought. His mailbox began overflowing with fan mail. And soon after, he was giving his very own show on ACTV, a public access station in Austin.
I come on public access and hang out. I'm on 24 hours a day, they say.
Yeah, pretty close.
Well, I can assure you, I don't make any money off public access.
At the same time, he was doing 3 hours of radio a day.
In my own. Yeah, it's Alex Jones, baby.
Jones worked his way up the conspiracy ladder and today hosts a syndicated show titled The Alex Jones Show, where he espouses conspiracy theories that stretch from Joan Rivers being murdered by Michelle Obama to this.
I've been told this by high-up folks. They say, listen, Obama and Hillary both smell like sulfur. I never said this because the media go crazy with it, but I've talked to people that are in protective details. I mean, they're scared of her, and they say, listen,
Dude,
she's
crazy.
a freaking demon and she stinks, and so does Obama. I go, like what? Sulfur.
President Obama denies being a demon.
There's a guy on the radio who apparently Trump's on his show frequently. He said, me and Hillary are demons. Said we smell like sulfur. Ain't that something?
That's a fact.
Hillary Clinton has yet to comment. After Infowars.com launched in 1999, he began to build his empire of lies and bogus dietary supplements. Infowars helped spread the Pizzagate scandal and post headlines like Obama caught running ISIS and why Obama brought Ebola to U.S. exposed. Although that is clearly million-dollar content, this isn't where the money is.
Fuck, are we
Most
done
of his
yet?
income comes from selling dietary supplements and other junk on the site's store.
This is the best toothpaste out there.
The toothpaste may be fluoride-free, but some products have been found to have high levels of lead in them. Jones also continues to make a hefty chunk of change from the Hillary for Prison shirt, which quickly infiltrated the Republican base. It's no surprise that Jones, whose site garners 30 million visitors a month, has this much influence. But sometimes the testosterone is so much that his words just won't cut it. But ever since Jones popped his shirt back on, he's been taken a little too seriously. He's put several non-evidentiary claims into existence, such as Sandy Hook being a hoax.
Andy Hook is a synthetic, completely fake, with actors, in my view, manufactured.
And his baseless claims have real effects. Influenced by Jones's non-factual rhetoric, a Florida woman sent death threats to a parent of an innocent child killed in the Sandy Hook massacre. In 2016, Jones promoted the Pizzagate conspiracy. Jones said there was a child sex abuse ring at a Washington pizza parlor that involved John Podesta and Hillary Clinton.
They go to these pizza places. There's like satanic art everywhere. There's art of these people where they're shoving children into women's vaginas.
After Jones pushed his theory on the millions who tune in, one took action. Inspired by Jones's words, a gullible dummy brought an AR-15 and other weapons into the DC pizza parlor and fired shots inside. The gunman said he wanted to self-investigate the conspiracy theory. No one was hurt, but
So
Jones
he
later
shot it
apologized to the owner of the pizza joint for influencing the violent attack under false pretenses.
I made comments about Mr. Alifanis that in hindsight I regret and for which I apologize to him.
Aside from prompting his viewers to investigate these absurd, baseless claims, Jones also used his platform to influence them to vote for Donald Trump in the 2016 election. A relationship that had been brewing ever since his buddy and InfoWars contributor Roger Stone introduced the pair.
Obama, B-U-K-K-A-K-E, some Japanese thing. Bukkake.
And our president is apparently a big fan of his. Trump has ushered many of Jones's most baseless theories into circulation, like this about Ted Cruz.
His father was with Lee Harvey Oswald prior to Oswald being, shot.
Well, he picked that up from InfoWars. And when Trump raised suspicions about Justice Scalia's death...
I just landed and I'm hearing it's a big topic, that's the question. And it's a horrible topic, but they say they found a pillow on his face, which is a pretty unusual place to find a pillow.
Scalia found it's natural, nothing going on here. He's just not naturally. And you're like, whoa, red flag. And then you realize that Obama's one vote away from being able to ban guns, open the borders, actually have the court engage in his agenda. And now Scalia dies. I mean, this is hardcore.
Just days before Trump first questioned Hillary's mental fitness, InfoWars released a video. The truth about Hillary's bizarre behavior.
Weird seizures, psychotic facial tics, over-exaggerated reactions, coughing fits, strange lesions on her tongue.
Trump appreciated content like this so much that he reportedly called Jones after winning the presidency to thank him for his support.
And on my way here, Donald Trump gave me a call.
True or not, Jones helped get Trump elected, possibly more than any other news outlet. His good buddy Roger Stone even said so.
The role that you played, the role that InfoWars has played in fomenting this new American revolution should not be underestimated.
He may have played a big role in the election cycle, but his lawyers claim he is playing an even bigger role each time he dishes out one of his infamous red-faced rants. The role of a character actor. In a battle for custody of his kids, Jones' lawyer claimed the InfoWars host was much different off camera, saying he is nothing more than a performance artist, and he's claimed he's playing a character on the show. During a deposition, Jones said he couldn't remember what grade his kids were in because he had just eaten a big bowl of chili. He lost the case. And he may lose even more. Jones has claimed that several survivors of the Florida Parkland school shooting are actors. He's on thin ice with YouTube, who has given his channel a strike. Only 2 more and his account will be terminated. But even if he loses everything, he has a lot to show for. During the heat of the 2016 race, nearly 4 million people visited InfoWars to see what Jones was up to, leaving us with little doubts that this guy played a large hand in crafting our current world.
A year into office, you'll be saying, wow, I remember that interview. He said he was going to do it, and he did a great job.
So, I mean, he's obviously biased, not wrong on a lot of stuff. I don't know if you guys know what happened with him and Sandy Hook. He ended up getting sued for a lot of money. And he now regrets saying that, and he said, yes, it did happen. In fact, they actually addressed this when he was let back onto X, formerly known as Twitter.
Yeah, he had to apologize, right?
Yeah, I don't think he just had to. I think he wants to too, because I mean, I think he understands that people actually died, and the idea that people say it didn't happen.
Or the powers that be. Listen, or the powers that be, right? And this is me speaking. They pressed him out, right? Like they do everyone else for damage control, and they threaten them, and hey, listen, you got tons of money we've allowed you to have. We'll confiscate your assets, your money. Your wife is in danger if you keep running your mouth about certain things. Like, we know that whenever someone exposes something, they get that person to recant what they said. And people who are afraid, or they're chasing the success and the money that comes from exposing things because they're not doing it from the heart. They're just doing it because they know, they're gonna recant, which is probably what he did. Like, because I myself, not just Sandy Hook, but a lot of things I feel like were psyops, because there is a thing called crisis actors. Like, there are people that they pay to come on certain crime scenes to get on the news. They pay to say certain things to make the audience believe it even more. So like, if they get people that can say, yeah, I was there and I saw, oh my goodness, and all that stuff, well, the people who are hearing this on the news are going to believe it even more, right? But when you look into crisis actors and you look into all these situations that have happened, let's say the past decade, if you look at like the news reports, you see their testimonies and stuff, you'll see, and I'm just speaking in general, you'll see some girl that I'm just speaking in general. You'll see some girl that was in New York at a shooting, right? And then somehow, some way, that same actor or that girl that was on the news station in New York, she's in California 5 years later talking about how she was at some traumatizing event there, and she's on the news. Like, they paid their, so I understand, but that's what I'm saying. Alex Jones is put in this position to where he exposes the truth, but then he comes with so much obnoxiousness or whatever and lies that people don't really know what to believe and what not to believe. So then it becomes he's making a mockery out of, like, he's put in a position to make a mockery out of these things. Like, they fooled you. Like, and I'm even telling you the truth of what they're doing, how they fooled you, and you still don't believe it. Oh, wait, y'all, let me recant what I said. I didn't mean it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what you call manipulation. That's what you call like mind control. When you have people like that, like, oh, first he was serious, now he's not serious. He told us to believe him this time. Wait, he said he was just joking and he didn't mean it. Like, that's manipulation. It's keeping your audience on edge to where they don't know. You know what I'm saying? It's keeping confusion. But I do know that crisis actor is for real. Like, a lot of those events, the Las Vegas shooting and all of that stuff, there were people who were there that gave testimony, and then they gave testimony to some other tragic event that happened. You know what I'm saying? And the only difference is their name changed on the news station. But if you look at the person, it's the same person. Crazy
shit. Did you see the footage of some of the footage inside Sandy Hook when that shit went down? How the fuck could he say that was not real? That's just mind-boggling.
Because you have
people that are against gun control.
Well, but you have people on the internet that are, presenting certain specific evidence that looks weird, and they're pushing a narrative that is believable when you just see it happen on YouTube. But like, I was in the area when it happened. And
what year was that again, Mike?
2012, wasn't it?
2012, 2016.
Yeah, it was like
a
little over 10 years ago or some shit.
I should know when that was, but probably was 2000. Let's look it up. But the point is I was literally in that neighborhood, and we were told, because I was doing marketing for AT&T, and we were told to basically get out of the area because there was obviously there was a shooting, and not to disturb the people in the town and this and that.
I couldn't imagine being one of them parents, man.
Yeah. Either way, he's recanted on that and apologized. He's willing to raise money for it, whatever. But he's reversing his stance on it. Wasn't a good move.
Well, he was sued over it, wasn't he?
He was.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
and that would make a person who cares about their money and their wealth and their brand, which is info wars, because you always hear him talk about, yeah, guys, they're trying to shut me down, da da da. You know, he always talks about that because I'm telling you guys too much, like, you know. So a person who cares about that type of stuff, you know, those worldly things, they're gonna be the first to recant what it was that they were saying. You know, it's like you say something wrong and then your parents pop you in the mouth and you quickly take it back. Like, because you don't want to get popped again. Get it? That psychology works on adults. The same thing that is crazy on a macro scale. You know, on a micro scale, as children, these psychological things are performed on us when we're young, and then when you become an adult, you think that it doesn't exist anymore amongst adults, but that same psychology, you know, it still exists. Like they do that stuff to adults. You know? They let you get so far, get comfortable. Oh yeah, you got your nice home, you got this, you got that. Yeah, we put you in this position. Now listen, you've been saying too much on Twitter. We're gonna need you to make a public announcement and say, hey, you know, listen, you're a credible person. Your viewers look at you as a credible person. So if you go back on there and tell them that you didn't mean what you said, that you were joking, they're gonna believe you because you're a credible person. Now, if you continue with this, they're gonna believe you. And then, you know, that's going to be a problem for us because you're just making too much noise. You get, you know, anyone who goes against an agenda and they have a following, they immediately get shut down, you know, most of the time. And his family, his father was a supposed Freemason and all that stuff. So, you know, that's a whole nother.
Yeah.
That's a whole nother talk.
Yeah.
They got a lot of history too.
Yep.
What a douchebag.
That's what I say. What a douchebag.
But yeah, so he's let back on the X, and a lot of people aren't happy about it.
Yeah.
I personally am more for free speech, so I'm good with it. I think you got to do your own research, but we can't. I mean, here's the thing: is the way they're handling it at X is you can say anything you want, but you know, if it breaks a law, you're out. And if it's like misinformation, there's literally programs to use notes where they call it community notes or something like that, where it will fact check what you're saying, and it's not done by people. It's I think some form of AI that he's using that will take what you're saying and then, you know, fact check it or add community notes to make it factual, or say, hey, you know, it wasn't in this location, it was that location, it didn't happen in this year, it happened in that year, blah blah blah. Either way, to make what is being said accurate. So I don't think that's a bad thing, and it's not out of this world to think that you know, that certain people are being silenced. I mean, it happens all the time. We literally seen it happen with Twitter. It was one of the reasons Elon bought the company. We literally had members of the U.S. government were working with, and former CIA officials were working in Twitter, actively, you know, filtering information that they wanted out there and preventing stuff that they didn't. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's out of the possibility that they are trying to silence him. But at the same time, he says a lot of crazy shit, and you can't really... I mean, Alex Jones is mentally unstable. I'm sorry, he is. The guy literally can't control himself. That being said, he's not wrong about everything. He's just, you know, again, you take it with a grain of salt is the best way to...
Yep, and that's what... And that's always the and I'm not saying you're wrong either, because I do believe, like, yo, Alex Jones does say some off. Maybe it's the way he says it or the way he acts, because certain things that he says you would think he would be more serious, but like a lot of times, like, he'll just throw it over his shoulder, like it's a joke or something. So then it makes you think like, all right, this guy is just, he's just crazy. But isn't that a lot of times what society wants people to think about people who question things, or things just don't add up? Like society wants you to they do it to celebrities. Think about it. They shame and make celebrities go through these rituals, like where, hey, if you're acting out of line, we're gonna make you look like a drug addict and make your fans hate you because you don't want to play in this movie. Okay, so you become a household name as an idol, as a celebrity. We offered you a movie script. You don't want to take this movie script. Oh, you too good for it. Oh, okay, guess what? Next thing you know, 2 weeks later, a story comes out about how this man was beating his wife, or he's on drugs, and they always try to humiliate people and try to make them look crazy when they're saying too much or not going along with what these people are
Everybody's
telling them to
crazy.
do.
Sorry. Yes, welcome to the silent stream.
Zero's back.
Sorry, I cut in. That was my bad. Didn't mean to do that. Finish whatever the hell you're going on about. Well, Mr. P over here is fucking around with something else. That wasn't me, you asshole. Somebody else got banned. Oh, did you ban me off the
Say
thing
less.
too?
Say less.
You dick.
Let me give that shit no light.
No.
Where'd Jeremy go? Jeremy popped in and popped out.
What?
Who goes typing my name in chats and shit?
I'll type your name in chat all day. Hold on, want to see it? Holy shit. What was that?
The fuck was that?
It was a big ass truck. That what you're talking about?
That's as far as I got.
That noise you mean, Mike?
Oh yeah, bro.
Yeah. Some kind of box truck.
I don't
Is it
know.
loud?
Damn box truck. What the fuck was that?
Oh, Mel dropped off?
I wasn't a train either. What the shit?
It was a motor vehicle.
No.
Some
Okay.
sort. I don't know. I can't see.
Elon. Fuck, I can't even say it.
Sounded whirly. Sam?
I don't want a damn Tesla. You're not going to hear it.
It did too. It sounded like
vacuum.
Sounded like train lamp.
Oh, Master P said something over here. Or sorry, Mr. P. Why did Eric steal that from me, you asshole?
What did he steal?
Me calling Mr. P Master P. That's when I first met him. I was like, dude, you gonna do a rap? I think it was on a shit show or something like that. It was a while back.
The what show?
The shit show.
Never heard of it.
It's AC's.
Yeah, I never heard of it. Hey, honey,
I never heard of that. What the fuck is that? Man. Okay.
Thanks for coming, honeybees.
Oh, she knock out? I forgot what the hell she was talking about. I fucking hopped off. So I don't know how me to hop online, but not there. Wrong thing. Like X button.
I got a huge New Year's resolution. Is that what you call it? Resolution? Or
Yeah. Quit fucking around with the retards online.
Fact zero.
Is that really?
It's a fucking fact. I already know, bro.
Yeah, I guess you're good with that. But you're gonna
Drama.
break it.
I'm not entertaining no drama, man.
Fuck you, every time it's a drama. It's always about the same fucking shit. So who gives a shit? They start turning into echo chambers. Basically the same shit. And they're like, eh.
I ain't really been on much lately, man. I've been, just spending time with the family, man. It's the holidays.
Yeah. Well, neither is, Mike or Mr. P over here.
What's up, Zero?
You guys haven't been on for like a few days. You're dealing with shit, this, that, etc. Whatever it may be.
Yeah, I'm busy. I needed
but...
a break too, to be honest.
Get some rest, Mel.
Definitely hear you.
Yeah, Mel, get better, please.
Yeah, you gotta take a break once in a while, man. Mike, I went for 9 months every single night.
You're still watching YouTube.
That shit was taxing, man. And a lot of it was drama too, you know what I mean? It was kind of like what you did, it was a mix of shit. But
yeah, but I come from that drama community, so none of this shit really phases me. It's always the same.
That's why I entertained it. That's where I came from. So pretty much,
where did you guys start out? I know you didn't start in what?
Me?
Vegas Valley, whatever dipshit.
I didn't start out in Vegas Valley.
No, I know. That's what I was saying. You didn't start out there. Mr. P, I met him through on AC's channel, which is The Shit Show.
I forget where I met you, Mike. Remember? I don't.
No, I never seen him or his wife.
I remember seeing Sam at Joey's once in a while.
I mean, we all had at that place one time. Well,
actually,
once or twice.
Actually, I think I do remember.
Hey, Zero, I just read your comment. What the fuck are you doing, bro? Why would you say that?
Which comment?
I'm not gonna repeat it, dude. It has to do with butter. What the fuck is wrong with you, bro?
No, that's not towards you. It was with Cindy.
It doesn't matter who it's towards, dude. Don't do that shit.
Oh, come on.
Come on, nothing, bro.
You want to scroll up fucking a few of those?
Why? You said worse?
No, I didn't say shit prior to that. Okay, my bad.
Just don't do that, dude. Just, go do it on somebody else's stream, dude. Just leave me out of it.
I didn't understand.
It had nothing to do
going
with
over
it.
my head.
You said put a sock in your mouth. You went, like, way worse.
I didn't go way worse with that. Come on. How is that worse?
If I need to explain it to you, dude, I have nothing for you.
With a sock. That's not bad.
That was a tough time. I'm not going to talk about it because I wasn't there, but I can tell you it was a tough time, and she's recovered from that, and I don't think it's right to make fun of it.
I kind of got it, but no, not really. No, I don't.
Just please, dude, just don't talk about shit like that. You want to do it at somebody else's chat, whatever, have at it.
I still got butter. I do need knives. You got one? I'm being serious about it. No?
Damn.
I am serious about that one. Well, fuck it. I'll use spoons.
Took you almost took you that long to comment after that. Jesus Christ, Zero.
What? No, it was a while ago before I hopped on the fucking panel. Shit.
No, but she made the comment and it took you.
Oh, because I was already on the fucking panel. I didn't read it till I hopped off because my fucking phone
just let
was
it go.
heating up and all the fun shit.
Even though it still went over.
Oh, whatever. Get over it. Wait a minute. Did you? No, that was somebody else. Wrong person. My bad. I won't do that again. I apologize. Not to Cindy. I apologize to you. I won't do it here.
Apologize to Samantha.
No, fuck that. He's good.
We're
good.
Apologize to Sam too.
Do you know? Let me see.
Because it's both their channels. I mean,
Where's he at? The Lucifer account, Mike? Next star? You know who that is?
Yeah, I know who it is.
Shut for a minute.
Sure?
I'm sure.
Did you really get that? Nope. So, back to Terminator shit over here.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Did you have something that you wanted to say about it, or?
No, I'm good. I'm not really into all Elon Musk. I don't know if you read my shit backstage or private, whatever the fuck it was. Would you like a date with him?
I never look in the private chat, man. I don't know.
Oh, no, with Elon. No, this is for Mike, not you.
I mean, not a date for sexual purposes, but I'd have dinner with the guy. Fuck yeah.
That's not what I meant by that either. You brought it there.
Dude, I would love to have a sit down with fucking Elon. You kidding me?
Mike, do you know that did you ever see the semi trucks he has? Like for tractor trailers?
What?
Yeah.
Oh, they're like little tiny house things?
No. Like, you know, the 18 wheelers you see on the fucking interstate?
Mm-hmm.
Elon Musk built those too.
Well, that's great. You know,
He's
it's really
got-
easy to get a sit down with fucking anybody, really.
Have you seen those, Mike?
Yeah, dude. Of course. We've talked
They're
about
fucking, they're amazing, bro. They're ran, if I'm not mistaken, they're ran and run with nobody in it. It goes all
Not
by
yet,
itself
but
with
they're getting there.
GPS or some shit. Yeah. Can you imagine that?
AI or
No, well, they're not
driving.
actively being. Yeah, they're not on the road, dude. I mean, they
No, not
test
yet.
them and everything, but
No, they're not.
and they
not
certainly
We
don't have
have
anything that is capable of
cars.
having 0 drivers in it. Not of that
Dude, that
size,
would-
anyway.
You got
Dude,
me
that
driving
would
that
be
motherfucker?
that would
Let's
be
do it.
crazy. My buddy's got a Tesla Plaid, bro. That thing, when he parks it, because if he goes shopping, he
it.
brings it right to the front of the fucking store. It drives itself to the front of the store.
I wouldn't trust any of that fucking
You seen that shit, Mike?
Yeah, dude, I've seen everything he's done
That
up to
shit
some of
was
the stuff that
crazy. This is before
most people
Tesla.
haven't seen.
There are
I've literally like I
No, I'm
watch
talking about
everything
in
he's
real
doing.
life. I'm talking about real life.
Yes, I have in real life.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. That shit blew my mind. I'm like, we're walking back to the car. He's like, hold up, Vic.
Dude, I was
us.
actually listening to something that he talked about this, and they're pretty much at the cusp of it being safer than an actual human driver.
Yeah, bullshit.
Not bullshit. Human drivers are not.
Not
most people are not good drivers,
well,
dude.
obviously, but I mean, still, it's better than.
It's going to be
like,
much easier for a
something
computer to
sorting
handle
out.
it. You know, you have no distractions. You're not arguing with your wife in the fucking driver's seat. You know, or some people like to strangle their passengers or whatever the fuck. There's none of that going on. It's just fucking driving.
Who the fuck strangles their passenger?
No comment.
No, who was the first one that came out there? One fucking Elon Musk.
You're right, though, Mike. It's a fact, man. It'll be so much safer on the road. No DUI.
Dude, I was behind somebody yesterday that crossed over the lane, fucking almost hit the guardrail, almost hit me when I was trying to get around them, just completely all over the road. And there's been countless events like that for me driving. Computers just won't do that, dude. They're just, they're designed to stay in the lane. They'll stay in the lane. No, they won't.
And when they
break,
break,
the fuck out all the time. What are you talking about?
Bro, when it comes to full driverless, full autonomy, it won't do it. It literally, they're at the point where right now, today, there are Teslas driving around on the road, no drivers, building data sets today.
Yep, they sure are.
Fully autonomous.
Sorting the fuck out. Yet?
Way safer than anybody behind the fucking wheel.
Fuck that. That's not safe.
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is.
Why isn't it safe? This is the same thing with all right, when TV came out, everyone thought TV was going to be evil and no one was scared of it. The phone, any new technology that came out, everyone feared it, and now it's being widely used.
And
AI is no different. Driving is no different. Autonomous driving. It's just new stuff, and we're gonna fear it because we're not used to it. We don't like it because we're used to doing it ourselves. In reality, you're not gonna be driving cars in the future. They're literally not gonna come with steering wheels.
Oh, fuck the fucking future.
That's right. That's a fact.
You're gonna get in a car, and it's gonna take you to a destination. That's it.
No.
That's not a fact. You can't say that.
It is a fact. It is a fact,
man. It's a fucking fact.
No.
100%.
I'm gonna still have my fucking gas-powered muscle goddamn car.
Well, I'll still
the only thing holding it back right now is efficiency. So what our brains are capable of doing with a little amount of energy, computers are not capable of doing. AI is not capable of doing. You need an enormous amount of energy right now. But once they solve the efficiency problem, once they're capable of using equal energy and have the same output as a human brain, which is not going to be that distant in the future, dude, it's going to happen.
Well, you know anything about brains? Because we don't use all at once. If we did, we need
it's not there yet. They haven't got to the point where it's fully autonomous, and then once they do, it'll still take years for regulation to allow for it. So right now, regulation doesn't allow for it because the precedent hasn't been set. The evidence isn't in its favor. It has to still prove itself. So currently, you're right, but there will be a time where they can prove that, automatic, not just Teslas, autonomous driving will be safer than humans. It will be allowed, and it will be the standard. And I would even venture to guess, eventually, it'll be illegal for humans to drive, which is far-fetched, but I could see that happening in the future because it is so unsafe in comparison to something that can drive automatically for you.
Or it's gonna turn into every other fucking movie, right? Like, what was that, Wall-E or some shit like that? Everybody's like 800 pounds on gurneys, cruising around by like little miniature robots, sipping on fat, I don't know, like 4 liters at this point.
What's funny is humans can kill people in cars every day of the week. But as soon as a driverless car does, it's a huge problem. Right? But humans can do it all the time. They can just go have a bunch of fucking drinks at a bar, get behind a wheel, kill somebody, and we're like used to it.
But when a computer does it, computer fucks up, kills somebody, we're like up in arms.
Here's the problem with the computer. It will fucking fail or it'll kill everybody.
So will a human brain. So will people.
Well, no shit. I mean, we're going to end up dooming ourselves yet again. I mean, there's that one. You've seen it over time, this and that, just here on Earth.
Dude, I for one I would see my family much more often if I could get in a car after a work day and let the car take me to where it's going, because I don't have to be awake and alert for an additional 3 hours after a full work day to go drive to see my family and then deal with their asses for another few hours before I finally get to sleep. Like, if I could take a nap for 2.5 hours on the way to go see, my sister or my mother, instead of driving those 2 hours, I would love that.
Do you also want it with, like, planes?
What?
I mean, there is an autopilot.
Dude, planes can fly themselves every day. They can land themselves. They can take off today, right now. Happens all the time. In fact, most of the time in the air, they're in autopilot.
Yeah, that's right.
They're not being manually
Yes,
flown.
that's autopilot. But after that, no, it's only manual when you're landing.
No, it can actually if the pilot dies or something happens to the pilot, the plane is 100% capable of landing itself.
Okay.
It is. Dude, the intervention doesn't take place in the autopilot. It doesn't deactivate until the last 2 minutes of the landing. The autopilot literally does the entire thing all the way to the point in which they're about to land.
And then they go into manual, and then
they go into manual, but not because they have to. They do probably there's regulations enforcing that they have to do it today. But in the event that the pilot dies, the plane is 100% capable of landing itself in autopilot. Here you go, Mr. B. Yeah, no, you're wrong. You're wrong.
No, you're fucking wrong.
No, you're 100% wrong.
You're 100% wrong.
Oh yeah? Do you have anything to disprove me?
Yes.
Yeah, I bet.
Everything is fucking crashed anywhere over the seas. I'm not going back to the one.
That's a good point, Mr. B. I didn't even think about the space shuttle.
Well,
we literally have spaceships right now that go completely pilotless and dock 100% through autopilot. Yet we don't have planes that can land themselves. Come on, Zero.
Nope. Can you explain why there's so many fucking crashes, this, that, whether it's private planes, small planes, or airliners? That's happening all the fucking time.
It's not because of the computer.
I'm not saying because some dipshit decided, hey, I had a mental breakdown, I'm gonna bring this fucker down.
Dude, sometimes shit happens. A bird hits an engine. There are emergencies that happen, failures that happen. Mechanics isn't perfect. It's not because fucking computers can't land a plane, though. Dude, I promise you, these planes can 100% fly themselves. They do not need a pilot. It's done purely out of regulatory procedures or whatever.
You've been on a plane? I was like 8 years ago. Have you ever flown?
Have I ever been a pilot? No.
No, not a pilot. When was the last time you've been on a plane?
February.
This year.
Yeah.
And you know this because...
I also know this because I watch piloting videos. I actually am into it. And if you watch the piloting videos, you can actually watch a full takeoff and landing and flight, and they point out everything that's happening. And you can actually watch how it works, and you'll very quickly understand that the computer runs most of it. They just input the altitudes, they input the direction, and the plane flies itself.
Yes, in flight simulator. Great.
Yeah, I don't think anything autonomous like driving by itself or flying is safe at all. But I
Happens
feel
every
like
day.
to each his own, you know. I won't be when I won't be getting in no vehicles that's driving and I don't have no control or it's able to. I won't be doing
You've
that.
never flown before?
Well, you
I've
don't.
flown years ago.
Then you were in a vehicle that was
You have
self-piloted or
no
autopiloted.
control of it.
Yeah, but I also said years ago, like, I was like in my teens
The
and stuff like that.
autopilot's been around for years, dude.
But also, that's it. But listen though, that's totally different than hopping in a car that's driving down a highway,
I agree.
right? All right. So why would you use that as even a like as a
Well, only
crutch?
because you use it because
Because
you
it's not
use the
the
word
same,
vehicle.
right?
But yeah,
So
I
I
got you.
guess since it's called an Airbus, we could say it's a vehicle. But I was mainly talking about like Tesla cars, and you guys were talking about self-driving cars, and you were saying how originally the convo wasn't about planes. You were saying that those are a lot safer than humans driving and stuff like that. And I always wondered, like, if that's the case, how come, they don't let people ride down the highway in their Tesla sleep? If a cop sees you, they're going to pull you over and give you a ticket for that. So if
Well,
they're
two
so safe,
reasons.
why don't they let people do it?
Two reasons. One, because regulation hasn't caught up, and two, the computing power necessary to do 100% autonomous isn't efficient enough for it to work in a vehicle. Yet.
So what would make you say that it's completely safe then if it's not even efficient enough to completely work? And so if that's the case, why would you say it's completely safe then?
Is it completely safe in its current form? No, but no car is completely safe, period. But as far as like, autonomous driving, like level 3, dude, it's literally getting safer every single day. Like the amount of there's a certain word they use where the amount of disengagements from autopilot is literally dropping by, I don't know, a certain percentage points every single year per million miles, because these systems are constantly updated. They're learning, they're getting better, they're updated over time, they're getting more efficient, and they're becoming better and better at it. It's just a matter of time. It's not, but I do consider them safer because I've been in vehicles with people where they're not paying attention and we've rear-ended somebody. I've been in vehicles with somebody that's fallen asleep and we've crashed. I've been in accidents where people are driving, and I've been in cars that have autopilot, and I see how safe that it is, because it's not dealing with the same stuff humans have to deal with.
No,
Exactly.
the autopilot that you have, no. You still gotta have your foot on the gas or release or whatever.
It's just a matter of time. I mean, how do humans drive? They use 2 optical sensors, aka your eyes, and they use a biological neural net, right? That's literally how we drive. We perceive visually what's in front of us, and we react to it.
AI doesn't have that shit.
It does. In fact, it's not going to take much to have more optical sensors than a human is capable of having, along with more computing power than a human brain is able to have. And it's going to be able to do processing faster than a human can. And
look
it's going
how
to
the
be a better driver.
robots build these cars and paint these cars, how fucking perfect they do it.
AI, but no, I disagree with that one.
That's a good point. So, like in a case of an accident, we may react instinctively, which could cause us to turn the wheel a certain direction or whatever, which can cause problems. But if you literally program a reaction, hey, this car comes in, instead of turning your wheel all the way to the right, maintain it straight and accelerate, and that reaction happens immediately without thinking, you're going to have cars that literally react better than humans. It's just we're not there in terms of efficiency. The amount of calculations per second it takes for a human brain to do it on a certain amount of energy is so much more efficient than they can do it with computers right now, that it takes an enormous amount of power to produce the same kind of processing. But that's a matter of time. These computers get better and better every single year, and more efficient every single year. So you're literally just looking at 3-4 years before
that
we're
time.
having fully autonomous vehicles.
I would say before that matter of time gets here, it's safe
What's
to
up,
say
ladies?
that they're not officially safer than humans driving. I think they're safer maybe than certain humans driving, like careless people who drive cars, like drunk drivers and stuff and things of that nature, right? Or just people who just can't drive or have road rage. So but to say that they're completely safer right now based off of
Okay, I
all the
can't say they're
information
completely safer right now.
you
Right.
said they're getting safer every day. Well,
They
a
are.
human can get safer at driving every day. Can they not?
Not really.
What do you
I think they can only get to a certain level.
You
There's
one of those type of people that just
No.
try to come with the extra like the opposing just for the heck of it. That doesn't even make no sense.
How can you
A
get
human can't
safer
get
at
better,
driving every day? Like how
so you can't
plateau
from
eventually.
the time listen so the time that you began driving, however age you were, you didn't get better at driving through time.
I've gotten better through time,
All
but
right,
I'm saying
come
at
on,
a
let's be
certain
logical,
point now, I can't get any
Stop it.
better.
Reactions get slower.
Right.
Over time, actually.
Exactly.
No, you ain't getting.
Eventually, you get
slower.
older and you get worse at driving. So no, you can't keep getting better and better over time.
No,
you
bullshit.
plateau, you improve to a certain point, and then you decline. That's a fact.
You get old, you crash. Ta-da.
If anyone's ever seen an 80-year-old driver, tell me that they're not fucking worse
Are
than
they-
a 20-year-old driver. Like, you know,
Well, apparently DMV
Or
and
30,
all them
whatever.
places think they're safe.
Teens
What's that?
I said if you still see an 80-year-old on the road and you think they're unsafe, well, apparently the DMV and all those people, they think they're safe because you see them on the road.
I don't trust
all
the
they
DMV.
get-
Sorry.
all they do
DMV
is
is
have
a
to pass
fucking
it.
useless organization that
fucked up.
operates based on fees. And you can get your license once and just pay the fee every year and don't have to prove how good you are at driving every single year. And you trust the DMV? Give me a fucking break.
All you gotta do is pass a friggin' eye test.
Man, Mike,
You don't even have to pass an eye test. When have any of you passed an eye test since you've had your license?
Goddamn driver's license. Fuck
What,
you.
raise your hand if you had any sort of had to prove your license once you've gotten it and maintained it.
Never. You're right.
I never had
Matter
one.
of fact,
Still trying to
Never.
work on one, you asshole.
You just have to maintain it, and as long as you don't lose it, you do not have to prove your ability to drive ever again.
Well,
Pay the
once
fee,
you have, once
keep
you
playing.
get it, don't you have to after it expires? Don't you have to do the eye test over?
No. At least not in any state that I've driven in or maintained a license in.
What, 20, 40 questions? Whatever the fuck it is. You only need 20, right? Or whatever the shit it is now. Depending on the state. Got that. Great. Go out and drive around like a little asshole.
What state are you in, April?
So did my mother with the eye test. Yeah.
I just got my license renewed. I didn't take an eye test.
But you don't have eye problems. My mother ended up having eye problems with optometrist or whatever, so she had to have it redone.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So it looks like you're
Nevada.
wrong yet
I
again.
think it has to do with because she had.
So apologize.
Optometrist or something.
Yeah.
No, all right. So if you have a medical condition, then maybe you have to prove it. I don't think that's in every state either, though. I think that's per state. That's not a federal thing.
Well, definitely. No.
So
that's
consult your
all
state for more
actually.
details.
I believe I did have to do the eye test.
Do you wear glasses?
No.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you, I just renewed my license. I didn't have to do any of that.
My dad did.
But my eyesight
But he can't
was
drive anymore.
fucking great back then. Totally different.
Well, Mike, when you renewed it, with what? You just did it online?
No,
he
I had to
go
go. I had
down.
to go into a mini DMV to renew my license. I made an appointment. It took me 15 minutes. They took my picture. And that was it.
In Florida, you can do it online, Hassan.
That's why.
Yeah.
That's why
So
I
okay.
asked
So I'm
him.
sorry. If you have bad eyes currently,
So there's a bunch of different
then you
variables
do
going on
right.
right now.
So you may have to
Yeah.
prove your
Apology.
eyesight because eyesight gets bad. So if you're registered to need assistance in seeing, then you may have to prove your ability to see every time you get your license. But I think that varies per state as well. I don't think that's consistent in every state.
Maybe depending on age too.
You can be blind as fuck out here and drive. And we have all those little stupid fucking things that drive around. Not any better.
They put electric vehicles on the road, and only the Uber, Lyft, and all those places are gonna make
All
a
right.
killing.
So
All out.
22 states require some kind of eye exam to renew your license.
Isn't Domino's got some
Okay,
kind of
so that's more
vehicle?
than zero.
Hey, am I right or wrong? Don't
never had
Domino's
one.
got some
I
type of
haven't
vehicle
even
that
tried.
delivers pizza
It's
now
almost
with
half.
no driver?
No, I'm 40 fucking 1 years old. Never had a driver's license. Because where I live, they use public.
Yeah, Mr. B, I think it's
train,
definitely per state. I
bus,
think it also
etc.
depends on your current health too. Like, it's not consistent, but yeah, no, I can guarantee none of you guys have had to prove anything aside possibly from maybe your eyes to keep your license. And that's my point. You're not necessarily having to show that you're a better driver or not. Despite regulations and driving changing constantly, you do not have to pass any exam or anything like that. You just got to pay the fee and maybe prove that you can see. It's a pretty low fucking bar, if you ask me.
I mean, how hard is it to really drive well though? Like it's not hard unless you're just like a careless driver who's speeding and you're conscious of that. So but like there's people out here who drive completely safe. Like they always go to speed limit, always wear their seatbelt, they yield when they're supposed to. They literally follow 10 and 2 or 4
Where
what
the
is it,
fuck
10 and
do
2
you
or 4
live
and
that
7?
shit's happening?
No.
Yeah, so that's a thing Mr. B, that's the thing they put in your car. It's like a sensor. It can detect how hard you brake, accelerate, all that stuff. And yeah, you can get a discount on your insurance by proving how good you drive.
Yeah.
Yeah, which kind of sucks because basically we have a road. It's called the Merit. And the way to get on, like you have to get on, basically you have to come to a stop and then get on the highway within like 15 feet where people are going 60 miles an hour. So if you don't accelerate, like you're actually a danger. And we were constantly getting nicked on that for accelerating fast on the Merit. It's not like one of those things where you can gradually go to speed. You have to like accelerate. And they were trying to like ding us for that. It's like, fuck this thing. But yeah, they do have these sensors that you can put in there if you want to.
Box.
Yeah, to see if you can get a better rating on your insurance.
I got it in one of the
You can also do
not
that when
mine.
you first get your license and take a extra course that like I took.
That's great,
and I
AAA.
got lower insurance.
I don't think we have anything like that. I could be wrong. But I don't think the U.S. has anything where we have a yearly inspection. I don't think in one state.
No, that's every
putting
other
that box in
state.
my
Like,
charger.
You don't need smogs or inspection or this or that. Blah, blah, blah. I mean, I know I heard in Nevada you don't need any of that shit.
Mike, they still got emissions in Connecticut?
You.
Yeah, we have emissions. It's like every couple of years, I think.
Oh, they went away with that shit for a long time.
How do you not have emissions?
Yeah, it's like that where I live at, but the crazy part is it's only certain areas that like certain areas wherever you have your vehicle, like a certain county, whatever county or whatever you have your vehicle registered in, they might have emissions, but like you might move to a different county or something and you could re-register your vehicle under your new address that's in a different county and that county might not care about emissions, like because it might be in the country compared to, you know, like a town or a city or whatever.
Well, the whole state of Florida has no emissions. That's how I was able to I was able to do the mid-muffler delete on my Charger. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to get away with that shit. It wouldn't have passed the smog.
Okay, so this is a link to I don't know how accurate the information is, but basically the renewal times for licenses and the requirements in terms of showing you know, passing some sort of test or safety or anything like that per state. So links in the
Now,
chat.
Let me ask you this, Mike. Now, computers and things,
I just read your comment.
computers and things can be hacked, or they can get a virus or whatever, you know what I'm saying, right? And they can malfunction. Is it safe to say that a self-driving car could possibly go through the same, like, could that happen to a self-driving car, or it
Say that
only
again, I'm
happens?
sorry.
A computer can have like a virus or whatever. Something can happen to a computer to where it'll start malfunctioning, right? Do you think with a self-driving car that also has a computer in the inside and things, do you think that could happen as well to where
Well, as
it could
long as
cause that car to
as long as
malfunction?
your automatic pilot doesn't watch porn, then you should be okay. As long as it's not
Fuck
clicking
that,
any
ain't
bad
it?
links that
Real
say
though.
like, you know, singles waiting to talk to you in your neighborhood, and then it ends up getting some kind of virus. No, your car will be fine.
Last time I checked, people get viruses on a computer other than porn. Like you can have a link sent to your email and all
That's true.
sorts of stuff. You can open
Stop
up
looking at your goddamn
certain web
email. Don't
browsers
open
that
them.
aren't protected, that aren't porn. But my point is this though. Is a car that's self-driving just like impenetrable? Like you is like it can't get hacked. It can't get the
Of course it
system
can get
cannot
hacked.
have any sort of fault at all.
No, of course it can
It's
get
just
hacked, but it's
completely
not the
impossible.
same exposure that like a personal computer would be, where it's like actively web browsing. It's not web browsing. You know, could it like somebody hack the central system of Tesla and then send a bad update? Yeah, of course. Of course that could
I
happen.
mean, you don't
But
think
there's
the
also like
software
all kinds
itself
of
can't
protections they
have a
put in place to
malfunction?
prevent that. Of course, software can have a malfunction.
It has, and it does.
Oh, that's my point. Yeah, okay. Well,
Right, but what my question is are those malfunctions as common as human malfunctions, aka drunk driving, aka texting, aka strangling your wife in the passenger seat while driving? You know what I'm saying?
I agree with you with that as far as, you know, let's say a person who's drunk driving. Like if you get in a car and you know you're drunk, well then you're bad for business anyway. You know something is bound, something terrible is bound to happen, right? But if you're fully sober and you're a good driver, you know, I would trust a person like that before I would trust, you know, a machine.
I don't
get
know.
what
I'm
I'm
just
saying?
like people are on medications, not just drunk driving. They're on medications. They're smoking weed. I mean, there's all kinds of things that you know will mess with somebody's alertness, and you're just not going to be dealing with that with computers. You know, the alertness factor is not going to be affected by taking too much Tylenol or, you know, too many Percocets.
It's
You know what I'm saying? Like
concept, but
when I'm on my bike, Mike, I smell weed all the time.
A short in a wire or something couldn't cause a malfunction though either.
Of course, but you got to keep in mind, Hassan, there's also these things where when a system goes down, you know, there's a like almost like a shutdown process that like if something malfunctions that requires the vehicle to drive, it goes into either like a limp mode or it's designed to go into like, you know, pull over. Like there's all these things that are like redundant systems. When something fails, something else kicks in. It's not just like a wire pops out and the fucking thing just speeds into a wall. Like, you know what I mean? They design them accordingly, and not to mention the amount of regulations that, you know, car manufacturers have to go through. I mean, they have to build these things into the cars. So it's like, I understand what you're saying, but it's not as simple as that. You know?
I think it kind of is, because sensors go out on cars all the time. I know you heard that, like a faulty sensor, you know, and sometimes the people will take their car right back to, you know, they'll take it to the dealership that they got it from to have them replace the sensor. But my point is, clearly it's man-made, so clearly it's not perfect. Clearly at some point in time it will have some sort of fault, and it might not just be as simple as, hey, listen, you know, Tesla, the car is witnessing a hiccup it's about to have, so it's going to go in limp mode. Like, how do you know for sure that something, like you're riding on the road and something just doesn't happen, and then, you know, one of the wheels can't stay aligned with the other, so the other one is turning, and then, you know, like, I'm just saying, I feel like it's man-made, so it's not. I think to give a machine more credit than humans as far as driving wise, that's, you know, to put all your faith in that is kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, again, like,
because these people themselves don't even believe it. The people who create these things don't even believe it, which is why I said, they don't let Tesla drivers just hop in their cars and freaking go to sleep, and you type in your thing and you can go, you know, where your car drops you off at and wake up when you get there. They don't allow that. Why? Because they know.
Because it's happened. I mean, you can literally go on YouTube right now and get videos of people sleeping in their cars while Tesla's driving it. I mean,
yeah, of course.
At one point, they allowed it, and they ended up having to take it away because people were literally sleeping in the cars. So it's actually
like
happened.
Washing half the fucking retards on it. Is this fake or real? Fake.
They're real, dude.
And I understand that, right? But if they thought it was extremely safe, why would they take it away? Like, if they allow people to do it, why would they take it away?
Because because with driving regulations, dude, you have to prove these things. You can't just, like, the technology can be there, but regulation hasn't caught up to it yet. Like, they're gonna have to show driving and, you know, commuting on the roads. Like, they're gonna have to show these concepts before they're legal. It doesn't mean it's not possible.
Mr. PP, you weren't Nikki, or did something weird.
I'm sorry?
Your avatar disappeared.
No.
I think if they still have to catch up to regulations, then that just means that, once again, they're not as safe as what people think they are. Like, you know.
No, it's called red tape. That's what it's called. It's not.
It's called.
It's not fine.
They don't have
like,
the faith.
if I had the confidence that you have in it, if I had the confidence that you have in it, like, and I was, you know, the powers that be, that as far as the electric cars and stuff, I would just be like, oh yeah, it's safe, yeah, put it on the road. But, you know, they have to meet certain regulations and stuff like that, right, to prove how safe they are. Meaning they haven't proved that they're completely safe. Meaning even the people who create these things and push it still have their doubts a little bit, you know, kind of like Elon Musk. He pushes AI, but he has his doubts about AI. Like, Elon Musk pushes AI, but he tells you his doubts as well.
That's,
and what it
that's
could
not
be
it at
in.
all. It's that in order to prove it, you have to show it over a certain amount of vehicles, miles, time, and that doesn't happen overnight. The capability
Right.
is there.
So what made
It's
it
just
happen
not
overnight
the
in
not the
your
ability
mind?
to show it over a certain amount of time yet. It's just
What made it
it's a
happen
matter of time.
overnight in your mind?
There's
Because
one
you know
prayer for
why?
that.
Because I've been in the
That
car
thing
industry and I've
fell.
driven these systems and I've tested them myself, and I see how they work,
All of
and
them?
I'm very confident in them.
The fuck you have?
You drove every single
You've
Tesla?
driven them if they're
No, I haven't driven every
self-driven.
single Tesla, but I've worked for Audi, I've worked for Mercedes, I've worked for Chrysler,
Well,
I've worked for
how
Fiat.
if they're
I worked for enough
self-driven?
manufacturers to see these systems implemented,
Focus
directly, and I've test driven them, and we've been out on trainings where we're shown how they work. And while it's illegal for me to let go of the steering wheel, I've done it several times just to test it. And after about 40 seconds, the system starts saying, "Hey, put your hand on the steering wheel." And if you don't continue to hold the steering wheel, it literally pulled me over and shut down the car. Like I've done like experienced it. So I am pretty confident in it.
Those are just your little experiences that you've had with them. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, those were your, you probably
I'm not the
done
only one,
a
man.
couple of cars, right? But you haven't drove every self-driving car. You haven't tested every single prototype, right?
No, of course not.
So I
But I've
think a
driven
broad
enough
statement
to
to
feel
say that
confident
they're
in them.
safer than humans is kind of crazy. Just off of knowing you haven't tested every single vehicle. You might have tested a few, but not every single one.
I would feel 100% confident to put my family in one of these driverless cars.
Jeez, that's a big statement.
It is.
Okay. And to drive how far and for how long though?
Not today.
Would you trust your family to get in a car to go from Connecticut to California, and they don't have to drive at all? The car will drive them.
Hell no, not today.
Oh, you're saying with zero intervention? Because you
Come
couldn't
on,
do
Mike.
it anyway.
I'm talking about what you talking about. You made a simple statement and said they're extremely safe and they're safer than humans. And you just said you will put your family in the car. So this is what I'm asking you. Would you trust the car to drive your family from Connecticut to California? They don't have to touch the wheel. The car will just drive them. Do you have that much faith?
I mean, it's not legal.
Man,
So
come on, man. Cut it out. You talking about
It's
legal. I'm
not.
talking about what you think. Because you said you
Honestly,
think
I
said
would,
they're
man.
safe.
I've
So
seen these
I'm
cars
basing
be
this
able to
conversation
handle
off
these
their opinion.
situations. I'm totally fine with it, dude. Because do you understand that
Crazy,
there are
bro.
Teslas right now driving around with no
Crazy.
drivers, dude? Do you know this?
Crazy.
There's cars right now driving, building the data up, driving
There
with
is,
no
but they're also
drivers,
shutting
doing the
the fuck
entire
down.
job of a driver with nobody in the wheel, nobody behind the wheel.
Shutting down. That's the
I don't
fucking
doubt it.
problem.
I'm sure. But that still doesn't that and you said they're still like they're doing that currently, right? And they're still gathering data. So if they're still gathering data, that means that they're still trying to, I guess what you said for regulations, like you have to prove through trial and error. So to say that they're completely safe and they're still trying to have these things drive around and gather data before they let humans get in and just drive to California clearly shows that, hey, these things aren't as safe as what you might think they are because they're still testing them. I mean,
think
that's
if you asked my wife if she would rather a computer drive or me, she would pick the computer every day.
All day.
Fuck
that must mean that
You
might
lost
mean
your
that it's just
goddamn
that
mind.
you're that might mean that you
Then we're
personally just
losing
aren't a safe
humanity.
driver.
What the fuck is
Maybe,
going on
yeah.
with this?
And I'm sure there's millions of people just like me.
Are you
Yeah, I bet there is, so.
an unsafe driver, or you just like to speed?
I want to stay far away from you and
I would say
everybody else.
I wouldn't consider myself a safe driver.
Well, regardless of
No.
a safe driver, this, that, whatever.
Yeah,
I'm
good
safe.
job.
People in general.
I just like to
The
speed.
first step is being honest with yourself.
Yeah, I'm being fucking honest right now. Stay away from fucking.
Zero, you
all
don't
of
even drive.
I think it's funny, like when I go
don't
to the
worry
gas
about it. I'll
station.
walk my happy ass.
The Tesla
Fucking
drivers
everywhere.
be there for like 45 minutes an hour trying to charge up.
Why
Like, can
would it
you
matter?
imagine
I
if
don't
you
need
have
to
to
drive
really go
anyway.
somewhere? You gotta wait for your battery to be charged.
No, it's
Well,
you know,
I
right
got
now
a
electric
fucking thing.
vehicles
I'm
are
buying a
not convenient to
semi.
go long distances, but for the
I'm gonna
average driver who
crash
drives about
the
40 miles
fucking
round trip, it works.
I
But if you're
drive
going
a
to commute, if you're
hybrid.
going to commute across the country with it, yeah, you're going to be spending some time at gas stations.
I love the hybrid.
The fuck is that?
Shut your mouth, Beck. What do you? What?
The fuck is that you?
I have
Oh.
no idea. What the fuck is he playing?
That ain't me.
Beck, what
Oh,
you
Jesus,
playing?
my
Somebody's
phone.
playing
That
an
was my phone.
old
Yeah.
The question is usually asked about Hitler.
Not me.
No, that was my phone. My bad.
Oh, you're playing some.
No, I don't know. My phone just started playing where I left off on the live.
I don't
Not
even
both the
remember. The one
vehicles
I
I
got
have right
kicked off
now are
of.
hybrids.
Vix.
Gas
I
and
think it
electric.
might have been Vix over
I'm
here.
just surprised that anybody that's driven on a road for any period of time is cannot fathom a computer doing a better job than people when they've seen how
Well,
people are on the road.
actually, I can say otherwise because you ain't driving over at the shit, right? So
Sorry?
therefore, I can take 4x4s, this, that, etc., monster trucks, all that fun shit. Is that goddamn thing gonna cruise like the desert? There's no way.
I don't even have the capacity to even understand what you said or attempt to answer that question.
That was English. I said,
Do you have a link, Mr. B?
Monster trucks.
Monster trucks. No, we're talking about your electric driverless cars. Are they gonna drive over all that fun shit, or are they on roads? Wait, you didn't catch that? Get the fuck out of here.
No, I must be getting tired because what you're
I
saying
didn't
is not
catch
even
it
registering.
Fuck you.
Try one more time.
No, I'm good.
I turned my volume up. Go ahead, Zero.
No, you can explain it.
Type it.
No, he's fucking trolling me. I'm about to turn around and pull some other shit.
Don't do it.
Oh, yeah, what? Don't do what?
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's a good link, Mr. B. Thanks for sharing that.
It's not what I'm talking about.
Right, so that's about the number right now. It's about 40,000
Yeah,
people. Just shy of 40,000 people are killed every year
Hold your breath.
from people from driving.
30 seconds. Take a straw with the.
Right, 38,824 people killed in motor vehicle crashes in 2020.
Hold on, dude. Somebody's got hiccups.
Yeah.
Try and help somebody out. If you got hiccups, like a fat glass of water with like a fucking straw. No straw, whatever.
How many of those
Plug your
people are
ear
drunk drivers?
thingies. Where does goddamn things go?
How many, and
Plug
you
your
know, how
fucking
many
ears.
of it is because, you know, it was some sort of vehicle maintenance negligence, like they neglected to really take care of their vehicle. Like you heard
Oh,
a
I'm sure it's all the
situation,
above, man.
gas pedal stuck, you know,
Distracted driving, under the influence,
yeah,
improperly
that
maintained
texting,
vehicles.
you know,
Are you drunker than I
like
am?
what people do now, you know, get on YouTube and show us that they're driving and be looking down at their phones, like, you know, while they're driving and stuff like that.
Like Rebel did.
I mean, I was gonna say,
But I mean,
I
I
hate to
mean,
bring up
you
Rebel,
know,
but I've seen a video where he's
That
doing
was
live and crashes
hilarious.
into somebody.
Just crashes and fucking whatever.
Sorry, Rebel, but you do it on the
Don't-
internet, it doesn't
Don't
doesn't
live
die.
stream and drive.
Mean Connie.
Right now, they're saying
Not
2025 is where you'll have
Connie.
fully automated safety systems will be in place.
You're a funny bitch. That's what happens when you live stream. You try to blame everybody else. You fucking bitch ass wigger motherfucker. Shut the fuck up.
No, zero. What the fuck?
That's with a W. There you go.
You see, Hassan, can you imagine this guy driving? You're telling me a computer would do a better job than fucking
No, I
zero?
want to drive.
I mean, how he talks doesn't have anything to do with him holding the steering wheel and being alert on the road. You know, I know plenty of people who curse like a sailor and all sorts of stuff, but when they get behind that wheel and their families in the car, like them cursing don't have anything to do with their driving skills.
I've seen people
alcohol
road
does.
rage like crazy.
For fuck's sake.
Yeah, that
No,
I've
you
seen.
fucking
I've seen that, like people who will purposely drive crazy, like because they're in a road rage. You know, yeah, that does exist.
Oh, people cuss me out all the time.
Exactly
I'm on my
what I
bike.
Fuck
Forget
that.
about
Say
it.
that, but it's true.
I cut right through the fucking traffic and get right to the red light.
I didn't see stuff. I didn't see, and these are like on YouTube, but I didn't see YouTube videos of people like getting locked out of their Teslas. Like, yo, I just bought my Tesla and the joke won't unlock the freaking doors. I can't get inside my car to go to work. Like my fingerprint isn't working and like all sorts of
Are
stuff.
they thumbprints? I
Or
don't
the
even
card.
have keys.
Like
No,
that
it's a
stuff
card.
is insane.
No key. It's a card, like a credit card, like type thing.
Yeah, and they were saying like the Teslas, like the doors won't open. Like the even with their thing or fob or whatever they have, like the doors is locked. It's completely locked. Locked them out. And then they would have to call Tesla, and Tesla would give them this whole like it's a bunch of complaints about those things I didn't see.
Yeah.
I mean, there's people who love them, but I just feel like, man, we really becoming a world where people are becoming lazy. Like, you know, no one wants to drive now on their own. You know, now the machines are taking over people's jobs. Like it's all fun and games until they start putting
Washing
average people
bicycles.
out of their jobs and replacing you with the machine. You know, and then you know you'll wonder why you can't support yourself. Well, you know, because you wanted this machine to take over. It was so luxurious and so not luxurious, but so convenient for you, and that's exactly what they're pushing.
What is
I
that
think
goddamn
the
thing?
They're slowly
interior.
taking humans out of everything.
$50,000 for
Notice
one
that
of
even in the
those?
stores, self checkout, there's becoming less and less cashiers,
Oh yeah.
less and less
I
human contact.
I
And
think
you
the
gotta plug
interior
it
of
into your
a
house somehow?
Tesla is booty.
Well, no shit. You gotta
Just
plug it. So
plain
there's been a
Jane.
lot of deaths
Have you ever driven
everywhere
in
for
a
them power
Tesla,
cords. They're
Hassan?
worth more than the goddamn
No,
cars.
I will
It's
never
stupid
get
as
in one
shit.
ever.
Oh, my buddy's got the Tesla Plaid. That thing will make you fucking throw up. That's how fast
I've
it
seen
is.
other Teslas. They
No,
sound
but the
like
Tesla
vacuum
Plaid
cleaners.
is the fastest one, and it's just
I don't give a shit. What is it? It still sounds like a fucking vacuum cleaner. I'm like, what?
no, it don't sound like
Come clean
nothing.
my rugs?
It's silent. But
Coming
that
out
fucking
now,
thing,
they coming out with all these new electric cars. Like, I mean, they've been having, you know, electric prototypes and, you know, like what Mike was talking about earlier, like concept cars and stuff like that. But like they're really coming out with electric cars. Electric Challenger, which is stupid to me.
that shit is
Electric
corny.
Mercedes. I saw the new they it was just on YouTube the other day. What was it? The Porsche. It was a new electric Porsche that they said they're going to release in
It's
2024,
already
basically
out.
next year.
It's already out. The electric
What's
911,
coming out?
fully electric. It's been out.
No, no, well, then that's not it. Then this is like one of those. It that's not it. Then I might be mistaken because it looked like one of those supercars, like one of those like those McLarens, like those Not a McLaren, but it had like that body build,
like
like
a
those cars that you
Lambo.
don't see people driving, but they're
Like a
like,
Lambo.
Zonda?
yeah, like something like that. But you know, even more super than
Fucking
that. Like
rocket?
those, what's that one car called? It has a weird name.
No,
The
it's
Tesla,
Zonda. You
the
have,
Tesla Plaid will smoke any
I don't know about,
Lamborghini,
yeah,
Hellcat, Red
fuck it,
Eye.
whoa.
What?
Not Lamborghini. They're,
Oh yes, it is. It does. I've seen it.
I've seen
Smokes it.
Hokies that, I mean, it's souped up, but.
It smoked the SVJ at the Palm
No,
Beach
not McLaren, not
Dragway. I've
Zonda. What the
seen it.
fuck is the other?
That fucking car is insane, man. It'll put your stomach in your back. It's insane.
Yeah, no, I'm good. Where the hell is that? What's the fucking name? I was
Makes
talking
me
about.
sick to my stomach.
Maybe it's somebody.
The McLaren
No.
720S.
Bugatti? No, not Bugatti. It's the. Oh, what the hell is that one? I think it starts
Were
with
you
a
talking about
K.
the Taycan, Hassan?
I'm
Uh-uh.
trying to think because it's
I
it's
think it
one of
starts
those
with a
it's one of
K.
those super cars, but it's weird. Like, and they said it's set to release in next year, like 2024. And I want to say I thought it was a new Porsche, but he said it's already out, so it's not that. It's either a Mercedes or something. One of those weird, maybe not a Mercedes, but it's like one of those hyper super cars. But now it's electric. They're saying is that next year they're gonna put the first electric one out of that brand of car or whatever. I just can't think of the name of it right now.
Oh, you're thinking of
Prototype
the
dipshit #1.
he's thinking
Or
of
2.
the oh, what
Like
the
it's like one of those like weird names, like not Bugatti but Pagani.
Pagani or
not Pagani. It's the Russian guy. I mean not Russian.
Isn't that the Kessin or I can't even fucking pronounce it.
The guy that used to work for Volvo. Now he builds his own cars. He's got
It's like a KI.
Well, there's the Polestar, which has a performance. There's the Lucid Air Pure.
This
which
is
the new one coming
this
out
is
in
a car
2024.
that's all built in house.
What's the
handmade.
Konagi one? That's what I
There's
call it.
Lucid Air's built
because I
in-house.
can't pronounce it.
It's the
or spell it.
The Acura ZDX.
Starts with a K.
Alfa
one of them
Romeo.
came out. It was the Ghost, and
Apparently,
That's
the Apple
Italian.
Titan is coming out as an Apple vehicle. There's the Audi
Jayco.
A6 e-tron.
No, go
the
with
last
the K.
car he built, Mike, he named after his father. Totally.
There's the
Kawasaki
2024
or
Porsche
Konin
Taycan.
Sagi or Konin
There's the
Sag-
2024 Porsche Taycan Sport
Konin
Turismo.
Conan Sag. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
The Conan
There it
Sag.
is.
Maybe it's that maybe it's that one.
Conan
It's a
Sag. Insane. That dude is built.
Dude, the Porsche
one-
Taycan made me almost throw up how fast that car was. Stupid fast.
The what?
Which
Which one?
It's like a 2.8 0 to 60 or something like that.
Which one's that?
It's
Porsche
like,
Taycan.
Oh no, the Plaid's faster. The Plaid does it in 1.2 seconds, 0 to 60.
fuck you. No, I'm good.
1.2 seconds.
I like muscle
0
cars.
to
I like
60.
tanks.
Yeah, it's
I'm telling
2.6 was the
Them
2022.
super fucking
Would you say the
tanks,
Plaid?
I love. Don't
Yeah,
want
the Tesla Plaid. Look up the specs on that. It's crazy.
Look at the Conan. You said Conan Sag or Conan.
Conan Sag.
Sag, whatever. I always
Did
fuck
the
it up.
yes go?
Yeah, 1.9. Yeah.
1.9 seconds.
But this thing
son.
goes like what,
That is
240
extremely fast.
Bugattis,
Dude,
what, 260,
telling you, Mike,
70.
it puts your stomach in your back.
But with all
Makes
due
you
respect,
sick.
can you really tell the difference between 1.9 and 2.6 when you're fucking...
Yes.
Yeah. Actually,
And
you
No.
can.
Instant
When you're eating your
fucking
They feel
asshole, that's
identical. I promise you.
no tires squealing or nothing. It's just instant power.
But that's on straight
It's fucking crazy.
roads, right? We have
Yeah,
one
the
out
only
here
great
that's
thing
that
about
road.
engines is they make noise. Electric cars are just
Yeah,
better.
I like to hear the engine.
Just better.
I like to hear the engine.
No, I'm tired of hearing these little vacuum cleaners cruise around because
Yeah,
they
you're
end
gonna
up
get a
hitting you.
supercar. It better be fucking growling like a damn lion.
No, it doesn't.
Mike,
Damn right.
Because this one
Yep,
doesn't growl and it
does.
does 1.9
Look up the cone.
0 to 60. Show me a gas car that does that.
I can't look at them.
Okay, look up the Conan said Jesco. Starts with a J. It looks like Jesco, but it's like Jesco or something. Conan said. It's got it's a hybrid.
KOSSI.
Okay, here it is. So fastest. Well, see, now it's not. It's fastest in terms of top speed. But I don't know if it's 0 to 60 is it because it can go 330 miles an hour. That's okay.
Yeah.
In terms of top speed, it's the fastest. But
Look how beautiful that car is. Oh my god. The only
Is
car
that the
more
Conan?
beautiful
Which
than that
one?
is Pagani.
Mm.
Oh, the Bukaki.
Ain't nothing prettier than a Pagani.
Okay,
That's
so the fastest
all.
one in the world, which basically ties the Plaid, is the Koenigsegg Gemera at 1.9 seconds, which is followed closely by the Plaid, which is 1.98 seconds.
And the
Yeah,
Koenigsegg
too
is
bad
how
it
much?
costs like fucking $800,000.
No, try millions.
Aesthetically.
No, it's less than that.
The Koenigsegg?
That's still It's
No.
still up there. That's
Yeah, imagine how much the battery costs on that thing.
Yeah, right.
Or the gas.
Wow, 300 miles an hour.
Well, that's a hybrid car.
Take it to
Not a
V8 twin turbo with electric.
Oh, it's not full electric?
Front. No, it's a hybrid.
They were making an electric. There was another one that actually topped over that.
It's insane.
Bugatti.
It's insane. The way the doors open. I mean,
So the Bugatti
everything's
Chiron
remote.
Supersport,
Look at
1600
2 years ago.
horsepower, 1800 pound-feet of torque.
Wait, 330.
But it still hits. It still hits 60 in 2.3 seconds. It still doesn't.
Which one's that?
And that's 1600 horsepower.
Which car is that? The Esco?
I know the Conan's.
He named that after his father.
You're talking.
And you gotta take into the fact that like them electric cars are lighter than these.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
it's
but
all
look
carbon.
at it.
Cars, you know what I'm saying? So their takeoff is it. You know,
Dude,
their pull off the line is going to be quicker.
But look at it. I
Even
mean,
in
you got
supercars.
these. A Plaid is reasonably attainable to at least some of the public. Like a 2021 Koenigsegg that does, 1600 horsepower, 1100 foot-pounds of torque. 2.3. That's a fucking $3.9 million car. I mean, give me a break.
No, but you don't have to necessarily get that to go that fast if that's what you're looking for.
Well,
and
that's
to
my
have
that's my
power.
point.
Yeah,
Because you have these cars doing, dude, you have cars
Cammed out.
doing literally these numbers better 0 to 60s, with like these cars are millions of dollars, literally 2.8, 1.8 million, 3.6 million. You can do that speed in cars that cost around 100K now.
Yeah,
Want
but
that
it
shit?
doesn't
You hop
look
in
like
some
that.
little race
Doesn't look like that.
Well, fuck, dude. If I'm gonna pay $1 million for a car, it better look amazing.
Supercar.
But I would be happy to go that fast for 100K instead of 3.6 million. Fuck.
I'd like to take that car on the track.
Yeah, you can. It's called
race
like
course track.
Gran Turismo or
Straight
Forza. I'm at it. Like,
Jesus, it's amazing how much power they have. 1,700.
I've not been in any of those,
fucking
but if you
foot-pounds of
want
torque.
a
CJ
feeling
on
of that,
32's just got the brand new Demon that came out, the 170. It's got
a what?
I think close to 1,300 horse from the factory.
Dude, look at this
What
thing.
again?
The 2021 Aston Martin Valkyrie. Oh my god.
You
Yeah,
like it?
no fucking handling.
That car is sick. The Valkyrie, beautiful.
Oh, fuck Aston Martins. They all suck in general.
Not that one though. That one is sick.
Yeah, if it's set for race mode, fucking not driving around.
I didn't even know there was a car named Hennessy. The Hennessy Venom?
Yeah.
I didn't know that was a car.
It's not a car. It's a Hennessy puts their name on that car. They modify it. They got
311 top speed, 2.40 to 60.
They got
$1.8 million price tag.
Hennessy
Fuck.
is Hennessy is type like kind of like AMG to Mercedes.
I'll give it to you though. The Koenigsegg, that's a beautiful car. Just wow.
Is it a white one? Is it the white one?
It's just like it looks like what the Batmobile should have looked like.
Dude,
man,
it's one of the most beautifulest cars besides the
I will have that money that one day.
And that dude
not have
who created that, I think I saw a thing. It was some years ago where it said like the first car he created, like he built it himself, like because he couldn't afford a supercar or something like that, so he built his own.
He used to work for Volvo.
Can you
8-liter. What is a W16 engine? I don't even know what that is.
The whole car.
What the hell is a
built out of
W16?
Carbon fiber.
As to
Share it, Mike. Can you share it?
No.
I don't know shit about cars, but if you split, I think it's like two.
I'm on a tablet.
turbos
Apparently,
or two.
can't
Fuck that.
share screens. It's retarded. Better than like most average computers, and I can't share a screen.
Yo, the bonnet.
Make that make
No,
sense.
you just make yourself go big, and then
the back. The back part opens by the key fob. Everything opens with the key fob.
you do it all the goddamn time.
No, I don't.
When you make your shit go big, like your actual icon.
What does that have to do with anything?
That's another way how you can show shit.
No, dude. Trust me. Can't
No,
do it.
dude. Fuck out of here. I'm not gonna do it regardless. I can do it any fucking time.
Dude, a computer
mind.
can share a screen. Tablets, they don't give you that ability.
Yeah, and there's a fucking phone.
Can't
That's what I
share
said.
it
Just
on
make
tablet.
your icon bigger and then play.
I gotta learn how to share
you-
my screen.
I'm gonna ask this respectfully. Are you retarded?
Yes. You already asked this once before. I said yes. So this will be the second time. So yes.
Yeah,
Ask the third
your
time.
mom, the
We'll see how
16
retarded.
cylinder is in
Making
the
myself
Bugatti.
solo does not allow me to share a screen, dude. Doesn't work.
There you go. There it is.
Oh, there we go. There it is.
Ta-da!
Anyways,
And then,
this has been fun.
dude, what the
I'm
fuck?
gonna go to work now.
Shutting down.
Please
Yeah.
don't come pick me up. Vic, go live, goddammit.
No.
Yeah.
I'm gonna resist the urge to sleep for 3 hours. Just hit the morning rush and then go to bed.
Well, cool.
Get 'em.
Thanks for
The
having
morning
me up.
rush
Fun
was just
talking.
about to come.
Thanks
too.
for coming up,
Vic,
Zero.
go live.
Thanks for hanging out. Vic, thanks
Vic,
for coming
you're
up
a
as
bitch,
well.
go live.
No doubt. Thanks for having me, man.
No, it was a good live, man. Let's keep this moving forward. The standard. Fuck all this
Absolutely.
bullshit.
Absolutely. Happy holidays, man. To you and Samantha.
Yeah, no, you'll see me. See you later, Zero. You will see me before the holidays for sure. I'm back. I just didn't really. I needed a break, so this was nice. And there was a couple of times that I wanted to come up. I even scheduled it, and I just didn't feel it. So I said I'm not gonna go up there and not want to do it. I'm only coming up here when I want to.
Yeah.
You know.
I feel you.
Hassan, I'm gonna shut it down. Got to go to work.
All right, man.
Listen,
and be safe.
Love
Y'all
having
be
you
safe.
up here, bro.
Yes.
And I love the fact that you and me don't agree on stuff because it's great talking to you.
Dang, my phone just died. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we hear you. Now we don't.
Now we don't.
So yeah. Yo, hit me up, Mike.
I will.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, this is good. I had a lot of fun. This was a good conversation.
Yeah.
Fuck all the bullshit. Let's just let's continue the good quality combos, man. Because I'm basically when I'm riding around, I'm listening to shit that's like, I'm like it's inspiring me that I love learning about, and I'm just gonna bring it to you guys. If you want to listen to it, you show up. If you don't, you don't. It is what it is. But I think there's a good portion of you guys that like talking about this stuff.
Yeah.
And plus, if you want some drama, dude, there's like 1 million people doing it. Just go over there.
Exactly.
Enjoy it.
Good. I don't need it. I don't want to be a part of it. Nope.
You know, when you think good content is listening to somebody with my icon and a penis on their face, well, hey, that's you. Enjoy it.
Where'd you see? Well, never mind.
No, the fucking Dutchie, the
Oh, I should have known.
I thought she gave me a beak, and then I was like, wait a minute, and I looked close. It was a fucking another set of. It was a little penis and balls.
Fucking hate it.
And like I said at the beginning, what she doesn't get is that would actually be ideal to have 2 sets of nuts. You understand what I could get done in a day with having 2 sets of fucking twig and berries? Yeah, out your mind. Anyways.
Light on that shit.
No, fuck it. Guys, but it's great seeing everybody. Appreciate you coming down. God bless everybody. And let's sign out with something good here.
心里要记得，你是那个阳光彩虹小白马，滴滴答滴滴答。我是阳光彩虹小白马，滴滴答滴滴答。
Ladies and gentlemen, the thoughts and views expressed by the individuals in chat, the individuals in the comment section, or the individuals on panel are not those of this channel. No one should take anything said on panel as true. In fact, everything should be researched. Everyone should research their own facts. YouTube is for entertainment purposes. We are all actors performing for your amusement. Enjoy, motherfuckers.
I guess Capcom doesn't have a problem with me being gay anymore. Don't worry.
I could be like German lady. Look at my porcelain skin.
Oh shit! Look at
at my porcelain skin. It's porcelain. It's not a mask. Bitch, fuck you.
You look cute.
I want to kill N-words.
Oh, is that Ace? Hey,
Ace,
yeah,
Ace, props on not even having to speak. Just your icon alone was enough to send the fucking Wicked Witch of the West screaming away with bobby pins spinning in the air behind her.
Yeah, and it had me emotionally spiraling out too. So you know, you have a real big effect on people.
She's backstage. She has that effect on people. Let me tell you. Unless it's Prime, she's backstage.
No, she's backstage, but she wants to tell me to fuck off and come back. All right, cool. So do it. Let's do it. Let's play. Welcome back.
Fuck you, Mr. P.
Fuck
you,
Mr. P.
Ellie, unblock me, you fucking kook.
Fuck you, bitch.
Fuck you,
fat shit.
I don't understand what I did.
Sorry,
You little bitch ass nigga, fucking doing nothing.
What?
There we go.
Well, I heard you were flirting with my wife again, you motherfucker.
Well, I'm sorry, Cynthia. You know how much I love your wife, and
You
sometimes
gave my wife a new recipe. I have a recipe for you, my friend.
Sometimes you're just not around, and my brother. I don't know. I tried to fucking get a hold of you, and I tell you, look, I've got an erection, my friend. And then you're just like, oh, no. Are you near my wife? Remember?
Oh, I got an erection.
That's it.
Are you kidding me?
I accidentally hit it on the side of the.
I got the recipe for you, my motherfucker. I put my foot up your ass, bitch.
One time I got.
And you can hop like this bunny.
I can't get it out. I can't get it out.
I got you, homie.
Say do not donate. I will at this point tell people to not donate. Because at this point, there's nothing anyone can do. Period. When it comes to the longer term shit, like
last year, no. We'll just do it again and again and again and again and again. I will make all of you people want to fucking murder me. I will annoy you all so bad, eventually you will want to fucking kill me off. You say or you think you care about me right now, I will make you want to fucking kill me. You will side with them.
Is your dog a service dog?
Bird was a dual-purpose canine for an agency. I won't say which one. She is retired, and she did tracking, and I don't want to give too much. She also worked with contraband. It gives you a little hint.
Sounds like a DAA dog. That's what it sounds like.
So,
yeah.
She's retired. Sorry, Bird. Yes, we're talking about you. Okay.
Can you spell gynecomastia?
And I also have Taylor, who is also a German Shepherd as well.
All my questions always get ignored, just like all the other ones. Can you spell gynecomastia?
Because they're dumb. So
just spell gynecomastia. Like I said, I'll leave right now. Spell gynecomastia.
Bird recently had melanoma taken off a muzzle.
So smart. I can spell gynecomastia.
She's done a lot of work outside over the years, and so she's here. Her best choice that she likes are squirrels, and every morning they spend a lot of time on the back deck. The squirrels taught them.
Chasing them around?
Yes.
Yeah, we call it playing tag.
Yeah. Yes.
Around. The dog doesn't really want to hurt them, but they just want to chase them around and get exercise.
Well, and the squirrels do taunt them because they can see them on the power lines. You know, they can see them on the trees, whatever, and then they start making these little noises at the dogs, you know, whatever it is. And
yeah. They start doing all the, and then their fucking tails are going crazy and shit. I know you're talking about. They're fucking with them. Work that prison system.
Exactly. These squirrels.
Like when I would work intake and stuff, you have to take people in, and I have a way of like I know we joke around on YouTube and we all get all crazy, right? But I do have a calm way about me if I want to.
And I try to engage people. What's going on, man? What's happening? And tell me where you're from. And then they start talking. And I was in the army for 6 years, and I saw some crazy shit. And I'm like, well, why are you here? It's like I hear voices. I can't drown it out. And it's like it would make me kind of tear up because it's like, these people fought for us, and now they're going to jail because we don't have stuff. I do have a girlfriend, and she's black.